Am I good?
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dinner with the Boys number 17. Your host, mieDAX, and Aceuhh, and that Bloody Biscuits, and me, and maybe Vash later. Who knows?
Hell yeah.
Oh, you could have left it like that.
Hell yeah.
It would have been great. What up, y'all?
What's going on, everybody?
Welcome to Dinner with the Boys.
17. He said it. He's right. Damn, dude, we've been going 17. Damn, we've been figuring out how to figuring out things to say 17 times. What the fuck?
Yeah.
A lot of things keep happening, dude.
I guess. All right. Well, fucking. All right. What's up, everybody? We're doing this intro literally 3 times now. Y'all know how this shit goes. Every Monday we get together, we get some food, and we eat together like a nice little happy family that we are. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it do. So let's start it off. Dax, what are you eating?
Nothing yet. I'm actually waiting on something to get here.
Okay.
I was really not again. Listen, I spent 4 hours making red beans and rice last week. I'm chilling this time.
That shit took 4 hours.
You gotta let it simmer, and you gotta fucking stir that bitch every 30, and you gotta make sure the water doesn't evaporate too long, because if it gets too fucking out of water at the bottom, then it's gonna start burning the beans. You gotta be careful. Gotta watch that bitch. It's good though. But nah,
what'd you order though?
I really wanted orange chicken.
Ooh.
So that's
from where?
From Panda.
Oh yeah. All right. Well,
they make good orange chicken.
Everyone.
Don't knock.
I do not know one person that will go against you on saying, "Yeah, I got orange chicken from Panda." I don't think I met a person
their orange chicken.
Like, my God, orange chicken from Panda.
The only things that I like from there that I think are just like, and they have some decent. The only thing that I'm like, this is actually really, really good. The orange chicken, the chow mein is surprisingly decent, and then the crab rangoon.
If they don't fuck you.
If they don't fuck you, you can get a bad one. Typically, mine's been good, and then the rangoon. Some good shit.
I was gonna have orange chicken tonight, but then my brother said I don't want to cook that, so we're making it tomorrow. So we just had spaghetti.
The only thing from Panda that I get besides orange chicken is every time sweet fire chicken breast. That shit is mucho delicioso. Everything else, it's kind of
fried rice. And they had egg in it, and then when eggs prices went up, they're like, "Hey, we're just gonna replace the egg with corn." I was like, "Okay."
Was that what they did?
No. That.
Huh?
No
yeah.
Really?
There's no way.
I was like, I fucking hate corn, and I want the eggs.
When
so
was
that?
When was that?
Rice anymore. Like a year or 2 ago. Maybe?
Okay, well, I think I had Panda like a few months ago, for the first time in a long time, and I had fried rice with it, and it was anus. And so I switched over to the chow mein for the side. And it was pretty good, so that's why it tasted so fucking weird. Okay, that's disgraceful.
Disgusting. So what about you, BB? What you got? What's on the cooker?
No idea, actually. Zero clue. I just yeah, it's gonna be a mystery. I just got Shesh back home from work and everything. She's like taking a shower and shit. Today's just been like kind of a difficult day, pretty much. I don't know. It's just been like super fucking cold, and there's like a lot of shit to do today.
Yeah, it's fucking cold here,
dude. It's fucking
it was man, it's cold there.
It was beautiful. 20. It was 26 this morning when I went to fucking walk the dog. Eat my ass, fucker. Shut up.
Fuck you.
Whatever.
You.
Also nice. Got it nice.
69.
I know. It was fucking cold. This is the coldest coldest day we've had in this whole winter, and of course it waits till March to do it. Yeah, I would take that shit.
Yeah, it's like straight up 17 degrees outside right now. It's gonna get worse.
What the fuck is it for me right now?
They just dumped some snow on us like yesterday. It was either yesterday or
that shit's
the day
fun.
before.
Oh wait, it's backwards. Can't read it. Well, it's just 27.
27.
Real feels like 21.
Fuck that.
It was hot today. It was in like the 80s earlier.
It's March, dude. It's fucking March. Like, it's time to get over it. It's time for spring, dude. best season. So
fucking Pawtucket Pete,
Spring,
whatever.
Spring is where I just pocket into the.
Ooh.
Hey, it socks me a 1-2 and I'm out for the count. Like,
Bro, the pollen never leaves here, dude. I'm fucked up every day.
So that's the only thing I'm thankful
It's
for. Is
just
that when
genetic.
it's at least during this period of time, I don't really have to deal with the whole pollen thing. But once that shit hit, once I walk outside and I can go like trace my finger along my car, just be like, ooh, yeah, that shit hurted. Oh,
It used to
God.
never affect me, but because smoking, that's what really got me. Made my sinuses just get fucked up. Anyways, so what are you eating, Shib? Just spaghetti?
Spaghetti. With ground up chicken and sauce.
Where's your plate, dude? You usually show the plate.
I don't know.
You eat it already, dude?
Yeah, I already ate.
I was waiting for you to be like, okay, I lied, I didn't eat spaghetti. I ate some ice cubes with a little bit of salt.
Well, I know we're gonna be here for a while. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna get McDonald's. I got a Big Mac.
Hey, the Big Mac.
I got a Big Mac with bacon and McChicken and McDouble.
Nice.
I also got a Shamrock Shake.
All right.
Yo,
I actually work tonight, so it's like I need to eat a lot right now, so I can get through this 8-hour shift tonight, so I don't have to. Yeah, I'm doing my 1 of 4 days tonight, so I'm just like.
It tripped me up when you said that. I was like, wait a minute, yeah, the nude work.
Bro, I want to try that vanilla orange Coke.
That shit good.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We don't got any.
It's like an orange creamsicle with Coke.
Where'd you get it?
Shell station.
Shell station. Like.
I don't think we got those down here anymore.
It's a gas station.
I didn't know they're so readily available. I'll have to check my grocery.
Yeah, for sure. They good.
I'll
They
scope out 7-Eleven.
We ain't got those.
I won't get shot there.
Shit. Yeah, you're right. But all right. So another thing we do, we talk about our weeks. Our weeks. Dax, how was your week, dude? What happened?
It's been alright. I've been a little busy, but I've been trying to plan. I've been doing a lot of commissions and work lately for some people, and I've also been trying to. I need to submit stuff, and hopefully I should have that kind of taken care of tomorrow, early Wednesday, because I think the deadline is like, for me. I think the deadline's gonna be like 2 a.m. at night. But I'm getting a submission in as part of a relay for GDQ, because Critical Sid and Gadrith and I are submitting Sonic 06 All Stories relay, which, you know, knowing the GDQ staff is not going to get in because they've been they've blatantly said, like, we don't like this game, we don't want it to be in again. But you know, but hey, we're gonna do it anyway. So I'm submitting Sonic Story. There's Ged has Shadow, and then Sid has Silver, and so they've submitted their runs. I just have to submit mine, and then we just put it all together as a big, like, hey, you know, there's a thing. And then yeah, so working on that some. I'll probably just get a basic recording done, maybe like commentator. I'm not too concerned because the nature of the relay thing, I'm not super worried about it. They've seen the run. It's like, I don't think it's not as important for me to express every little detail about it or have like a really perfect run or commentary track or anything like that, compared to like sitting Ged, because they're submitting Shadow and Silver, which I don't think they've ever like really seen, except for when I think Silver was run. Oh god, GDQ like 2011 or some shit. So yeah, it's been a long time. So
ancient history at this point. No one gives about those runs. Post 2014, no one cared.
Yeah, that's a whole different era at that point.
Yeah.
You know why? Because we were there. So we marked the
we showed up, and hey, everything.
We showed up, and like it's like, hey, it's like 4chan said, everything just went downhill from there. So I apologize for that. You know, it happens. Trying to think of really what else that stands out. Been hyping up for DMC. It's coming out at the end of the week, so that's gonna be fun.
Oh,
So
I posted on Twitter. I want to play DMC5 so bad I could shit.
My ass been trying to be real careful ever since the fucking official Capcom people are dropping trailers saying, "Hey, don't watch because this got spoilers in it." What the fuck you mean?
You guys know me.
Stop pulling that.
You guys know me. I love me some spoilers. So I've been gobbling.
That's just fucking weird to me. It's like, hey, we have the final trailer for the game that we ourselves are promoting, but don't watch it if you don't want to be spoiled. Like, what the fuck do you mean, what? Square Enix? It's fucking dumb.
Square Enix didn't even warn you.
No,
it's true.
No,
they're just like, here's the end of the game.
Well, I should have known when it said final battle trailer, and I'm like, does that mean final trailer? Oh no, they mean final battle, and we're just gonna show you a bunch of shit from the ending of the game. All right, cool.
It's because it's like the only thing that matters.
Yeah, and like it's weird when you have like
the game was fucking nothing.
It's weird when you have just everyone, including like just individual developers on the game, just on their Twitter accounts being like, "Hey, you might want to go dark for a few days." I'm like, guys, you're making this really annoying. I'm trying to think of what else.
That's this whole everything-wise they've done so far.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to think really what stands out. Obviously, I feel like the whole last 6 weeks have been kind of a blur. A bit.
How long is all the stories together?
Oh, for Sonic?
Yeah.
I think our estimate is like, well, because with the final story as well, which is like a little 12-minute thing. I think it's about 3.5 hours. I think our estimate is like 3:35, which is fairly generous.
That's rough for
it is. Yeah. No, it's like that alone. Because I think it's a unique way of showing that game that hasn't been done, especially with some of the new things that are found for Sonic. Like a lot of new, like Shadow is completely different. Silver is very, very different. Shadow's never even been showcased, so like there's a lot of potential for it to be something kind of new and unique. But at the same time, they're still looking at it and going, okay, it's a 3.5 hour estimate for a Sonic game, and we only want like 2 or 3 Sonic games in at a time. So like I'm much more on the fence compared to the other two that like it's not going to happen. But I mean, I'll submit just because
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be cool to see too.
It would be very cool, and I still stand by. I still stand by. It's a great run with, in my opinion, just like some of like out of all the different people that I've met in different aspects of the Sonic community, like the speedrunning community as a whole, I feel like a lot of the people in the 06 community in particular, not even those who do a lot of the RTA stuff, but like those who do IELTS and things like that, like those people in particular have been some of my favorites. And I think I don't know, I just feel like in terms of the people that we have and who would be running and commentating and whatnot, like it would be really good in a lot of aspects. And I even look back at like 2016 when I was commentating with Orlin and Jericho for Liam's run, Triple Agent, when he did his Sonic Story run, and that was like by the end of the week, everyone was like, so many people, especially on like Reddit and places like that, were considering like that run as one of the absolute best ones in the marathon by like a mile, in like every way. And so I don't know, I look at that shit and I'm like, man, come on guys, like people liked it. So I don't know, we'll see. I think it'd be neat, but it is whatever. So yeah, a lot of that. I'm really stretching because I feel like I've done more. Oh, I've been playing a little more. I got to stream some more RE2 last time.
Oh yeah.
Some people were watching. I was like that. Here's the thing. I love this game. This game is really fucking good, and I'm almost. It's one of those few times where I can think of where like I stopped playing because I stopped streaming, and I'm looking at my fucking Steam library. I'm like, I really want to just keep playing this, but I really, really want to save it for streams, which I just don't get to do a lot. So it sucks because they're just every day it's been like, fuck, I really want to play RE, but I'm holding out, and it's been worth it. But like I haven't had that in a while, where I've just had that itch like, fuck, dude, I really want to fucking play this game.
Yeah.
Are you still on your first story?
Yeah, I'm still on. I'm taking my time, dude, because half my playthrough honestly is me like standing in a room going, I hear, where is he? Because I met him, I met you know who, and so I've been trying to figure out like
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah, and so the sound design in that game is ridiculous, and there would be so many points where I'm just standing in a room on like the second floor of the RPD, and I hear thumping and walking because you know it, and I've started to gauge like, okay, there's a certain sound like when you hear very, very light thumping from a far distance, I'm like, okay, he's considerably far away. I'm not super worried. When you hear it shift to like not only deeper thumps but some rattling, almost some like chains or something like that kind of sound, almost like car keys, immediately I'm like, okay, he's in a fucking hall, like really, like I know how they gauge. Yeah, I know. Well, not when the music kicks in, it's when he sees you, but like there's a different degree of sounds to where it's like, okay, I know he's in a different vicinity now. But it's also like there's that whole bubble idea thing where like if I'm on a floor, but if he's on the floor above me and I like run around in a circle, I'll hear him stop and like turn and be like, all right, because he heard me. He doesn't mean that he's like the music kicks in or anything like that, but he's like he's aware of hearing something. It's the same as if like I shoot a gun or if a zombie's trying to pop off and shit. If he's in that area, whether it's like below me or above me or nearby, whatever. So what I'm trying to do now is get better at gauging the sounds, because when he's thumping around, I'll hear him kind of passing by, but I can't quite tell if it's above or below. Now here's the fun part, which I swear to God is more apparent in my mind instead of what you see on stream, because on stream I'm just doing that. I'm just sitting there really quietly, but in my head I'm having fun because I'm using my knowledge of the mansion and what I have mapped out at this point to figure out, instead of focusing on trying to pinpoint the exact sound, I'm thinking about, I'm listening to where the thumps are going and like what doors open and this and that. So if I map out, I'm like, okay, there's a door in front of me, there's a hall, it stretches here, and then it takes a sharp bend, there's 2 doors at the end. And if to the right of me, it goes all the way down, there's a door at the end of the hall, but then it keeps going down to the right, and then it goes into another room that doesn't have a door. Okay, so I hear the thumping, he's walking, and it gets to a certain point, he's not passing by this way yet, I hear a door open, and then it shuts. I'm good. And then I leave and I book it to the left side because I know which fucking door he went in. That shit is so satisfying and simple. But it just plays off the whole thing that like Mark and everyone like kind of built up around on this and really, really pushed for me as far as being an exciting factor, because I don't have any experience with RE outside of 4, and even 4 didn't really function this way for me, is that so much of the fun after you get past a lot of the fucking, this shit spooky, is really just mapping everything out. Because I mean, it gets to a point even in the first playthrough, I'm obviously noticing it now, that especially when Mr. X comes around, where it's like, okay, I need to know that shit now because I need to know how to get myself out of a fucking tight spot and really pay attention and map that shit out. But even just all these little ways, that whole gameplay loop just comes back, and there's so many factors that play into just how well I know my environment. And obviously you have a map and stuff too, but I think it's really, really satisfying the more I keep playing and paying attention to it, that I don't really have to think about it quite as much or stop what I'm doing to use it. And it kind of like, you just get a better sense of the layout on the fly, which makes me more and more excited to keep playing it and then get better at it and do I'm interested in speedrunning this shit. I never thought about, only because I just love it. I can immediately tell like this is a game that I just want to like get better at. And I never really thought about that when it comes to a game that starts off as like fucking spooky spook horror game. Because even like stuff like RE4 didn't really do that to me, and it's very similar in certain aspects. But I think the general, I guess like the layout and the environment and the way it works, like less so in a weird sprawling village castle kind of environment, and this more kind of concentrated area. It's just everything just feels really fucking good. This game's great. This game's fucking phenomenal, and I'm loving it. So that's been a lot of fun. So please play RE2. Please play.
The Twitch Rivals RE2 speedrunning tournament begins tomorrow as well.
I heard about that, actually. I don't know a lot of people in the community or anything. I'm assuming like Carcinogen and other people are involved in like no. I don't know who's all involved in like commentary stuff or like how all that works.
I think Carcinogen might be commentating, but he's not in the race.
Well, that's why I figured they'd want him.
They haven't announced the commentators though.
Yeah, because
I
know
Twitch Rivals always has the same host, so it's probably going to be the same host for all the other Twitch Rivals.
Yeah. Well, I know last time I just, because the only one I've really watched a lot of was the Celeste one, because Spike and Hops were there doing that commentating. So.
And then I know all I know is that Bach, and Distortion 2 and Q6 are going to be in it.
Yeah. That sounds neat. I would watch if I didn't want to spoil myself. Otherwise, I'll wait. That does sound neat. I like what they've done with that. I like the Celeste one a lot. I really kept up with that stuff prior to that.
I missed that one, but I saw I've seen like the League of Legends one and some of the Dota one and like the Apex Legends one.
Yeah, wasn't there like an Ori? Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. Maybe I'm just thinking of all the times I see like races happening on my.
There's like a million Ori tournaments.
Yeah, there's like a million runners. It's sick.
Dinner is good. We're learning about each other's week right now.
Yeah.
Shib, how's the week, dog?
Started speed running again and it sucks. I can't fucking PB. I can't get the run that I want. So
just keep trying.
Waste hours of my day every day grinding and resetting over and over again.
Back at it again.
How long is your run, Shib?
Huh?
How long is the run, Shib?
40 minutes.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, at least
if you under an hour, it ain't a big deal.
Oh, it's just like my mindset for resetting to the first area over and over and over again. Because that's what I do in every fucking game. Like I finally have like 1,000 attempts of Crash 1, Island 1, and then like 300 past Island 1.
Everyone I know who's been like the most frustrated with speedrunning just as a whole at any point have been people more in that mindset. And I understand it. Like I'm not fucking knocking it, but I tend to see that. It's like most of the people who tend to be the most frustrated
if
in
I
general.
fuck up one thing, it's like I'm not gonna get the God run now, and I want the God run.
Yeah.
That's like the mindset that I have, and I just fucking reset, and then I end up sitting in Island 1 and then cutting stream after 2 hours because I'm mad.
Because I'm mad.
So it's not a good mindset, but it's just the one that I've had for fucking ever.
The way
doing that and fucking reading JoJo. That's all I'm doing all week.
Yeah.
All right, BB, how's the week been?
Nothing particularly groundbreaking. I don't know.
Well, what you been doing, dude? The fuck?
Well, I guess like what did I do a week ago? Like close to last week. I guess just like doing some KH3 stuff, pretty much. Like just doing runs.
I'm amazed you haven't necked yet.
Sorry, what?
I'm amazed you haven't necked yet.
Dude, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm hitting that depression quest phase of like Kingdom Hearts 3 isn't a great video game.
It's never gonna be.
Yeah, no, I'm hitting that depression phase where I'm just like, man, fuck, dude, I gotta wake up and like Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
Should load up 2 one of these days. Feel good.
Well, I did actually. After I PB'd one day, I was like, all right, dude, I'm gonna play some KH2.
I'm gonna play some 2.
But yeah, I guess that's just been the thing. Like yesterday, I was just like, well, what is it? MoMAM is going on. If people don't know what that is, it's Month of Mushrooms and Mayhem between Spike Vegeta and I Ate Your Pie. They do this thing every
good shit.
Yeah,
every March.
This is the 4th one, right?
I can leave on stream all night and it'll always be going.
Yeah. It's good content. And what is it? Next week they're gonna do like Majora's Mask, and there's an incentive for all masks. So I'm like, oh shit, I want in on this. So I'm like, I'm thinking up like a route that I want to do for all masks, and just like having a little bit of fun playing Majora's Mask again, which is really cool.
That's rad.
But outside of that, just I guess I want to make a video. I mean, I've been talking about this like for like the last weeks or whatever, but like I have a full script ready to go for like a video that I want to make, just like on what KH3 could do post content wise, and why patching this game is going to be a fucking impossibility. And it's just kind of like I'm trying to like I haven't been one to be afraid of what other people like think of me, or like, oh man, you're wrong, or you only feel this way because of blah blah blah. But like I guess I've been gauging people's reactions and feelings towards just the game a little bit more, and just trying to figure out how I want to approach this and word it, because I know what I want to talk about. It's just like how I say it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. I can only see like 4 people that legitimately love this fucking game. They're like, yeah.
There's so many more. There's so many.
There's so many.
You don't understand.
I know.
There are
I understand.
so many people that.
Oh no, I 100% like, but speedrunning wise, there's only like 4 people that are like, yeah! Whoa! I can't fucking wait to load it up. Everyone else.
3 of them just want to run it at SGDQ.
Dude.
Yeah. No,
there's
let 'em.
Hold on. There's this tweet that I found, and let's see. Speaking of which, speaking of like running 3, there's actually like a relay race, or not a relay race, but it's more of like a 2 teams with like 3 people on them. Dax, you like know about this, and so like I guess I gotta like make a submission for that, and so I'll probably do that tomorrow. But like, oh man, this I woke up to this morning, and
oh yeah.
Well, actually, this was tweeted like really recently, but like this shit,
hit me with it.
It really fucking got me.
Can I read it? All right.
Well, it's. Well, just.
Oh
just
no, not okay. Never mind. Yeah, I did see this, but it wasn't what I was thinking of.
Go through the images, dude. Go through the images. That's like the best part. It's. Oh man.
2FM.
Basically, just like 2FM fans that are just like, oh, I mean, I don't see these exact discussions, but like, where 2FM fans come in and they're like, oh, I feel this way about KH3, and then people are just like, oh, you fucking idiots, and then like you go into the replies for this, and everybody's just like, no, it's the opposite. It's like KH3 fans saying how they feel, and KH2FM fans like bashing them in the head for. I'm like, where? If you go to any video on YouTube, like any review of the game on YouTube that is like generally positive about 3, you will see people in the comment section being extremely respectful about it. Like, it's not people just like hardcore going in and being like, wow, dude, this game sucks. What do you mean? Like, you're actually stupid. This is like wrong take.
But then Donkey drops a video. But then Donkey drops a video roasting the game, and ooh, people aren't happy about that.
Well, I mean, you know what?
People aren't happy. Like, it's just like
Donkey's a 2FM fan.
I know, but people don't know that. So I've seen like I can't tell you how many random Discords I've seen people posting that review in. People who don't really know much about Donkey, who he is, and be like, "Well, look at this shit take." I'm like, dude. Now, granted, he's serious. Like, he doesn't like the game, and I agree with like pretty much all of its points or whatever. But even still, like even without the concept of it being Donkey, where like I mean, yeah, he's being playful with it, but he does hate it. It's like, fucking, I don't know, close your eyes, walk away from the screen. Haha, it's the classic tweet. Who the fuck cares, dude?
It's like Donkey's coming out and he says this shit, and everybody's just like, oh my god, he has so much influence. Like, now everybody else is gonna think that the game is shit. It's like, okay, well then just don't think that the game. A lot of people do that anyway with anything. Also, I scrolled to the bottom of this review page on IGN, and they gave this game an 8. And it's either 1 or 2. It's like, you know, man, I don't. It's like, oh no, it must be good. I'll just go with that. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter, dude. Everyone does it with whatever.
Yeah, I've seen someone's like chat. I forget who it was, but someone was in someone's chat and was like, "I'm tired of everyone trashing KH3." It's like, people don't like the game. Get over it. Like, not everyone's gonna like it. Like, I don't know why that bothers people. If you like it, then cool, you like it. If people aren't, not everyone's going to. So, what are you gonna do?
Ninten said like exactly what I wanted to say. Like, people just want everybody else to like agree with them, or so that they can be like, okay, so like my opinion has like some basis.
They have to feel validated.
I mean, how many times have we, and this goes for England chat as well, how many times have you been in a situation where you're talking with a friend, and they say, and they say, oh, did you go see this movie? And you're like, yeah, I saw it, didn't really like it. What do you mean you didn't like it? That shit is so fucking irritating at this point. See, I loved Arrival, but I don't give a fuck. It's your opinion, whatever.
Yeah.
But like, I
can see why people like it. It just wasn't my cup of tea.
I was talking with someone.
You're a fucking retard, Dax. That movie's fucking trash. Like, you're a goddamn idiot.
I was talking with someone.
Won an Oscar.
I was talking with someone when the live action Beauty and the Beast came out, and I was like, yeah, I didn't really care for it too much, and they were like, yeah, I agree. Like, it was okay or whatever. Then they were like, oh, but the song they had the Beast sing though, the new one, oh my god. I'm like, oh, that was like probably my least favorite part of the movie. Oh, please fucking stop. I don't care. No, Tiny Violin. I don't fucking care. That song sucks ass. That song sucks ass. I don't care. But it's just like this shot is like, how can you not like it? trying to guilt trip me and shit. The fuck is that supposed to be? It's just it's annoying. It's like oh, I'm so sorry. Let me play the small violin.
I don't like. God.
And then the anger though, when people get angry when really offended. If you didn't like it, they cannot comprehend why in any manner you would like it. Because all it does is to me it says, okay, well you're just being petty. And two, if you really could play the entirety of fucking Cage 3 and not find a flaw, or not find, and then but what typically happens, right, with a lot of people is that they'll be like, oh my god, I love this game. How can you not like it? Whatever. It's like, yeah, well I didn't like this element. Well, yeah, I mean I guess that could have been a little better, but still, I mean you can go down the list and if you have a conversation with some of these people, they'll start mentioning like 100 things about the game that they didn't really care for. And you can look at that and be like, okay, well, you just listed 100 things, but you still like the game, right? Yeah, it's like, okay, well, there's things about the game that I like, but I still don't like the game overall. You see how that works? See how that works when you apply context? Holy shit. It's weird. I think a lot of people just don't understand social skills, and I think that Twitter is ruining everything. This is the best. That Twitter is the best and worst website ever made.
Millennials.
Twitter is the best and no, it's not even millennials. It's everybody. Twitter is the best and worst website ever made.
Yeah, it's got some pretty good memes on it.
It's got some pretty fucking good memes. Remember that? Hey, that whole month of Marge doing the mid-frame uppercut move.
Yeah.
That shit was great. But then you scroll down a little bit, and then you see fucking like My Hero Academia pedophile porn on my fucking timeline. I'm like, well, that's great. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's like a sharp turn, dude.
It's great. It's either you're either at 100 or at a 0 when it comes to that fucking website. I swear to God. Panda Express has confirmed your order from the DoorDash. We'll let you know when a Dasher has picked it up. Thanks, broski.
I don't know. I'm like gonna harp right back to it. Look, I don't like Kingdom Hearts 1. There's a lot of people that don't like me because of that in general.
Bro, I've been fiending to play some KH1 lately. I don't even like the game that much.
Dude, I was watching Rebel Watt post strats on Twitter today.
Game so much. Yeah, I was watching Rebel's videos.
I was like, man,
I could never do that.
I watched it, but it's one of those things that I only get with 1 2 where I watch that and I'm like, man, I want to like pop it in and practice that like right now. I'm not even running it. I just want to like practice that fight because that looks sick. I'm like, fuck, he does the 1 2 and they go, oh shit, okay, cool.
I was like it's like I don't like 1, but I know why people like it.
Yeah.
Cool. Have fun. Play it.
Those are Disney
Great.
Villains.
Fantastic. I'm glad that you enjoy the game.
Sora wears you just don't like it because Sora wears a onesie.
I don't like it because the cameras suck. I don't like it because I don't like it because it feels like the game like I feel like I'm playing a budget like fighter. I hate it. Every time I do an air combo, I hit the ground. It's stupid.
Yeah, I love it.
You have to mash so hard.
My character go, ooh, don't let Vash hear that. He's like, ooh, shit, you don't like weight? You're gonna love Devil May Cry 5. You just float forever.
Gonna love Devil May Cry.
You don't want to hit the ground? All right, cool. Well, we just took away gravity.
But yeah, so that's been your week, BB, worrying about releasing this video for the Cage 3 fans to come eat you like a piranha.
Well, I gotta make it, but like at the same time, it's the sort of shit where like, I mean, when you stay negative about like something for like so long, it just kind of like drains you, and especially when you like when you read a bunch of like this is like all that I've seen on like Bun's Twitter. It's like every single time that she reads like a bunch of fucking negative shit about the games, she gets like super tired of it, and that's like how a lot of people feel. Is just like, I'm just so tired of this negativity, blah, 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 that sort of shit. And like, at first it's just like, well, get over it. But at the same time, like, after staying negative about this game for like a month, it gets pretty tiring. It's just like, man,
from it.
I'm kind of over this right now. I just want to wait until DLC comes out just to see what happens. Like,
yeah,
like I so wanted to play this game for like a good few months and just like enjoy it. But now I'm like on week 5 or something, and it's like time to go, dude. Time to go.
That's kind of how it was for me. It hit week 3, and I was like, I'm not gonna load it up today.
Yeah.
Someone get the cane and yoink him off the stage, dude. It's time to go.
Now there was an interesting little thing, and VB, you tweeted this out. This because there's for those who don't know for the chat, for those watching. The Kingdom Hearts 3 Ultimania came out and has been continuously translated by a number of people online. The Ultimania is basically where Nomura puts out a giant fucking encyclopedia book to explain a bunch of bullshit that he didn't explain in the game because he doesn't know how to like tell a story. So he has this whole thing, and they have elements of gameplay and things like that in there as well. So BB showcased this one that got translated, and it says question for whoever, I don't know, one of the maybe the combat designers or something like that.
This was the battle director for KH.
So the question is, please tell us the reason the command system is similar to the one used in Kingdom Hearts 2. Now, of course, my answer would have been, okay, well, you know, hey, it was in 2, let's put it in 3. But initially, there was the idea to have the command deck like in Kingdom Hearts 3D. I'm going to stop right there. Okay? These fucking people were straight up like, yeah, let's do
it again.
So, listen, I want to emphasize something. Right? Everyone, you know what everyone always tells me, and I'm sure y'all have heard it plenty of times too, BB, I know you especially, when they talk about, well, you know, the only reason they use these kind of combat systems on those games because they were mobile. The only reason they did that is because they were on the PSP, on the 3DS, on the DS and shit. The only reason they, or whatever, well, DS didn't technically use, but like, yeah, oh, well, they were mobile games, so it's more forgiving. These fuckers were going to do it in a mainline console, PlayStation 4 release, numbered. So initially there was the idea to have a command deck like in Kingdom Hearts 3D, but Nomura instructed us to base the system around the one in Kingdom Hearts 2. Papa Nomura had to come in and say, whoa,
what the fuck? Whoa.
Slow down. Imagine for a moment, if you will. Let's say the timeline was shifted around a little bit in terms of when and what was being developed at a certain time, and Nomura's ass was still stuck on the 15 train and never got some of his peeps to come finish up KH3 in that last year and a half to 2 years of development. It's not a pretty picture, is it? There's a sense of playfulness we adopted into the battle system that is unlike those in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, but for this production, I wanted the style to have a simple approach. So there you go. If you want anything that kind of tells you a few inside ideas about how they approach the combat, simple approach is a pretty fucking good way to describe that.
There's no hope, dude. It's over.
It's that's where.
If that is how diluted the people making the game are, then like, what the fuck hope is there that there's gonna be a good game later?
If they keep on making more games, then it's okay. Well, so like, okay. In defense of the command deck, like I can get it on a like on the PSP or the 3DS because you don't have as many buttons and it's not nearly as fucking easy. So I guess like the command deck is like a really baby easy way to fucking do like magic and limits and shit like that. So I can get that. It's still just horridly designed in Dream Job and
the fact that it was even considered.
So
like, yeah, let's use this again.
The fact that they're just like, what's wrong with that? Put it in Kingdom Hearts.
Though, like, what basically it gets to a point where you do two of these things. Like, you do it once, cool. You do it twice, and then you like look at the people. Like, watch players of your own game, like using like Mind Square and surges on like the hardest boss in the game, and you see them use Balloon all the time, and you're just like, oh, well, ain't nothing wrong with that. Let's do it again. Let's just fucking throw it in the next game, dude. Who fucking cares? Fuck it!
It's just, and this is something that I've understood. This is something I've understood for a long time, and this is the case with a lot of developers in comparison to how players and the general consensus is for their games, is that they see a very different game compared to a lot of the way, not even just us and the us elitist speedrunners, but just people in general. They see a very different game. That's just kind of how it is and how it's been, and
they on some shit.
They on some shit, but it's.
Command Dex and FF7 remake, I'm actually gonna hang myself, and I'm taking Nomura with me.
I have no idea. I'm sure they're on their 5th iteration of whatever the fuck that game is gonna be.
Someone in chat said that they're combining Osaka team with the team that's making FF7.
Gotta get as many hands on deck, I guess.
All hands. On deck.
Man. Well, I guess it's just another, like, when you hear shit like Nomura doing the typical thing where he's just like, oh yeah, so the intro to 3 was basically what happened at the end of the game. That was pretty obvious, and everyone's like, what? So he's doing that again. He's doing that thing again, and then at the same time, you just hear how depressed the dude fucking sounds making the game, and how the battle
that happened at the end of the game.
Yeah, and how the battle director was straight up just like, yeah, we were gonna do the command deck, but Nomura told us no. So like, like there's so many like red.
Came in and started hitting us, and we turned it off.
Bro, Nomura's gonna be working on KH3 DLC. They're gonna be like, quick, put the command deck in FF7 while he's not looking.
It's just.
He's like, whoa, what are we doing?
There's so many things about this development cycle where it's just like Nomura doesn't even sound like he's happy to be making this game, and he just sounds depressed that 13 Versus was canned, and people that made the command deck were gonna make it again, but it's like there are people that just like aren't on the same page with what the game should play like or should be. It's just looking at it now, it's just like, yeah, no fucking shit, dude. This game was never gonna live up to expectations, like even just like baseline expectations.
Yeah,
it's pretty depressing, but it's just so obvious.
FF7 has the combat director in KH2, but he has Osaka team. He's be like, all right, let's make a good combat system, and they're all gonna be like, duh, commands, duh, we don't know what to do, duh. Air slide.
Air slide, duh.
We don't know what to do.
Double slide.
Did you guys hear about Did you guys hear about the fucking the dealio where the box art, the detail on the fucking building in the back actually has like the 6 robed figures, and that's not actually detail, those are actually people.
Wait,
here,
what?
hold on. Yeah, hold on. Fucking give me a second. So like fuck, dude.
Shib's inspecting. He whipped out the box art.
Bro, I still have my unopened deluxe edition.
What are you gonna do with that? What?
Well, I bought the deluxe edition, but then my PS4 came with the regular one, so I just never opened the deluxe one.
Dude,
all right, so like
you could sell that, give
right
it
there.
away. Ooh.
Yeah, basically the building has like detail, and everybody thought that it was detail, but no more. It's just like no, those are like robed figures. Those are like the foretellers. I'm like, why? What?
Bullshit.
Like
he's probably like, that kind of looks like people, dude. I could make some shit up about that.
Dude, it's the sort of shit where like let's just assume that he didn't draw that. Let's just assume that he didn't draw that shit. And like somebody was just like, oh dude, let me just make some cool little detail on this thing for the box art, and then Nomura comes out and he's just like, yeah, those are people. Like the detail people reading that shit is just like, what? What
they
you mean?
Look more like chess pieces to me.
Yeah, exactly. They look more like a rook or some shit like that. Nomura is just on some upper level shit, dude.
He lost his fucking mind when they canceled 13 Versus.
I swear. You go from fucking Sora to where are the sleeves? I don't know, dude. I don't like one of them looks like they might have a hood, but the rest of them just look like pieces of the fucking building, dude. Like that's a stretch, dude. That's
making it up as he's going.
This man reaching. He really reaching now.
Fuck. Oh dude, Aceuhh. Here.
He's like, I wonder how much shit I can make up before people call me out on it.
Dude, tell everybody about the wonderful game known as Jump Force. Share with us.
Yeah.
This glorious video.
Well, I mean, all right, so this bleeds into my week, so I'll start out with my week first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Week's been pretty good. It's my first week off in forever. Get the time to relax. I could leave my house. That's wonderful. I feel like I've been getting a lot more done now that my job is gone. Like now that I don't work actively anymore, now I've been getting so much more shit done. Like I fixed up my fucking car completely that has been like in shambles for like I want to say 2 years now. Fixed it up completely. Got new tires. Got an oil change. Fucking fixed the code on it that was fucked up. Everything. It's fixed up in like a day. It was literally 4 hours of my day. I woke up at like 8 and I was like, I'm gonna go buy these tires. All right, I'm gonna go get them put on at Les Schwab. Okay, I gotta go to the car dealership, fix that shit. It's fucking fantastic. 10 out of 10 experience. Been getting done with a lot more shit. Got a new camera. So now, I mean, I think it's still in 30 FPS because I'm in 1080. Yeah, now got a new camera. Got a bunch of new stuff. Oh boys, I got cards. I opened like I opened like 16 of them. I mean, no, like 20 yesterday. But I got cards. I got cards for days. And I've been streaming, prepping myself up for full-time streaming here soon. Fuck, did I make a mistake? Remember how last week I said I would never play Jump Force on my own dime? Well, I mean, that still holds up to the case because I played Jump Force at...
this, dude?
No, probably if I look at the Logitech settings, I don't want to. So I said I wouldn't play that game on my own dime, which holds up true because I put up a sub incentive of 75 subs, and we hit it in 2 days, and I had to buy Jump Force and play it. Oh. Oh, God.
Unfortunately.
It was something. It was something, all right.
Oh, my God. How do you make a game this actually bad? And it's not even bad on
They
gameplay.
didn't make it. They just imported models and threw them in there, dude.
Yeah, it's what it seems like.
Free for all.
It's an arena game with not bad arena-style gameplay. Everything else is a solid 1 out of 10 to 0 out of 10. Nothing bodes well.
There's one thing that's actually a negative 1 point.
What?
The fucking, okay, who's that god character from Naruto? The chick?
Oh, Kaguya.
The hair animation actually infuriated me way more than I expected, because you selected her in the character select thing and you were like, this girl has like the most ridiculous hair animation. I'm like, okay, I'm sure it won't be that much worse than everything else. Holy! But it's actually, oh, puppy. Aw, she just get up on you? That was adorable.
All over my nuts and ran away.
That was adorable. No, that shit was actually infuriating. I couldn't believe what the fuck I was looking at.
I mean, you guys watched it. How do you guys think it was?
I don't know how you play that video game. Like, like straight up, just the way that it looks, and just like the whole concept where it's like remember fucking Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm, like Shippuden, like shit like that. Like that's the sort of shit where it just looks like, okay, so we'll give you some moves, but we don't really know how it balances out. Have fun, and people go online and they start playing, and they're just like, "What the fuck is this bullshit?" Like, it's cool. It's cool for like a day or like a few hours, and then you like try and take it seriously, and you're like, "This is the dumbest shit that I've ever played." Like, but it's so much worse than that. That actually has like some decent art detail and looks like they tried on it.
Yeah,
they moved the characters move correctly.
Yeah, there are like decent animations and shit like that, and it's got some like pretty cool fan service for anybody who's like a mega Naruto fan. But like, fuck, dude, this. How do you? Like, Bandai Namco's made some bad games, but like, fuck, dude, like this was like their big thing. Like, this is like an E3 and shit.
This is like 2003, like Mad Catz controller. Like,
yeah,
you can use my other controller. We can play my other arena game. Like,
they're like, dude, we made we published fighters, dude. Everyone's loving it. We can get back to our bullshit now, and people won't get that mad at us because we made one good game.
And then literally Twitter blew up instantly. It was like, what the fuck is this shit? Me personally, I cannot believe they're charging $60. There's a $100 version of that game.
What?
How?
That blows my fucking mind.
They're like, people, look how much fighters sold. Everyone loves anime. Make a big anime game again. Like, J-Stars wasn't enough.
Like,
we were watching E3 together when that shit got revealed, Shib, and what did I say? It looks like some 19-year-old got a fucking art project, and he was like, I want to make a video game with all my favorite Jump characters. Get Light Yagami. And it's exactly what he did. Like, oh my god, it was so.
It was so fucking bad, dude.
It was fucking.
I cannot believe that they were just like, okay, sell it for $60. It's ready.
Put it on the fucking shelf. It's good to go.
Oh, dude, there's got to be no QA for that shit or anything.
There had to be.
Yeah, fucking send it out there, dude. People will buy it. Who gives a fuck?
You guys watched during the final boss? Do you guys watch during the final boss?
No, I didn't see the final boss.
Shit was funny as fuck.
I basically just got one hit if I got level 3. Like, wake up level 3.
Well, he will level 3 and then just do a free level 1 that you can't get out of.
Yeah, pretty much. It was really dumb. It was really stupid. I will say, Gone and everyone from Hunter x Hunter looked like shit.
I mean, everybody looked like shit.
I mean, they all look like shit, but I mean, they look
especially.
They were looking real.
Why is Yugi just use Dark Magician like it's his stand?
That's Yugi. He's got a stand.
Which one was the character with the blonde hair and the blue suit?
I don't care.
That's the ugliest one out of all of them.
Yeah, he's from Hunter x Hunter.
That's Hunter x Hunter? I'm never gonna watch or read Hunter x Hunter.
Him and Ryu, the guy with the gun.
I don't give a fuck how good the art is in that manga. Because of what Jump Force did, how he showcased those characters, I'm never gonna associate myself with anything related to Hunter x Hunter. Because it just in my mind, it's dog shit.
Sorry. The only character that I thought looked worse was Ryu, the guy with the gun. I can't remember where he's from right. That guy was added in real last, and you could tell. Yeah. He was added in real fucking last. It wasn't good. You could tell in like what order of stages when characters were added because of mouth animation during like voice cutscenes and stuff like that.
Sometimes they just don't even do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes they move and sometimes they don't. And usually the only times they don't are the last characters that were added to the game. Yugi was super cool. I thought Yugi was cool. I thought Renji was cool. Like, Jotaro and Dio have the best level 3s in the game. 100%. Yeah. They were cool. Like, Jotaro's level 3. Like, Dax, can you show Jotaro's Awakening level 3 on stream right now?
I'll look it up.
Huh?
I'll look it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he doesn't even say the world.
No.
He freezes time, but he just says Star Platinum.
I think Dio does.
Dio says the world.
Yeah, Dio's stand is the world.
Yeah.
But Jotaro's is Star Platinum the world.
Yeah, well, hey, Star Platinum!
What is it? Awakening?
Yeah.
The voice acting's probably the best part about that game because they just got the actual voice actors.
Everybody's got their actual voice actors. It's like, oh shit, Ichigo's talking to Goku right now. This is bonkers.
Salty Vet is going 3D. The game code, dude. Yeah, the new Mugen's here, dude.
Oh yeah, that's right.
People can just add whatever characters they want in their shitty Unreal Engine, and it'll look just like the game.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still not used to OBS yet. I should be.
Still.
Browser source.
Damn, the sun went down really fast. Really fast.
Damn, it got dark.
You get dark.
I've never put Thanos back on. Oh.
Been missing out this whole time.
Window capture. That's what add new source. That's that.
Bro, Spike and Pi are doing Symphony of the Night on the 11th, dude. I want to get in on that.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I hardly know Spike though, and I don't know Pi at all.
Okay, so we got. Well, I'm gonna run through these. I think this is all of them. I'm gonna find.
Yeah, let's do. Oh, dude, let's do this.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, we're doing all level 3s.
Well, no, dude, I just wanted to find the one. Put this right in the middle.
We're here. Let's do it, dude. Fuck it.
I'm not. I don't know if I want to watch all of them.
Quit being a loser, dude. Let's go.
Whatever, dude. I don't care. So, yeah, this game looked like dog shit. Does he really put the fucking... I don't know, whatever. Just gonna let it rock. Yeah, so this game looked like booty butt. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with this shit. Look at this.
Oh my god, Goku looked so bad. I don't know how.
Luffy looks fucking awful.
Bro, he looking a little cracked out.
Oh, this is from the fucking... This is open beta. The fuck? Why was this the first result? And this isn't even just the Awakenings. Hold on. I just want all Awakenings. Is that what it's called?
Wait, is Blue Goku?
Awakening skill.
Wait.
Awakening skill.
Okay.
I would just put level 3s, dude. Everyone knows what level
3
is.
Wait. Maybe this is it. No, it's for create a character. Fuck me.
That's
I don't care. Hold on. Character transformations and ultimate attacks.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So he was putting transformations too.
Okay.
Well, transformations are also like part of the skill or whatever.
So how? So okay.
It's weird.
Who the fuck is that?
So every character has like a transformation state.
Garlenda, I think her name is. I don't know.
What's the quality on this video? So shit.
He was the evil. She was the evil girl.
Is she just an original character?
Oh, this is the dude. That's the final boss.
The final boss guy.
This guy does like so much fucking damage. That shit does 3/4 of your life right there. That.
Be like that.
So these the awakening moves.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we'll start off good.
Oh.
All right. I'm actually seeing
Wait,
this.
what is Mukyuk not a name you made up?
Yeah, that's a Mukyuk's name I made up. Why?
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he said Mukyuk was Dobby Thick, but I didn't know if like that just meant every character was.
No, he was just talking about Mukyuk. Mukyuk.
Road Roller, dude.
Oh, look at Dio's, dude. Dio's was so sick.
These don't look awful.
Jotaro's?
Cause they can't fuck up JoJo.
No. Oh yeah, Jotaro's.
The problem is that like I watch these and then I just go back and watch the ones that they had in like All-Star Battle and they're just 100 times better. It's the same thing. It's just better with camera angles that match the manga better. Yeah.
How is our All-Star Battle?
The game wasn't great, but as far as like,
is it 2D or 2.5D?
It's 3D. Well,
is it?
It's weird.
Yeah, the only gameplay I saw,
you can sidestep. You can sidestep.
I forgot Goku could go blue.
Yeah.
Game. I think I only did it once, and I was like,
okay,
oh yeah,
so
he
just does the Kid Buu kill.
Bomb.
Yeah. So.
So stupid.
Yeah, like okay, like if I don't know many of these properties. Actually, I would say I know most of them.
I never saw Golden Frieza in game, and that shit looked terrible.
But the thing, whenever I see a character, like in like the Hunter x Hunter characters, like I know nothing about Hunter x Hunter, but then I see him in this game, like I never want to associate myself with anything related to that media. Right? Like if I had never started watching My Hero, I would look at bug-eyed ass looking cockroach ass motherfucker Deku running around, Virginia smashing, and I'd be like, nah, I don't want to look. I don't want to watch this shit.
Bro, they look so bad.
Bro.
I forgot Cell was even in the game.
Yeah,
I forgot when I got in. Until he like showed up in a cutscene, I was like, "What the fuck, Cell? What are you doing?"
Does he got loops?
No, he ain't got loops. He does have perfect barrier though, and that shit's actually busted.
Loop this asshole.
How
many Dragon Ball characters are in the game?
Piccolo, Trunks, Frieza, Goku, Vegeta. I think that's it.
6 fucking characters?
There's like 6 characters from each mainline shonen.
Something like that.
All the rest have like 2.
Except for, Bleach, because fuck you.
Where the fuck is Fairy Tail?
Fairy Tail isn't Jump.
Dog, no one. It was. No one like. It's from the people. It's from Oda. It's from the first thing in One Piece.
Oh, then I don't fucking know.
He started making that, and he was like, huh? I thought it was.
No, it's not.
That's what people told me.
It's the Master. It's Hiro Mashima.
I guess I'm thinking back when that started because I remember.
Dumbass.
All I know about Fairy Tail is when it came out, when it first was brought over, and people were like, "Oh, look, it's from the One Piece guy," and I was like, oh, "Okay," and that's all I've ever heard about it, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's from the guy that did Raid Master.
Okay, never mind.
You could play as Blackbeard. I never. No, thank you.
Fairy Tail ain't never going to fund none of these games, dude.
I have no idea. Did you just boomhauer that shit? What the fuck did you just say? God dang old Raid Master man. God dang on.
Everybody sleeps on Fairy Tail.
Zoro was sick as shit.
Zoro's a sick character. One Piece is full of dope ass characters. This is too long. I just don't watch it. One Piece is cool as fuck.
Boy got the gun.
Cool. I don't like Luffy. I see him and I'm like, that show looks lame.
You watch 4Kids. You watch 4Kids dub Luffy though.
Yeah.
That's a very different Luffy.
I was like, I don't want to hang out with this guy for 1,000 chapters.
No, trust me, it's pretty sick. I only saw up to the end of Alabasta, but even the portion that I saw, and this was after Funimation redubbed it, and I was like, yeah, this shit's tight. Sanji's my favorite character.
I'm not gonna argue with that statement, but that doesn't mean you have to say it. No one slept on Nisekoi, and that was trash.
Isn't there like a busted thing with Sanji where he can't damage female characters?
Cannot, like, if there's a Sanji on the team, he literally cannot kill female characters. Cannot hit them.
It's like that's not like a meme. It's like a game mechanic.
That's a
from the lore, dude.
It's dumb as hell.
If they switch in Sanji, just switch in a female character, and you can't be damaged.
Yeah.
Naruto Naruto sucks. It was lame.
Yeah.
Do they have Rock Lee in this game?
No.
It's gonna suck.
Gaara.
Who the fuck cares
people from the,
about this
yeah,
guy?
I don't know why they picked Gaara of all.
Everybody in this
Gaara's a super popular character.
Kakashi.
This shit is lame.
Is Kakashi not in there?
Kakashi's cool.
He is.
Does he have Chidori?
Oh yeah, look at him.
Yeah.
He's
Hell
probably
yeah,
got, like,
dude. He pulls that shit off.
Susanoo or some shit.
See, Kakashi's cool.
Yeah, let me take
Yeah,
a look.
Kakashi.
It's like one of my. Well, I like Shikamaru. And
I don't know what the fuck that is though. My context of Naruto is like up until
Yeah,
oh god,
Oh
Like-
yeah. He
like end of
he gets
tuning
the-
exams.
That's like the
That's
same. That's like the same thing as fucking Sasuke. He does the exact same shit, basically.
Well, he has like the same powers as Sasuke, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
that was weird.
And they
Oh,
both
they're
have
in
the
the
Sharingan.
they're in that arena that fought that where Neji beat Naruto's ass, then Naruto pulled out a MacGuffin and won.
Yeah.
That was
That's the
great.
show.
Yeah, I know it is.
Oh, there she is, dude.
Oh, look at
Oh,
Boruto.
wait, we gotta watch-
It's Naruto's son.
Look, it's Naruto. Boruto's dad's son. Yeah,
Yeah.
this. Look
Boruto's
at that,
dad's son.
dude. That's so fucking infuriating. Fucking hair physics. Come on. What do you mean?
What the fuck is going on with that?
That
Actually
character.
awful.
Oh man,
Did anyone?
I have never seen a worse animated
God.
character in
She
the
had
year
such a cool level 3
2019.
too. She had a cool awakening ultimate skill or whatever the fuck. But God, it was so, whack, so whack.
Everybody in this roster gets washed by Jotaro.
Yeah, at this point.
This one's pretty
Unfortunately.
sick.
Yeah, Kenshira's got a pretty.
He does
cool-
fucking. I think it was Ray. He does Ray shit in there too. The swipes.
Why doesn't he say it? Why doesn't he say the line though?
I don't know.
It's fine.
I didn't hear him say it once.
What was it? I know this is Ronin Warriors. I don't know what it's called in Japan. I remember I watched Ronin Warriors a lot when I was a kid. I barely remember though.
Yeah.
But that shit looks
They,
tight.
these guys actually have cool ass like awakenings, like the Pegasus and fucking dragon shit.
Oh, there's your boy. Bunkei.
The only other character I thought that was like way cooler than they needed to be was fucking Asta.
Who's Asta?
I fucking
Yeah.
hate him in the show, dude. I can't stand his voice actor.
Oh yeah.
Why does Ichigo look like this?
That's
Just
That's
shonen.
his
Upsets
fucking-
me, dude.
That's final
That's
arc,
a-
Ichigo.
yeah.
Yeah, I cannot stand
mm.
Asta's voice actor in Black Clover. Like, he literally just fucking just pierces my eardrums and makes me want to fucking gouge my eyes out every time I listen to him. I
So
dropped
how
that shit
many
after 5
how many
episodes.
characters from Bleach are there? Is it like 2
4.
or 3?
4?
4.
Or
Well,
Aizen,
it's-
Ichi,
Aizen's in the game
Aizen,
too? Aizen?
yeah, Aizen, Renji, Ichigo, Rukia.
Okay.
Scream. Bro, I'm only 5 episodes in and I dropped it. Well, I'll pick it back up eventually. But
That's just how he
I
be.
started
There he is,
watching-
Gunman.
I started watching Haikyuu instead because that shit's way better. But I
He
just
looks like an
can't-
action figure,
I can't
dude.
stand that voice
They're
actor,
trying
that
to-
fucking
They were trying to
scream.
capture his old style from like, cause it's an old ass show. I see what they were going
Yeah.
for. It just didn't work. The old show is still pretty sick though.
Some fucking bitch. I feel
the fuck?
bad.
What the hell is this?
I don't know.
Who is that?
Yeah, Haikyuu is
Oh,
fucking god
Aizen.
tier.
Oh, he
yeah.
does the. Oh, he does the high. He
Bro,
does
that
the
shit come back in September. If you want cute boys playing volleyball, then watch some Haikyuu, dude.
What the fuck?
Killia is a Killia, whatever his fucking name is, has like
Kiwa.
coolest. He has the coolest
So-
level 3 out of them all. Out of all the Hunter boys.
Confused as to what's happening with the size and shit. Keeps going back and forth. I don't really get it. Oh, here's the super.
Oh. He doesn't think.
Yeah, I've
Oh, wait,
sat
no.
down and watched all 4
Okay.
seasons of Haikyuu recently, and I was like, dude, this is just so fucking good.
Oh,
Like,
I
the
didn't
first
know that he
watch,
actually
that
did
was
this.
fucking, it was so good.
Well, he didn't do this in the show. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, well, that's a feels
Oh,
bad, man.
there he is, dude.
Bro, people sleep on sports in general.
Look how bad he looks.
Because you know I love shonens, and I love
Sports
the
anime are
competitive
all
nature of sports. So you put that shit together, that's fucking god tier.
Or even watching it. Well, which one? Even what's the basketball one you were talking about?
Basketball? No, I'm talking about Haikyuu, which is volleyball. Basketball.
Oh,
is
volleyball.
Kirk on a basket though. Kirk on a basket's good if you want basketball.
I know people like that show, and people like the one where the bicyclists
What the fuck is it called? I forget what that shit's called, but I know what you're talking about.
Ruki is Bankai.
Who's this guy? Oh, he's from Hunter.
Hunter.
Keijo.
Keijo's the best sports
Dude, I
anime.
lost to this guy. I got stuck on the story because at some point, so it's really dumb how it works. Like they have a level up system, but they cap you every 20 levels, and you have to do another mission to unlock the next missions. And I didn't know that. They're optional. You don't have to do them.
What the fuck is this?
Just get capped at 20.
Have you not seen Gon go fucking Super Saiyan before? He literally turned into a big ass man.
He just turned into a big ass man with. What the fuck? Yeah, I especially don't want to watch fucking Hunter x Hunter. I'm especially not watching. What the fuck? People say this show's good.
I thought that was a meme the first time I saw it. I was like,
gross.
someone's fucking with me. There's no
now,
way
to be fair, see, I say that shit, but I love Yu Yu Hakusho, and I hate this fucking design. Whatever they called it. Hate that shit.
What?
And I
Wait,
love
what?
Hakusho.
What's that?
It was fucking.
Who was that?
Well, it's Yusuke, but it's when he goes into his
That's
fucking.
Yusuke?
Yeah, he does that form shit. But
I've never seen that. I haven't been that far in the series.
Yeah, it's not great. And this guy's from Ronin
the
Kin.
part where they introduce Hirei's sister.
There he is.
Who else is in there from Yu Yu Hakusho?
Token.
Hogan.
Big boy.
It? There's no fucking.
That's it, I think.
Kurobara, dude?
Nah.
No Kurama?
It's not a major. It's not a big one.
Hide?
No. You're a Messi. Get me out of this fucking game, dude.
Kurobara's English VA is fucking god tier.
There he is, dude. Yugi Moto.
Bro, he's got to stand the Dark Magician.
Bro, if they had the English VA in this game, it'd be so sick to hear fucking Yugi. Slide for the Sky Dragon looks good.
That guy that does Ichigo would have to do like 17 voices because he does all the fucking voices.
Oh yeah, Johnny Young Bosch.
Oh, I see. I know this.
Looks good.
I know this super because your ass got hit by this like 100 times.
I did.
That's Asta. That's Asta
Yeah.
in Black Clover.
That's Asta.
Is there other?
Asta's got a cool ass level
what show
3.
is that?
Black Clover.
Black Clover. Okay.
Is there another character from Black Clover? Or is it just Asta?
I think it's just
I'm
Asta.
just seeing Deku's. It's just gonna be yeah, Delaware, Detroit. Yeah, all right.
There's two main characters.
Can't do a whole lot with a big punch.
Put his boy in there. They just only put Asta.
Wait, I think there might be one other character from
Dodge? What does that say? Can't read it.
It looks like it's from the 80s.
He's got some Thundercast looking shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Fucking Deku's scream. Shut up. Oh, that's it? Alright. We got some great thumbnails here. And none
Is
of
there? There's only Deku?
Yeah.
So I know DLC is Bakugo and All Might, but they only put one in there for the beginning.
Oh, is that they're making DLC for this shit?
Oh yeah, it already leaked.
Oh god, what's the DLC? So Bakugo, All Might, who else?
The only one that I remember is that Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh is joining the parade.
Hey, that's pretty sick. I like that.
Who's his stand? Who's his stand?
He's already.
I wish they.
Who's his stand? Is he gonna just fight with Blue Eyes? You think he's gonna have a stand to Blue Eyes?
Probably, dude. All I know is that this only makes me wish there is English VA more, so I can just hear the voice actor for Brock be like, "Come on, Yugi,
you idiot!
Pull your last pathetic card."
You stupid poor idiot.
I'm so rich.
If this game wasn't made by like one person, it'd be sick to see like Yugi's combos switch between like Dark Magician and Summon Skull and like Guy of the Fierce Knight and Cursed Dragon and shit, but instead it's all just Dark Magician because they want to make more models.
Well, they've got cool ideas. Like there's really, really cool ideas in it. Like you can summon Dark Magician Girl, and Dark Magician Girl is basically like it holds you. It costs 2 bars, but it holds you. And then you can dash in, do attack, call like Renji assist, where he'll come in, flail his little fucking keyblade around, lock them up, and then pull him closer to Renji, and then you can continue again with a combo and like level 3 into Slifer the Sky Dragon. It's fucking disgusting.
Oh, his level 3 is Slifer the Sky Dragon?
Yeah.
It should have been fucking Karibos when he multiplied them. They all just jump on that motherfucker. That's the DLC in chat as well, Dax.
And all you would hear is
So we got Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! We got Hitsugaya Toshiro from Bleach. I don't know who that is. Grimjaw. I don't know who that is.
The short guy with the white spiky hair, the ice dragon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One of the
Who's Grimjaw? Was he the guy with like the jaw thing, the half jaw thing? Okay.
Yeah.
The Yaoi bit.
All Might, Katsuki Bakugo, Biscuit Kruger. Okay. Boo from Dragon Ball, Madara Uchiha. That's figured, and Trafalgar the Water Law. Who is
One Piece?
So do we need more Dragon Ball characters? Like,
apparently.
I mean, they gotta add Boo.
Yeah, I don't know who this is.
It.
Who the fuck is Murata from Naruto?
Madara Uchiha. That's what? No. Am I thinking of Sasuke's brother? Am I thinking of
No, the Sasuke's brother is
Itachi. Which one was? Oh, Madara. Wasn't he like one of the old ancient fuckers who?
Main antagonist?
Yeah, he was.
Like,
I thought Pain was the main antagonist.
Nah, he was one of the main.
No.
Oh.
Not quite. No, Pain. They what is it? They made Pain like the leader of the Akatsuki, but Madara was like always the main antagonist in the final arc anyway. Also, nice cards, dude.
Thanks, dude. I just felt like opening.
Those aren't Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
I just felt like opening.
not in Jump Force.
Gropes die.
Pokemon's not even cool enough to be in Jump Force, dude.
What are we getting, dude? Reversed. Bad. Whatever. Stupid. Pangoro.
Bro, I fucking.
Not even a Mew, dude.
Whatever, dude.
Wait, so who's in the game from Naruto? Kakashi, Gaara, Naruto, Sasuke, and the white-haired bitch?
The god person.
And
Naruto's son.
Oh, and Boruto.
Boruto's dad's son.
But he's not from Naruto, he's from Boruto.
But he's Naruto's son.
It's not even like dad Naruto, is it? It's just Shippuden Naruto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even fucking Hokage yet, dude.
Meanwhile, I have to get fucking.
I want deadbeat dad Sasuke, dude, where he just left his wife and his kid and just went to roam the country.
Now I have to go. Now I have to play fucking old ass Ichigo, who in like 20 minutes is gonna get his fucking dad cut. Once he's done here, he's like out of here. Hey, I'm gonna go get a haircut. Orihime. Let me check out these big titties.
Panda Express fortune cookie says. You will be rewarded for your patience and understanding.
Ah. Good shit, dude.
That's some deep shit right there.
Real deep.
Real deep. So, well, you know. So Jump Force isn't the only ugly ass thing I've been looking at recently.
Oh, yeah.
So we got... Now, there have been a number of fake, leaks of the the Sonic model from the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, and the handful that I've seen have all been sort of one-off ones, and a number of them have already been proven very quickly to be fake, to be like fan mates. And a lot of the time, when I would look at it, I'd be like, oh, well, that's actually a lot better than what I was expecting. It's still not great. It's still not very good at all, but I would say it was a lot better than what I was expecting. It happened again today, but there's a lot of them, and it's at this point, it's pretty much... It
looks like that one from a long time ago that people are like...
Kind of, but worse. Kind of, but worse than that. And it's... we have a lot of renders and a lot of stuff on it, and it's pretty much looking like what we're getting. So,
bro,
boys, this is Sonic the Hedgehog.
If he was in Jump Force.
If he was in Jump Force, aka the Sonic the Hedgehog movie that's coming to you soon.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh, Ryan Reynolds really added.
He's wearing Nikes.
So, he's wearing now. There was a joke tweet that I saw ages ago. I think multiple of them, where people posted the photo with the silhouette photo, and put a Just Do It logo next to it, and then sure as shit, my boy wearing Nikes. Now, This is a full body render that came out later on. We also have
that pie, dude?
This is what we mainly have access to, which is some images from the film style guide. Now I'm gonna zoom and enhance this shit real quick. So I'm just gonna cover all your faces because this is important. We need to talk about this. So we have a couple images here, different angles. So first of all, my boy on the right looking like Go Tanks. So what they decided to do was that first of all, he's not wearing gloves. That's fur. It's all fur. They do that thing where, yeah, on the promotional material, the mouth is on the right, but again, the render, it's not so much doing, it's doing like the Adventure 206 kind of shit where it's in the middle of the face, which would, considering they're trying to do that whole more realism, would make more sense that way. So this is probably more for artwork purposes.
Just like Jump Force.
Just like Jump Force. So they have that going on. These big old eyes, and what they did, they have a clever little trick here where there's fur that's white right above where the nose is that leads into the blue. They're trying to make kind of the illusion of the one-eyed thing. It's a clever little thing, except, considering everything that I'm looking at, it doesn't really distract me from the fact that I'm looking at this awful piece of whatever they're trying to shame our Lord and Savior with.
For making me have to look at that.
So
pain and suffering.
So yeah, this is
defame right now. Defamation.
This is what we got.
Oh my god.
Now I don't understand. I don't understand the idea. I don't understand now, and I'm still hoping it is. But honestly, this is probably better than what. If this is fan art, if this is like a really good fake, this is still probably be better than what we're gonna end up with in the movie. So if this is what we're ending up with in the movie, then in a very sad way, I think we lucked out. So this man looking like he's in a mascot suit with a big old head on the top.
He's straight up looking like Go Tanks. It's upsetting.
So yeah, gamers, that's what we have to deal with now. Please press F to pay respects.
Oh my god.
Team Sonic Racing comes out in May. Be sure to pre-order copy to get your tickets to get your tickets
Please,
to
they're going to go bankrupt.
Movie.
Bro, what if you pre-order Sonic Racing and they give you a free movie ticket?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I hope they do. That'd be funny as shit.
Like,
might as fucking well. Please.
So yeah, so that's been a buzz on Twitter today. So we'll see what comes out of that. But if it's anything like the posters coming out where we saw Sonic's weird fucking legs hanging over the bridge and all that stuff, where a bunch of them started coming out at once, yeah, this is. I think that's it.
This is it.
I am going to. I'm gonna be at the midnight release at the IMAX middle seat. I'm gonna get there an hour before. I cannot wait for this fucking train wreck.
Okay?
I'm gonna be more than okay. Like, I'm gonna, dude, this shit's gonna be hilarious. I've never thought to like live. I've never thought about ever live tweeting a film as I'm seeing it. Except for this one.
I would like to read
because
those tweets.
I need, and it's not even just going to be about what's happening. I'm just going to be expressing my emotional. I'm going to be expressing my emotional state.
I want inside of these meetings where they're like, "Yeah, just make them look like this." I want inside.
There's a quote. There's a quote.
Make it
There's a quote.
At the midnight release.
There are quotes from when there was discussion from people like at the Paramount staff to Sega, where Sega was like, hey, we're not really big on these designs. And then people from Paramount are like, well, I mean, we're trying to do this realism thing, so it kind of has to be that way. And Sega were like, well, okay. And ever since I read that, like, months and months and months ago now, I've been kind of like, all right, well, I mean, that's their attitude about it. It's like, they don't like it, but we have to do it this way. It's like, you really don't, though. You really don't. And here's the thing, right?
You don't have to. No one has a gun to your head.
Here's the thing, right? instead of seeing this movie, what everyone can do is they can go back and watch the 1993 Sonic the Hedgehog OVA, which was a wonderful anime adaptation of Sonic the Hedgehog and its own original little story about Metal Sonic from the animators that did the intro of CD. It's super good. The Japanese dub is fine. The American dub is not great, but it has its charm for me growing up with it. But there's also a really great fan dub on YouTube that's, aside from Knuckles, pretty fucking excellent. It's actually extremely good and really professionally done. I would highly recommend you watch the fan dub. If you
with Knuckles, though?
I just don't like it. It's fine. I just don't like it. But it's really, really good. It's extremely good. And it's fun. And it captures good things about Sonic. I would say go fucking watch Sonic X. That show's ass. But it's more, it's more, and that show's fucking dog shit, but it's more respectable.
Who's the kid?
Chris.
Why is he there?
Sonic ends up in the human world. Sound familiar?
I thought he just lived in the human world.
No, Sonic goes so fast he ends up in the human world. Or no, either that or like Eggman did some bullshit and like got them all stuck there. And then,
but in Sonic Adventure 2, there are humans.
Well, that's in the anime. That's what they do. They the first couple seasons it's original, and then it goes into the plot of Adventure 1, and then into the plot of Adventure 2. And then there's like an original final plot in the final season that puts them all back in their original world. But they actually go through the plots of Adventure 1 and 2 to introduce those characters and have it be like with the whole human environment thing. It actually kind of worked. It was weird. It was, yes, he is, actually. It wasn't horrible. It was just the show was on the budget of like $1. And they had all these original weird human characters, and it was weird. But if you get past that, it's not horrible. It's a lot more respectful towards the fucking material than this shit. So, sorry.
Chris looks a lot like Sora. I remember thinking that the first time I saw the show.
I thought the same thing. Because I remember staying up at till like 5 a.m. to turn on a channel that I've never like watched in my life before. I think which was Fox. Because they did it was either 4Kids or like Fox JetX or whatever the fuck all that stuff was.
JetX.
Yeah. And they would show
4Kids was WB.
Yeah, and so they premiered the show at like 6 a.m. and I was like, what the fuck? I guess I'm getting up at 6 a.m. and my mom comes down. She's like,
6 a.m.
Yeah, because I was sitting in the living room on the couch. I'm sitting in the living room on the couch at 6 a.m. Actually, no, it was 5:30 because I got up earlier so I could watch Kirby Right Back at You. The show was great.
Kirby Right
what
Back
channel
at You.
it was on, but I remember in England, Sonic X would be on. Watch every once in a while.
I would
England was so behind
Sonic
though.
X.
When I first moved there, England and like a bunch of other countries like out there were still like mad behind on shit. Like when I moved there, Toy Story 2 had just been coming out. Like there was just like it just came out there, and it had been out in the States for like fucking, I think 6 months at the time. So we were a little behind on shit. So like episodes like on like Sonic X and stuff like that, that shit was just scattered. It'd just be on randomly sometimes, and I'd be like, oh shit, oh he's super now.
I remember sitting because I was like, boy, I can't wait to watch an actual good show, Shaman King. I guess I'll watch this Sonic show until Shaman King's on.
That's how I felt about Outlaw Star watching. That's how I felt about Outlaw Star when I was a kid. Cowboy Bebop would be on and be like, I guess I'm watching this until fucking Outlaw's on. Fuck it.
I would want to watch Trigun, and my dad would not stop playing Madden, so I couldn't watch Trigun.
Damn.
Damn
it, Dad, get off.
Just remember my mom coming in. She was like, Dax? I'm sitting there just like fiending for some fucking Sonic anime. I'm sitting on the couch. I was like, what are you doing? It's Saturday. I'm like, oh, there's a show I gotta watch. She was like, she's like, what do you mean? Because she's never seen me up there. Like, it had to be, she knew it would have to be super important. I'm sitting there like,
Uncle Muscle.
Uncle Muscle.
Ultimate Muscle?
Ultimate Muscle.
I remember when I was in like third grade and stuff like that, like it was, I would come home and I would watch Dragon Ball, and then like I would, after Dragon Ball, like, well, I'd watch Sailor Moon and then Dragon Ball, and then after that, like I don't remember what was on, Gundam Wing. I'd watch Gundam Wing, and then I'd watch like Nickelodeon for the rest of the day. Nickelodeon or what's it? Boomerang up until like 8 o'clock.
I never had Boomerang.
And then Toonami,
lavish life.
And then fucking Toonami would start. Then it's like, hey, We're getting
I
in.
remember first Toonami was like afternoon weekdays.
Yeah.
And it was like Static Shock and like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Dragon Ball and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then they moved it to like 9 or 8 at 9 on Saturday nights only. And it was just anime then. And then it died, and then it came back eventually as like what it is now.
I remember on the weekends, Toonami would turn into like sometime they would do either movies or just do a marathon of a show. They would just...
they would do that shit all the time. It was like, hey, here's a Dragon Ball movie. Here's another Dragon Ball movie.
Hey, y'all remember that Dragon Ball movie we saw last week? We gonna watch it again. Like,
sit down, class.
Or they'd be like, Gundam Wing marathon up until the Gundam Wing movie at the end of it. I'm like, oh shit, let's go, baby.
Dude, it fucks people up when I tell them like, yeah, Evangelion was on Toonami for a bit. What? It's like, yeah, they were doing this big robot thing, and they showed a little bit of Eva. Not a lot. They were choosy, but they showed some shit. It was weird. You can still look up on YouTube. They got all those old promos. You can find that one, and it's just the promo is just Tom just talking about how fucking cool robots are.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that promo, actually.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
I remember that promo because I remember that it's some fucking scene where Asuka's in the mech and she's just fucking yelling at the top of her goddamn lungs, fighting, and I can't remember what it's from, like what scene it's from or whatever, what fight it. God damn, that shit was tight.
Bro, that's why Howl's Moving Castle is my favorite Ghibli movie. Because it was on during the marathon, and I woke up in the middle of a fever dream because I was sick as shit. And I ate Burger King and watched Howl's Moving Castle, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, dude, but I'm chilling. Now I'm like, that's the best Ghibli movie, dude. I had the fondest memories of that one, dude. I was eating some fucking chicken sandwich and some zesty sauce with French fries, watching that shit in the middle of a fever dream, hyped up on codeine, dude.
Zesty sauce, baby. Oh shit, dude, there were so like. There would be a lot of shows I'd like watch marathons of, like, because they used to do marathons of fucking shows all the fucking time on. It'd be like Powerpuff Marathon. Well, fucking sign me up, dude. Bubbles is the best. I'm watching this shit. Hey, whoa,
all that.
What's up, man? What's going on?
Hey,
awesome,
if you saying Bubbles ain't the best, you don't remember that episode where she hit her head so hard she thought she was Mojo Jojo?
I remember
that shit was funny as fuck. And she was beating the shit out of the girls, too. She got a robot. She was beating the fuck out of them. I was like, damn, Bubbles, get it.
Yeah.
I remember when her pigtails got turned into chicken wings.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's that was one of the pilots. Because I remember the,
it was Fuzzy Wuzzy, whatever.
Fuzzy Lumpkins. Fuzzy Lumpkins with the meat rape. There were two pilots. There was a Fuzzy Lumpkins pilot, which premiered on it was like, I think it was Oh Yeah Cartoons. They did that thing where they showed like 3. It was basically a way to just test pilots, see how well they do, and then they would turn them into shows. They did that for, there was a show that wasn't K&D, but that was going to be, and then they actually had a K&D pilot, and then they made that.
I know it, dude. It was fucking...
The guy with the lab with the guy, and you had the scientist with the chimp, and the guy with the lobster claw. Yeah. Because he gets my favorite gag
shit all the time still, because he gets
Salmonella Fitzgerald.
Salmonella
Fitzgerald. Yeah. He just starts. That's my favorite guy. He's like, oh no, Salmonella Fitzgerald, and his head turns into an old black woman. It was great.
Oh,
it was really funny.
That shit was so good. I wonder if that's on fucking the internet.
You can probably find it. You can probably find it. But yeah, the artists who did that, or the people who did that, they made the pilot for K&D. So Kid Next Door became a show. Powerpuff Girls became a show through that. I want to say Sheep and Billy and Mandy was. Did it have a pilot on there?
Yeah, because Billy and Mandy was up against. It was Billy and Mandy, Whatever Happened to Robot Jones, and Time Force.
Time Force. Time Squad?
Time Squad.
I could have sworn that was. I didn't realize that I had a pilot on. Well, anyways.
They all had pilots on there, but then like all of them got turned into shows off of that one, I think.
But I mean, there were a lot. I still remember a lot.
It was Billy and Mandy, but then remember he made 2 shows.
Well, he made the Vector Con Carne show too.
Yeah, he had Vector Con Carne show and Billy and Mandy show.
Evil Con Carne. I don't know if they have Vector. Evil Con Carne. But no, and there's tons of pilots that I remember. There was a really cool stylized one about like a cat where the sky was falling or something. I really liked that one a lot, but I can understand why they couldn't turn it into a show. It felt like more like a one-off sort of thing. But anyway, there were two pilots for Powerpuff. One was the meat one where he turns her hair into like meat, and then she just like rips them apart. That was when they had an old design for the mare, very different design for the mare.
Yeah.
And then the second one was with the cells, the cells,
the Amoeba Gang.
The Amoeba Gang. That was the other pilot. I can't remember what happened in the pilot, but yeah. Then afterwards, they turned it into a show.
Oh, they were just like losers. They tried to do bad, but they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that's the running gag, is that they tried to do so. Well, no, I think the gag in the pilot, either this or it was an episode later on with them. I want to say this was the pilot where they think they can't do anything. Because every time they would try to do a crime, the Powerpuff Girls were like, whatever, dude, we don't even have to fight you. Like, we don't, whatever. Like, you didn't do anything enough. And so eventually they do enough to where Powerpuff Girls get sick of it. And they try to beat them up. And, like, they can't or something. Like, they can't hurt them or something like that.
They just spread apart when they hit them.
Right. And then they figure it out. And, yeah, it was great. The show's the shit. You forget how fucking violent that show was, too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the fucking intro has like him's tooth getting knocked out with like all the blood and shit. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah,
that was great.
And it was just weird. That shit, like the shit he would do was just like. Really
my
weird.
favorite one with him was the one where he keeps giving the girls riddles, and they're running out of time.
Oh,
The professor's going to, what was the phrase? So it made it sound like he was going to kill the professor, but in the end, it turns out that like if the Powerpuff Girls couldn't get to the diner he was working at, then like professor would have to pay for his meal or something like that. It was great.
Wait,
I love that shit.
who's your guys' favorite villain
in the Powerpuff Girls?
In the Powerpuff Girls?
Yeah.
Next, it's either him or Sedusa.
Him was so
Sedusa
sick.
Was cool. Oh shit! We got
who it the fuck it is.
Ladies
and gentlemen, joining the dinner table. It is the Devil May Cry's only. The man himself. The legend.
Aceuhh, stop being a vulture.
VashTSB. What? Okay, dude. I am so sick of you. What is your deal? Why are you calling me a vulture?
Because it's funny.
Why?
It's funny.
No, tell me, dude. Come on, let's go. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
It's funny. And it's fairly a hype beast thing to do, to just shout all the time.
That's what I do. What I do? What do you mean?
Homie can't even walk on set without him, ladies and gentlemen.
What? Where are we? What? This is not. We already said that you were going to be late. Let us give us your introduction, you fuck.
Did you have a bad day, Vash?
Oh, no. I had a decent day. I had a great day, actually.
Actually, Vash? What you eating?
We got a pretty standard fare. I made, there was a leftover hamburger patty that someone had while they, like, went out to eat. So I just grabbed that shit, threw it in the microwave, and I scrambled myself up 4 eggs.
Ooh.
Yeah, man.
That sounds goody as fuck, kid. Well, Vash, give us your update on the week. We're slanging it. We were talking about cartoons. What's up, man?
I've been working. That's really about it. I've been doing work and schoolwork because with my new job down at the university, I work 7 days a week and I go to school 4. I just finished one of my major projects for the semester, which is a big presentation. We did that today. We kicked everything off. I think everything went really well. The professor was very happy with it, so I think we aced it. I'm happy with that. I spent like many nights doing pretty much all the work on it. So we'll take those W's. Fuck group projects. Everybody's a vulture.
How was that chuckle fuck you were telling me about the other night who didn't seem to want to fucking exist?
He just got floated to like a bunch of extra credit points, basically.
Okay.
I mean, if it was more of a problem, I would have made like it known, but
yeah,
that's just sort of how. I mean, people know how group projects go. That's really all I can think to say is that it sucks, but people know what time it is when everybody says, all right, I'm assigning you groups and everybody like a reasonable share of the work.
Yeah.
That shit just ain't pop. So it's all right though. It's over. That part of the semester is done. Now I just have like hella book reports, essays, and other miscellaneous homework to do. So we're big chilling out here though. For the moment, we just getting some food, quick pit stop, chilling with the people. That's really about it. DMC5 comes out this week.
What you sipping on, dog?
This is Zevia, the soda. It's supposed to taste like cola. It's a bit too sweet, but it's all right. It's got no caffeine in it. Yeah, it's not bad. We got the 0 caffeine because I ain't trying to be up till 2 in the morning again.
Hey, I feel you. Hey, man, DMC's coming. I made a tweet yesterday saying I want to play DMC so bad I could shit. How you feeling right now?
I'm a little disappointed because I have to work that Friday. Only midday though, so the game is supposed to come out 9 p.m. Pacific on the 7th.
Yep, that's what the Steam time says.
So when I get home, it's go time, and I'm probably just gonna pull an all-nighter. And then go into work, and we'll play it by ear. I have that weekend off, and I plan to use it, so we're gonna be going ham-beezy on that.
Yep,
I'm ready for it.
Yep, I'm about the same way. I'm waiting for it to come out. I work on the 9th. The night on the 9th. So I work on the 9th, the night of the 9th, essentially. So on the 8th, I have to go in at like 10:30, 11, and I'm going to be there all night. But the night before, I mean, I'm working tonight. I work swing literally the next day, which is 3 to midnight. And then I have a day off. And then that day off, essentially, is going to be DMC. And then since my sleep schedule is all fucked, like, it needs to flip. Starting tonight, I got all night. I can literally play it all night and then sleep throughout the day, wake up, play a little bit more, then go to work, come home, and then I'm off till the 31st. And I got some full-time streaming arrangements to do, and I got a lot of DMC to be filling that time with. So
absolutely, we're gonna be getting about it.
I cannot fucking wait, dude.
If I wasn't hella behind on homework, I'd be playing it right now. But you know how that should be.
Hey, it's just how it be sometimes.
It'd be how it be. We're gonna be good though.
So, what's going on, boys? We haven't been here. We haven't been all together in a week. It's been 2 weeks. Well, actually, look, a couple nights ago, we all kind of got together in BB's chat.
We all kind of got together and you hate to see
around.
You hate to see it. You absolutely.
Bash called me a vulture.
I mean, you come into Live Jasmine, you're.
I mean, I get no. Live Jasmine's supposed to be the safe space. If you stream in general, then you expect him to get bodied by just random N-words. People, so for everybody who missed it, I was fine.
Yes, you were.
Dax got white girl wasted.
I was fine.
Ian, no, you were definitely not. And Ian was already white girl wasted.
He gets white girl wasted all the time.
I can't believe it.
And then we had Chesh white girl wasted.
Everybody,
who was provoking Dax heavily.
I would say I wouldn't put that on her. I would say it was an even back and forth.
It was a even back and forth. I was swimming a little bit. I wasn't drowning, but I was swimming. I was feeling good.
Swimming.
It was a good fucking time. And then there was BB. In the same grimace as he is now, he was just, fuck, I'm gonna get banned.
Nah.
I'm gonna get banned.
It's okay. It's just one stream.
Yeah.
It's only one stream.
It's only one stream.
That's only one needle.
It was fun. It was alright.
Winners don't say the N-word.
It's true. It is very, very
on
true.
Twitch.tv. In the private Discord calls you
like Pokimane?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Shib.
Oh, what's going on?
Someone just dug up some like video of Pokimane when she was like 16 and streaming, and she said the N-word.
Oh well, how old is she now?
Like 24 or something.
Shut the fuck up! I'll beat the shit out of you.
I'm saying 16. She just looks young. I don't know how old she actually was. It could have been last year for all I know, because I haven't seen Pokimane before last year.
What are you following her? Because is she a Pokemon streamer, or is she just a Twitch thought?
Oh, she's a Twitch.
I don't follow her. I just know what she looks like now.
Just
she
Twitch
showed her
thought, I think.
once or twice, so that's okay in my book.
All I ever see is pictures that people show where she has her feet propped up next to like an ASMR mic, and I'm like, well, that tells me everything I need to know.
What do you need to know, dude?
What do you need to know, dude?
Also, the Rowdy Rough Boys was a good episode.
Hey, Rowdy Rough Boys had a few good episodes.
That was like an arc.
Yo, when they figure out they can just kiss, they imagine you get kissed and that shit hits you so hard you explode. That's what happened with Rowdy Rough Boys. Speaking of the fuck, wait, Automod held a message for some reason. Occupation.
Yeah, I know, I'm seeing that too.
Weird. Allow the fuck. I need to change some settings around.
Thank you. Yeah, Chesh got it. Thank you, Chesh.
You added the term thought.
Thought is now an okay term.
I forget, like, when you make a new Twitch channel, you have to change like 80 fucking parameters to make it work. Just, like,
wait, is thought off by default?
I guess so.
I think so. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, Twitch.
Well, okay, fuck Twitch.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can't be disrespecting the city stream. Right?
When are we getting these?
Too.
When are we getting affiliates, dude? We need to have our $24.99 Vash golden Vash emote, dude.
Golden Vash.
No, this just came to mind. Though. I was thinking of characters exploding in Powerpuff Girls, which happens a lot, and I always go back to that. I always go back to that one where the girls make another sister, but she's incredible. I mean, straight up retarded. Just like that's the character.
Yeah.
Like she's retarded. Yeah. Like, dude, like comically retarded. No holds barred. She's just Sloth from the Goonies, actually retarded, and just walking around, and then at the very end of the episode, she just explodes.
Why not? I think it's just owning shotgun them.
Is it?
No, because you said whore now. What's happening?
Well, I don't know what's happening. Well, anyway, she explodes. She explodes. All the girls just look deadpan into the camera, and then the hearts appear in the background, like the end of the episode hearts. And then the announcer's like, well, yeah. And then the episode just ends, and it's fucking hysterical. That is one of the most memorable fucking episodes of a cartoon ever.
The creators of that show are on some shit.
Hey, man, Kraken and Tarakovsky were fucking gods for me.
Bro, but I think my two favorite cartoons from that era, from Cartoon Network, probably Billy, Mandy, and Ed, Edd n Eddy.
There you go. There you go. Shib's in there. Shib's in there.
Ed, Edd n Eddy was fucking god tier, dude. Danny Antonucci was on some shit, but he made me laugh my ass off, dude.
Oh, dude, fucking Ed, Edd n Eddy was it. There's not even a competition. Ed, Edd n Eddy was that dude.
I didn't watch that or Billy and Mandy nearly as much as I would have, because every time my sister would see it on TV, she was like, God, their shows are so ugly. And I looked up to my sister a lot, so I was like, yeah, they are, but I really wanted to watch it. And so I would watch more of it as I would go, when she would be around to like judge me, because I was worried that she would judge me or something. I was like, oh, this show's fucking great.
Were y'all on the Invader Zim hypers?
Yeah, I was. Funny enough, it's on Hulu.
I was not Invader Zim. Also, I was more about it when it came into Hot Topic, and I was like, dude, now it's cool to like Invader Zim.
Yeah. Well, it was.
Yeah, not me. I was never on that Invader Zim train. I saw that shit, and I'm like, I ain't trying to watch that shit. I don't care about no stupid alien, dumbass looking alien shit.
Bro,
I never wanted to watch it.
Used to just be Invader Zim and The Nightmare Before Christmas.
That's literally all it was for like a good decade.
The only reason we went to Hot Topic is because my mother liked Nightmare Before Christmas. That's the only reason why we ever went to Hot Topic. And half the time I was like, Mom, I'm not going in there with you. I'm going to Zoomies. Fuck you.
Bro, I fucking lived in Hot Topic for years.
I've been in that shit one time because I was with a friend who was buying, I think I told you about this before. I was with a friend he was buying them fucking baggy ass black pants where you couldn't even see your shoes, and they had the chains on.
Yeah,
we went to see a movie. His ass was walking up like during the previews when it was really quiet. You just hear clean, like you're in a sound making fucking like Silent Hill sound effects and shit as he's walking up the steps. My ass looking at him, just deadpan. The fuck you mean? But I was gonna say that I've actually been, because I found Invader Zim's on Hulu. I didn't know that, and I use Hulu a lot.
Really?
Yeah, and so I was actually watching a few episodes yesterday when I was eating some lunch or whatever.
Like a new movie or some shit
there's a bunch of like artists and animators I've actually followed who work independently, and they've actually been kind of working on a film they're trying to put out. I don't know where that's at now, but it's been looking neat. But yeah, I mean, the show's just exactly how I remember it, and it's still it's fun. I don't know how I would feel about it if I never watched it before. Because a lot of it for me is like, it's like, oh, I remember, yeah, I remember every little bit about every episode because of how much I watched it back then. But I don't think about it nowadays to be like I can't tell you yesterday if I was just enjoying myself or not. I think I was just enjoying the novelty of like, hey, it's this show I remember really well. But what was really weird. If
I watched Invader Zim like right now, I'd be like, this is fucking stupid.
It's just as I remember it though, and I enjoy it for that. If anything. But
I'm saying if I never watched it before.
Oh, if you never watched it. Yeah.
I have like a nostalgic value to it now for sure.
Well, what I remember, and this was the most bizarre thing, was that, and I don't know a lot of people who really remember this anymore, but when Invader Zim premiered, they had a back-to-back premiere with another show. That show happened to be Fairly Odd Parents. They premiered the same night. You could not be more tonally fucking different.
Yeah.
It was Fairly Odd Parents and then Invader Zim back to, and these were like, these are our new shows, and I'm like, Nickelodeon, the fuck are you on, dude? This is weird. But yeah, that shit was bonkers. But yeah, it was because I remember just laying in the living room in a little beanbag chair. I'm just sitting there, just eating a fucking popsicle, just whatever, watching Fairly Odd Parents. And he cuts over the Zim, the fucking I was like, damn, this shit's pretty tight. It was one of my favorite things about that show still is the idea that an alien race chose their leaders based on who was tallest, and they're literally called the Almighty Tallest.
the Almighty.
And then because I think Div finally finds that out, and he's like, so you chose them because they were tall? And he's just like, yeah. And it's fucking great. I love that. I just love that. That has I think the first episode of Invader Zim is the best one. Because I feel like just the way it kicked off and established everything, I think is just so memorable for me. Just with the whole thing with the tallest.
You mentioned that. I remember watching that premiere, Invader Zim and Fairly Odd Parents.
You remember that?
And I remember 100% going, man, Fairly Odd Parents is a pretty good show. This Invader Zim stuff sucks. I don't fucking like it. That was basically it. But I mean, I don't know. I liked Fairly Odd Parents. Invader Zim, every time it was on, I was just like, change the fucking channel. I don't want to watch it. I'd rather watch, well, I mean, I watched a lot of Home Improvement, kids, so, hey, Tim Allen, baby. That shit was on the Disney Channel in England, so I'd watch this shit all the fucking time.
Home Improvement?
Damn.
Oh,
yeah. Did Tim Allen come out with the wand and he was like, I'm Tim Allen, you're watching Disney Channel, whoa.
Yeah.
That's the whole fucking thing, yeah. Except he uses a fucking chainsaw, drawing the logo.
Yeah.
Nah, see, I was all about the fucking lol so random humor at that time. That hit me at like the perfect time, right when I was getting into that shit. When I was like that 2001 to 2004 kind of period, like that early, like well, for me it was like that 99 to 2002 period where that shit was really taking off online, and then Invader Zim hit like right at the cusp of that. And so like just I'm gonna sing the Doom song now. That shit was just like you couldn't beat that. And of course nowadays,
for me, well, hell no. But I was so anti like
right. Well, here's the thing about it, right? I look at that and I'm like, yeah, it was just law random. It's funny now. You can show me a picture of just a blown out Thanos shoe, right? And I'm just cracking up. It's just my brain is just deteriorated since then. Yeah. So I listened to the fucking Doom song in the episode I was watching the other day. I'm just like sipping a bottle of fucking wine. I'm just like, this is artful shit. Fuck. Like I'm like I don't want to know what internet humor is going to be like 10 years from now.
The fucking JoJo tweet. I was actually crying at that JoJo tweet from that night we were all on BB stream, dude.
Like. Here's humor. I'm gonna give you an example of humor 10 years from now on Twitter too, right? It's gonna be a tweet, and it's gonna be when you, and then an image, and then but you, and then another image, and it's just gonna be an all white screen and then an all black screen, and that's gonna be the funniest thing we've ever seen in our lives.
All you see, like everything else, but all you see is a extremely high contrast SpongeBob nose. And you're just like,
no, there's nothing in the frame. There's nothing. It's just white and black, and we're just gonna be, like,
oh god,
it's just getting worse.
I can't wait, dude.
It's just getting worse.
We did like people's brain have deteriorated, gotten so fucking deep fried at this point, dude. It's so good.
Like you know when you see all those stories and scenarios where things get so technologically advanced that humans just fucking destroy themselves and they have to rebuild from like savage fucking like prehistoric days and all this shit. But they have like whatever. It's gonna be like that where we're just gonna. I mean, in 50 years from now, we're gonna be back to fucking like YTMD memes and shit. Like we're gonna be back to fucking long cat. We're just doing them all again, except we're just using old files that we've had on a hard drive for like 50 years, so they've all degraded and shit. So, but we're just back. We're just back to using the fucking what was the old the one that started the trend of the different colors with an image and then the text on the bottom and top. The one was like the powerful kid was doing that.
Oh yeah.
Because they all had names. They all that was the thing. Back in my day, our memes had characters and shit. They all had names. The pink Brian. Yeah, Bad Luck Brian. The penguin. Socially awkward penguin. That was the one I liked the most.
Foul Bachelor Frog.
Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna be back to that. Except we're just gonna be reusing old images. They're all gonna be fucked up and blown out.
Funny I can't wait, dude. I can't wait for
just someone just someone talking, but bass boosted and to the point where you can't understand it. It's just fucking funny, and I don't know why.
It's just bread store bread. It's funny. It's just funny, and I can't do anything about it.
What's been getting me lately? Like it has been for the past year, but it's a very rare meme to see. It's like the Soldier Boy stream. We're out here, y'all get sand all over my Nikes, man.
Oh, it's all like the vibrating, yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me in. Let me in. That shit gets me fucked up.
Dramatic shit, Mike. I forgot about that shit.
There was some shit that I saw today. Oh wait, no, everybody saw it definitely because it was it was like the distorted, like Donald running around looking for ingredient shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This looks like a good place to find ingredients. That shit was fucking good. Oh my god.
Mad good.
I don't know. Okay, so let me reel it back just a hair. BB, what kind of cartoons did you watch, dude?
Dude, like anything that was on Cartoon Network, pretty much, and Nick. So like a lot of the same shit. I didn't really watch a lot of Invader Zim, but I watched a shit ton of Fairly Odd Parents. Like holy moly, that fucking Jimmy Neutron, the Fairly Odd Parent Jimmy Neutron Power Hour was like the dopest shit to come home to.
Yeah, see, look,
Timmy Turner
during that
was
power
a mistake.
during that Power Hour, and like it'd be Fairly Odd Parents, and then fucking, I hated Jimmy Neutron as a kid.
Oh, I watched Jimmy Neutron. I didn't like the 3D shit, but I still watched Jimmy Neutron.
I hated that shit. I was like,
dude, you had Carl behind this bitch. I'm about to head out.
Alright, so I'm about to head out.
No, actually, I watched a shit ton of Dexter's Lab when I was a kid.
Yeah,
there
was a lot of that shit. There was a lot of
Kusi the Kusula Goopagoo, dude.
It was a mistake to give me a TV when I was 8. I'll tell you that much. Dude, all I did was watch.
People talk about how like, oh my god, look, all the Avengers together in a movie. You know what the real crossover fucking crazy shit for me was as a kid that blew my fucking mind when Kusula Goopagoo, whatever the fuck his name was, the imaginary character that was thought up by he was a character that was brought in through I can't remember which one was first, but I want to say it was Powerpuff Girls because that was the imaginary character that Bubbles made. And there was no, it was first on Dexter, but then there was an episode of Powerpuff Girls where they're having to fight a character they're having to fight a villain that uses your imagination against you, basically. I remember that episode really well because there was a South Park parody in it where Blossom gets thrown going through a cupboard and falls out, and they're like, Blossom, are you okay? And she's wearing Cartman's outfit because she's covered in clothes, and she's like, oh dude, seriously, and she's rubbing her head. It's really funny. But in order to fight this villain who uses your imagination, Bubbles ends up using her imagination because she's the one who's really imaginative. They basically make fun of her the whole episode about having imaginary friends. So she thinks of an imaginary character, and it's the fucking Kuslu Lagoopagoo guy who was in that episode of Dexter who's fucking around with Dee Dee in whatever the context of that one was. And I remember seeing that shit, and I was like, "Wait a minute!" I did some fucking digging and stuff. I had to go on like GeoCities and shit, looking at like fan websites or whatever. And I was like, "What the fuck?" And it's like, "Holy shit, they're the same character." I didn't understand it was the same person making these cartoons, and or people like and they would have these little like not as blatant crossover things, but they would do little things in different shows. There's the classic. There's the dog. dog food billboard in a episode of Powerpuff Girls in the background in Townsville, and then that same poster is in as some decrepit building like rundown thing in Samurai Jack, and it's the same one and all kinds of stuff. And as a kid, I'm just like, just fucking blowing my mind.
Bro, the Dexter's Lab movie was so fucking good.
Was that where he gets with all the different Dexters?
Yeah.
We're talking about that shit was sick.
That shit was so fucking cool. Oh my god.
Like the big buff ass Dexter with the fucking didn't he have like a mane and shit?
Yeah.
Great.
What are those shows, dude?
God, so like that was a lot of like when I was just like a kid in elementary school, but like as I started growing up, I think the shit that I started like really gravitating towards was like Teen Titans on Cartoon Network. That shit like was the best. It was such a solid show, and it was something
Teen
that I could
Titans
always come
was
back to.
in such a weird spot for me. It was like during that time where I was like starting to be like, man, anime is really fucking cool. I really like started watching that. I was like, Teen Titans stupid. This isn't fucking Sailor Moon. Go next.
Go next.
Bro, I watched the fuck out of Teen Titans.
Yeah, it's I mean it's not anime, but like when you look at it, man, this is like a really, really sick just like action show that you can kind of come back to. God, I mean, I was definitely turning over a new leaf with anime eventually when I was starting to like hit teenage years. I couldn't really fully appreciate how awesome Avatar: The Last Airbender was, because I pretty much watched just like season 1 and then I kind of stopped watching Nick, and then every now and then I would get like weird episodes of like the end of book 2 or something, and I'd be like, wow, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like there's some shit going down in the Avatar land, and I couldn't really fully appreciate it until I just like sat down and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch the whole thing because I need to do that.
When Avatar was coming out, when Avatar was coming out, that was during my time where I don't like TV. Going outside is cool.
My friends watched Avatar, and I watched it, and I was like, this is really cool, but I'm already 3 seasons behind, so I guess that's that.
Fair
enough. I caught up on the last season, last book, much later, but I still loved like what I would watch. I just didn't. I had to wait till there was a more convenient means to watch it, because for a while, Nintendo, or why do I keep saying Nintendo? Nickelodeon, they've gotten better about this in the last few years, but like them and Cartoon Network both had this weird thing when it came to actually like putting their shit on DVD and just having it be accessible. Because like the most you would get, it's like, oh, I want to watch Rugrats. Here's a Rugrats DVD. Oh, it's only like 4 episodes.
Yeah,
and it's just ones they pick. It's just like a highlight.
That's the old VHS one.
That's how Pokemon was too for a while.
That's how they did that a lot.
I remember buying Pokemon VHSs, and it was just like 2 random episodes.
So like I think it was only like till a couple years ago that Nickelodeon finally put like all of Hey Arnold on DVD. I'm like, okay, that took you long enough.
I fucking loved Hey Arnold.
Yeah, I was watching that show recently too because it's on Hulu.
Dude, it comes on Nicktoons still. I still watch it sometimes.
But like, it's just
Cowardly Dog.
Fucking weird.
And then someone said Danny Phantom and My Life as a Teenage Robot. Yeah, I watched all of
them still.
Courage the Cowardly Dog, I loved.
Yeah.
Never watched Danny Phantom outside of like 2 episodes.
I watched the shit out of that.
Danny Phantom was an odd one because it had like there were a lot of episodes where I'm just like whatever, but then it would have like some 3-episode arcs where I'm like, this is fucking Vlad.
Oh,
he's in the fucking mansion in the woods or whatever. And he's like, I'm gonna give you a head start. Run. That guy was the shit. That fucking they had some good ass arcs in that show.
Well, yeah, because he was the first person to show up with the ghost powers besides Danny.
But even then, some of the other arcs they had, like when Danny gets trapped in the fucking ghost zone and like ghost prison, that shit was sick. That may have been a one-off episode. They had a lot. I remember a lot of good random.
Those 2 or 3 episodes.
Yeah, I remember a lot of good like little one-off arcs and episodes like that. That were really sick.
I want to ask the young boy out of us all, Vash, what did you watch, dude? What kind of cartoons were you into?
Ed, Edd and Eddy, Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Oh hell yeah!
Teen Titans. You got fucking what else did you get? You got Fairly Odd Parents, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
Mm-hmm.
That was the last show I watched, and I loved that show.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
That was the last show I remember just like waking up and being like, I'm trying to fucking watch that. Every time I would come home, it was like high school, and I was coming home and watching that shit.
If we talking shit that you wake up to watch, You talking Zoids?
Yeah,
Zoids.
You talking motherfucking Zoids?
Zoids was the
Why
shit.
do I remember this? Oh, that's
Zoids was
fucking
fucking
right.
Yeah, Zoids, dude. Liger, you ain't.
You know-
were you
you know-
watching the battle
Liger Zero?
Battle City or the Chaotic Century?
That's a really good question.
Like,
I don't know if it was called Battle City.
When I
It was only ever Zoids.
When
Yeah.
I was like
The-
9 to
the-
13, 9 to 14,
Chaotic
I was
Century
coming-
was the one with the guy and the girl and the Zoid, and they had the dinosaur one.
Oh
And the
no!
other
I
one
thought.
was the big character, was like the brown spiky hair, and he had the Liger, and they were
Yeah.
it was like
I
a
watched the one
tournament.
with Liger. Yeah.
yeah.
when
That
I was
what I remember.
when I was in England, every time I would come home from school, there was a weird trio. Not weird. It was just a good trio to come home to. Yu-Gi-Oh,
Yeah.
Pokemon, Beyblade. First
I've
three
never
seasons.
fucking
First
done
I
three seasons of
never
Beyblade.
gave
You
Beyblade a
No,
shot.
they-
cowards!
I never
They
did,
just played
dude.
all of Beyblade. They just played it on Twitch. Like they did
Oh,
on Twitch.
no!
Oh, they did? Wow.
Yeah.
Beyblade.
I can't even
I
remember like
never
when it would
fucking got it.
air.
It's
I just like
Beyblade!
I was at a point when it was coming out or when it was around that like I would have given it a shot. I just don't remember when it would air. There had to be some sort of reason why I didn't bother. Because if you were on the general Toonami lineup during that point in my life, like I was gonna watch you, probably regardless of
Yeah,
whether I
don't
liked
know.
you or
I
not.
just never fucking watched Beyblade.
I just
was
never,
like,
I
"Ah,
never
turn this
did.
shit off.
I've
What's
never
on
seen a
Nickelodeon?"
single episode.
Bro, like a new Zoids show came out like 2 months ago, and I was stoked to finally watch it. And it's like the most like little kid like,
It's yeah,
Oh god
like
damn it!
Pokemon shit
Well-
ever. And I was like, God damn it, dude.
dude. You know,
Pokemon shit.
you knew it was some real shit about to go down when you were watching a Zoids episode, and I can't remember the names of the robots. Basically the referee robot. The white one would come down and he'd be talking, you know, he'd be explaining shit. And then
yeah.
another thing crashes and it's the black one and they start arguing, right? Because you know who was
Bro.
going to show up and it's like, oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, this is some real shit. I love that show, dude.
Bro, I liked
Actually,
Chaotic
yeah.
Century. It would fucking.
Y'all gotta let it rip, alright?
Vega had his
Gonna
fucking
let
Have a
Geno
fight,
breaker.
I'm so-
If you play the Zoids game on the GameCube and you just pick the Geno breaker, you just fucking wreck face on
breaker.
everybody, dude. It's so goddamn overpowered.
Dude.
And you can even play as the Megasaur, and it's just like giant, like it's like 1,000 feet tall, and then like the other little Zoids are just like running around at its feet, and you're just like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? That game was actually pretty sick, honestly. Like, you could pick your Zoid and your paint jobs and all your weapons, and then you just like fight other Zoids. It was fucking fun.
It's pretty sick.
Ooh.
There's
I
a
would pick the little. You could pick the little sniper guy too. There's like the little mini guy. He would just like hop on buildings, and he had a. That was like a dinosaur, and his tail was the sniper rifle.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
there's a
oh.
go ahead.
Well, I was trying to think. Like, there was definitely Code Lyoko. That shit was popping for a while.
yeah,
There's
dude.
hey BB knows, and then
Dude, that was the
obviously-
best worst show I've ever seen in my entire life.
100.
Yeah.
It was so.
Yeah, I feel that.
Look,
I fucked
The
with
the
Kobe,
fucking the
okay.
nerd got his waifu, dude. He fucking Tron Legacy'd that shit. He
Fuck.
fucking brought her in.
Let's go, Ulrich.
Like, hey, I can't. You
No,
gotta
no,
give
no,
him
it wasn't
props.
It wasn't Auric who got Aelita. It was oh god,
It's the
power
dorky kid.
levels. Yeah, I can't remember what was his name, like Chester or whatever the
Something
fuck.
like that.
Oh, fuck.
It's like, hey, what's going on, Charles?
It was something.
But yeah, Ulrich was in with Yumi. I
Right,
think.
yeah,
She
yeah,
was
yeah.
the Asian. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bro,
I'm looking this
the
shit up.
Asian
I'm
bitch
sorry.
had
I
the
gotta.
biggest forehead in the
No.
world in that show,
No.
dude.
Jeremy, that's it.
Jeremy.
Shining just got
Yeah,
it.
It was,
Shout outs
yeah,
to
it looks like
Jeremy.
a Jeremy.
Aelita!
The black-haired
Uh,
girl had the giant. She had some Android 18 forehead going on.
Yeah, she-
She was just a black-haired Android 18.
That shit was
she
just
actually
five
looked
head.
just like her.
She did.
Wait, so what was it? It was
Fuck.
the pink elf girl, the guy with the samurai sword, and the furry.
Yeah.
Oh, the
What
furry
What did
was
Android 18 do?
She had
Aelita.
fans. So they were like shuriken fans.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're right.
bro.
No. Wasn't that Yumi?
That was Yumi. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
what
Yumi's
that was the
power.
other- that was her power.
What was Aelita's? I mean, Aelita obviously she controlled Lyoko,
back.
but
Yeah,
I don't remember what power she had. Like,
it
what
was
the
it was
fuck?
more or less just that she was just kind of like stuck in the system, and she kind of had like extra like I can bend reality powers or whatever.
All I
It was
remember from
French.
that
It was a
show.
French show.
All I remember from that shit is the song. The
Yeah.
I remember one of the episodes, because the computer itself has the ability to return to the past after they like defeat Xana, and Ulrich literally uses this power to like just scam the lottery. he's straight up just like his mom needs money. This episode always some of the like the most like weird shit happened with Ulrich where like his mom needed money, so he just like, all right, what's the lottery numbers? All right, computer, return to past, let's do this. And then he scammed the shit out of it and he got the money, and everybody called him a dick because whenever you return to past, Xana apparently gets stronger.
Yeah, I guess so.
And then there was the episode when like Ulrich was keeping a diary about a bunch of shit, and like the school thought, who was always like super deep in on Ulrich, got a hold of it. And like the core conflict for everybody else was like, oh shit, it has probably information about Lyoko in it. But Ulrich was just like, dude, my diary. Oh my god, it was so fucking weird. It was a good ass show though. I think that didn't that have a panty shot?
No, there were.
What? On Cartoon Network?
Yes,
yeah,
it was
censor.
No joke. No, it was not.
What the fuck?
I love reminiscing about a show. Didn't that show have a panty shot or two?
Like, it definitely did. Hey, this kind of stuff stands out to you when you ain't watched like Scribe, or like fucking anime.
Why do you think Ben 10 Alien Force stands out to me, dude?
What does Gwen show her feet?
No, she was just hot as nuts. Like, remember when she was like growing up?
Is that when she was older?
Yeah.
I've only seen a bunch of the first initial Ben 10 show. They've had all sorts of different runs and different styles now.
That was when they made her like full Hermione in that one.
Oh
she had magic powers, and she had the long hair and shit.
Magic powers? What the fuck?
Yeah, so like
she had like psychic powers or some shit.
Yeah, like the gimmick was that Ben had the Omnitrix. Gwen had like, she was basically a fusion of Starfire and Raven.
Okay.
And
yeah, actually, yes.
And Kevin
was just strong. He could turn into steel.
Yeah, like that was just the one
fuck
power.
happened?
He could turn into like whatever he was touching, right? Was that it?
I think so. Yeah, he was able to absorb that shit. And he wanted
that show. They killed that show off, and they brought it back and made Gwen ugly again.
He wanted to just finger blast the ever living shit out of Gwen the entire series. That's all I know.
Kim Possible. I used to watch that.
Anything on like the Disney spot. See, I was like with it was Cartoon Network and Nick, and that was it. If it was on like Disney shit, I just never watched Kim Possible. Like growing up, like people talk about, oh, you didn't watch Power Rangers. Like I didn't have it on Fox or whatever it would play on. I never. I put channels 36 and 37, and then 38 when we would go up to Cartoon Network and watch South Park. That was my childhood TV spectrum. That was it. That's all I had. And then I would go up to 42 because that was Discovery Science. But that was about it. So if it was like Kim Possible, everyone talks about, is great. I have no context of anything. Never watched any of that.
You can look into these eyes and tell him you didn't watch Phineas and Ferb, dude.
No, I know full well because I have a friend of mine who goes around in VR chat with that thing, and for the last like year and a half, all he does is go around and make sound effects from the show. When he makes that, he plays that sound effect all the time. So I'll talk to him like, "Hey, what's up, Jim?" And he'll just do that, and I'll be like, "All right, cool." And then he pulls out a gun. He has a gun thing where he pulls out just has a gesture. He pulls out a gun if he doesn't like you.
I agree.
Like me today.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that every time I think of Zoids, I always think of that other show. That it was the first one that Toonami actually spent money on to have made anime. It was IGPX, and that show, which was basically, it reminded me a lot of Zoids because it had just solid animation with like the CG. But this is before it would look. I don't know. I look at stuff even like I was doing this recently. Actually, I was looking at clips of old Zoid shit, and even then, like the CG in those shows still look better than the shit you see in like Berserk and stuff nowadays. But no, it was
Jump Force.
It was but like no, it was tight because it was just these people in these cool fucking mechs and they race on like F-Zero tracks and shit, and it was all this like drama and whatever the fuck else, and it was tight. It was super cool. I liked it a lot.
For some reason, I thought you were gonna say fucking Megas XLR.
I do love that show though. That wasn't them. Like that I fucking love Mega Slug R. But IGPX though was fucking. It was just so dope and fun and cool. And they just brought it out of nowhere, and they were like, "Hey, we wanted to make the show, so we got whoever it was, Production IG, whoever the fuck. It's like we paid them, and it's our own original thing." And it had, my favorite part was that it had that one honey on there. The oh fuck, what was her name? Hold on.
Well,
she was a punch girl, and I loved her.
Oh yeah.
Here you go. The I don't know her name, but I'm gonna put this on the stream real quick.
The dark skinned one.
Yes, her on the left. This character was the shit, and she was great. The show was sick.
What about how many of y'all remember Shaolin Showdown?
Hey, Shaolin Showdown.
Mo fucking Shaolin.
Hey man, I want that pencil. I'm gonna challenge you to a Shaolin Showdown real quick.
Jack Splicer?
Jack Splicer.
Jack Splicer.
Was it Splice or Spice?
I think it was
Splicer. And then I can't remember the name of the witch.
That
was with her. I loved them. They were great.
Who was the Riku?
I don't remember the girl's name either.
The Riku?
Yeah, the dude.
Oh, what's his name?
Yeah.
The fucking he reminds me of that character in that other Disney show I never watched, the one with Jake Dragon or whatever. I don't know why I might think of that. American Dragon.
That's scaly bait, dude. We don't talk about that.
I've never seen that show. I just vaguely remember what that character looks like. No, that show was pretty tight. I never watched it when it was airing.
I like how there's like so many different things. They're just like, here's this thing, it does this. It was like, cool. They want that.
All right.
Want that. Let's fight.
No, there was I remember watching it like if someone in an old this was like a decade. Yeah, it was actually literally now a decade ago. On a stream site that I used to go to, one of those I was talking about before, and there's a guy on there who went by DCJ, and he would randomly stream like 20 episodes of Samurai Showdown or Samurai Showdown, Shaolin Showdown, and we would just watch a bunch of them. And at first we were like, dude, this show never looked really great. And he was like, no, dude, y'all should watch it. And by the end of it, there were 50 of us on this website who were regulars, and he would just be Saturday night. And he's like, hey, dude, you want to watch some Shaolin Showdown? And all of us would just be like, yeah, dude, fuck, because we were just being knee deep in these arcs and shit going on. It was tight. That shit was cool. Splicer got fucking owned so many times.
Oh, I think the character I'm thinking of is named Raymundo.
Raymundo was
Raymundo was on.
He was the guy who was like, his story arc was basically his big moment was when he went off to go be with the bad guys, but it turns out he was like a double agent.
Yeah, I remember that.
Double agent.
And the end of the story is Raymundo being the one to receive, like, I don't know, he wins the ultimate Shaolin Showdown, or he gains the mark of mastery,
basically,
much.
Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like
he gets like the end all be all shit.
Yeah, he gets like the ultimate black belt or whatever the fuck, and Omi is just like, man, this is bullshit.
Krillin looking at.
Yeah, Omi gets on, dude.
Krillin was really upset.
Boy, the show actually had an actual ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it absolutely. Well, okay, it's one of those things where, and Teen Titans did this too, where a lot of it was villain of the week shit, but it had arcs interspersed.
Mm-hmm.
Like that whole point Teen Titans had with like Raven and her dad coming back, like that whole run. That whole run of episodes was the sickest shit ever.
Mm-hmm.
They had something similar with Shaolin Showdown, where there was like the stakes rose quite a bit and they had to pull that bullshit out, and that was the end of the series.
Well, I think there was a part where they had to bet like all of their shit.
Yeah,
I think they lost, and then they had to like they had to pull
got stopped, dude.
Yeah, well, it was straight up just like, we got to bet all of our shit, and then they fucking lost, and then just Splicer just takes all their shit. I think that was when, I can't remember the context of it, but I want to say they get everything, and then Splicer's like, yeah, dude, now we can do this. And then what's her name? The witch is like, oh, I'm going to do all of that too. And Splicer's like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
What you mean? And then they have to do this whole thing. And it's classic shit, very basic shit, but it was great. When you kept saying Raymundo, I kept thinking of Rocket Power. Because that's what they call his dad.
That's their dad.
Call him Raymundo. That kept fucking me up.
Otto and Reggie's dad.
Yeah.
Dude.
Oh, yo, fucking
the squid.
yo,
Squid.
we're going back into the days.
I hated that fucking show.
Tito,
you did?
The wise ass Hawaiian.
It would be all the time. It would be on all the fucking time, and I watched it because, and I watched it mainly because I loved extreme sports, and just skateboarding in particular. So I was like, it's a fucking cartoon about skateboarding and surfing and shit. Come on, but it was just so fucking frustrating to watch because Otto was such an asshole. A lot of characters on that show were assholes.
Remember when he did the Vario McTwist 900?
I don't give a fuck about his bullshit. Whatever, he cheated. He got hit by a tennis ball. It wasn't even his fault. And he got bodied. Whatever. He deserves it. I was so happy that episode ended with him fucking beefing it. Like, good. And then it had the text come on, too. Super beef. Super beef. Shit was great.
They would do that all
but
the
no.
fucking
And then the woogity... Fucking wiggity, whatever the fuck else. But no, there's an episode that straight up pissed me off to the point where I can't even, no. I just can't do it. And it's when Raymundo's going through a tough time, you know, because his wife been gone since she died, and he alone. Tough shit, right? Sad boy. And he's balding, sad boys. So he's got him and Tito. Tito is stuck doing something or whatever. He can't help with the shore shack and whatnot. And like this man is swamped and just like trying to do everything himself. The Shubies are in full force. It's fucking crazy. And he asks Otto to do like one thing, which is like, hey, can you come to the shore shack and help me out for like an hour? And Otto's like, whatever, dude. And just fucking leaves. And Reggie, and he steals the surfboard. He steals the surfboard. He steals Raymundo's surfboard, in fact, if I remember right. And fucking bails and goes surfing. Reggie is on his ass. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You're an asshole. And he's like, whatever, dude. Dad doesn't get me and all this other shit or whatever. And even by the end of the episode, when he finally gets his act together, it's not even a matter of he's like, you know what? I'm being kind of a dick. He basically just gets, I think he just gets like threatened by his dad and so like, dude, you're just going to do this. And he's just disgruntled, like cleaning in the back, like, whatever. And the episode just kind of ends. I was like, fuck this character.
Remember when Tony Hawk was in that episode?
Yeah, Tony Hawk's in an episode.
And they went into the fucking his like.
It was the best, like most SSX tricky looking thing I've ever seen. Where they're in like they're in the super thing with like it's straight up. It's, you know what that episode was? When they're in that big warehouse with all the tubes and the crazy jumps and shit. It's just that level from fucking Tricky, the final one, where there's all the half pipes suspended in the air and shit. It's just that. Yeah. I'm like, this is the best thing I've ever seen. That was great.
Well, and then there's the movie where they went to New Zealand and they had fucking Zorbing. They went in like the big ass orbs and shit, and they had Vegemite.
Yeah, the whole. I only remember the video, the movie, because Tito kept trying to push Vegemite and everyone was vomiting and shit. And there's another movie. Where they go. They're on a mountain and Otto breaks his leg. And I was so hyped for that shit. I was like, you motherfucker, you deserved it. He's crying and shit. It's like, you deserved it, little fucking asshole.
Dude, the text that would just show up on screen is so fucking good. And that's
super beef. What the fuck?
Wife out.
It's the ugliest fuck, dude. Like, look, I enjoy the Wild Thornberries a lot, right?
We are going way back.
But I will never tell you that's like, yeah, that show looks all right. It is hideous. Like Klasky Kupsko, whatever the fuck, those people were on some just tripping something all the time. Like, even like I grew up with Rugrats like really early on, and I can go back and find it fairly charming in to some degree. But even some like the early, God, that pilot episode especially is just like, oh, dude, like there's stylization, and then
Rugrats crossed over, dude.
The Rugrats crossed over
with the Wild Thornberries.
Oh, that's right, they did the crossover thing. That was weird.
Yeah,
Angelica and Debbie hung out. They were just cunts together.
Yeah, dude. Wild Thornberries had some fucking intense episodes, because there was one where they're like in the outback, and then there's fucking what's an animal in Australia out of the hundreds of them that would just like, it's a mammal that would just fucking tear you apart. I want to say hyenas or some shit, or something. But like Debbie finds that, it's like there's an episode where like Debbie actually catches Eliza talking to an animal or something, because I think that the hyenas are like gonna fucking eat her, and Eliza like jumps in front and talks him down, and Debbie's like, what the fuck? And it's just the whole episode of Eliza trying to convince Debbie that, you know, she's just being crazy, and it was actually really intense. It was really cool.
And they had Donnie,
oh,
it was voiced by the Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
yeah he was.
Wasn't the premise that if anybody
like figured it out, she would lose her power? Yeah, which I want to say, I think there was a movie where that happened and she had to get it back. She talked to some shaman shit or whatever, and you gave her the power. There was one, it was actually really sad, where I think they were in like I think they were in Mexico or something, and she's watching she hears about someone who can talk to animals, and she's like, oh, another person like me, maybe, right? It wasn't. But it's someone who can talk to a horse, and they do the thing where, you know, he shows a sheet of paper with a math problem to the horse, and the horse taps his foot to get the answer. And of course, like, she ends up going somehow like behind the stage curtain and finds like he's hitting a mechanism that like kicks the horse in the butt and gets it to stop or whatever. And she's just like finds him out back and is like yelling at him and shit or whatever, calling him a fake, all sorts of stuff. I can't remember the context, but it was kind of sad. But yeah, no, ugly ass show, but I liked, like, it was neat.
I never watched Class of 3000.
Class of 3000. I heard a lot of good things about it.
Class of 3000?
It was Andre 3000's cartoon where it was just him with like a bunch of kids. Because he was like, hey, what if we did like something like Magic School Bus, but like not shit?
Magic School Bus.
Let me, because there's...
down Main Street.
No dumping. I was thinking that really cursed video now.
Yeah, Class of 3000. I remember this shit.
I heard that show was cool.
Batman Beyond was the most. Batman Beyond is the most pinnacle 90s thing you could ever fucking imagine in your life. If you go back and watch it,
90s, very very early 2000s kind of thing. It was very 2001 sort of.
Very like.
It was cool though.
It's cool, but it's like you could just like if you live through that time period, you just feel the essence oozing out of it. It's like. This was the epitome of everything that was thought to be cool at the current time period.
I think some of it still holds well in terms of it's just the way it handles its tone and shit. I feel like it wasn't too pandering in terms of the... it wasn't doing what everyone else was doing, where every fucking piece of media in existence for like a 6-year period had to have a Matrix reference in it. Like, it didn't go that far, right? But like
accurate.
No, Beyond was fucking.
I still like some Batman Beyond, but it's just like I went back and watched a couple episodes, and I was just like, well, this.
Remember the episode of Static Shock where Static goes, he gets fucked into like Batman's time box, and comes out, and he has to fight like Batman. He has to fight Batman Beyond in his lair, and then Old Man Bruce comes up and he's like, "Fucking stop fighting! I knew this was gonna happen." And he has to he has to explain to them what's fucking going on. Why is this fucking Autobot shit happening? I swear to God. But yeah, fucking yeah. That shit was tight.
I never said it was degeneracy, Ian. I never said it was a bad thing.
Yo, I lived in Hot Topic though. Fuck.
Dude, I liked Batman Beyond.
All that shit. The animated series, Beyond, Justice League Unlimited. That's like the best material I've ever experienced from DC. I've experienced very little.
Did you see the Shazam trailer?
I did. I don't know. I mean, it's like there was some good gags in there, but it's like, I don't know. I don't care that much.
From All Grown Up got ghosted by fake music talent.
What?
I forgot about All Grown Up. I forgot they made that.
Oh, the All Grown Up shit was disgusting.
Yo.
I hated that shit. I was like, this is wrong on so many levels. Because they didn't even you have... It's like, look... They did this whole thing where it's like, we're gonna have these teenage cars, we're gonna have All Grown Up and As Told by Ginger and all this other shit. But like, they didn't even go that fucking hard in trying to really push those fucking like teenage issues and shit. They didn't go nearly as
Degrassi or anything.
No, it was like y'all are fucking pussies about this stuff. This is fucking lame. I'm gonna go watch Clone High, which was amazing. Dude.
I forgot As Told by Ginger existed too. Yeah. Everybody had a big ass head in that show.
The grass is much greener on the other side. Yeah, the show was also a Kupso show, and that was ugly as fuck.
But she hooked up with the black guy after he got his headset.
After he got his, well, there was a whole arc with that because he had the whole headset on, and then he took it off, and everyone was like, "I want to fuck you," and he was like, "This is really weird. I don't want to fuck all of y'all. Please stop. Please stop.
Please stop."
Shit was funny as fuck.
I didn't watch Generator X, but it's like a Ben 10 knockoff, isn't it?
Well, Generator X was like a weird, like they were really pushing it as like a big new thing. It got one season and no one cared. But I can't remember if it was a case of like it was really good, and Cartoon Network didn't give it a chance like they do with fucking like Symbiotic Titan and shit. Or if it was a case of like, no, it was just whack and no one, we didn't want to watch it. Because they just cancel. There was a period where they would just cancel shows on a fly that were doing really well. And or like
I liked Symbiotic Titan.
Yeah, it was good. But Cartoon Network didn't think it was good enough. That was during when they had that one person on the staff who was like, live action shows, they'll love it.
Yeah.
Like it was that whole weird period that we eventually came out of.
Was good. I love Freakazoid.
I love Freakazoid.
Beverly Spies. You mean Totally Spies?
Dude, I
Totally Spies.
Love Animaniacs too. I fucking love
all of his work. Pinky and the Brain, Animaniacs. All of Spielberg's stuff. Even if I always forget Tiny Toon Adventures was Spielberg, but then I really think about it. I'm like, yeah, of course it was. Like it just has that tone. Dude, there's a bit in the fucking Tiny Toons movie where they all go on their summer vacation, and like I think Buster and Babs. Was that Babs. Buster and Babs? And they're like on a raft careening off a fucking like waterfall or something, and Superman catches them. And like it's Superman because it's Warner Brothers, right? And they're like, "Oh, Superman, thanks." And he was like, I forget what he says, but he's basically like, "Oh wait, oh fuck, dude, this isn't right. What am I doing here?" And then he just drops him and like fucking flies away. As a little kid, I'm like, I didn't know about all this stuff, so I'm like, I don't understand why Superman is here.
Remember the random revival of Freakazoid on 4chan? When that one guy
I haven't actively gone to 4chan in a very, very long time. When was this?
No, it was back in the day, like when I mean, I don't know when everyone else discovered 4chan.
Well, what would you say is the year?
2010, 2009.
Yeah, I would have.
It was the fucking Candlejack meme.
Oh, I remember the Candlejack meme.
Yeah, that shit was all over fucking 4chan. Like, I
remember that.
Why is this guy fucking meme now? Like from Freakazoid, the show from the.
I love that episode. Fucking the text comes up, scream.
Scream.
Yeah.
Bro, he always just walks around with his arms up, like making flying noises.
Yeah, just doing that shit. Yeah. There's what is it? Oh, what was it? There's a bit where it kind of hints at what was his name? The cop that he always hangs out with. There was a gag which sort of alludes to him being gay, and I always thought it was funny, where it's it was like, why do you like, hey, like Barney or something like that? I can't remember the name. It was like, oh, Barney, like, why do you always do this and that? And he's like, because I like meat too much. You can still do that and like meat. Well, I never knew about
Sergeant
that.
Mike Cosgrove.
Cosgrove.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that meme. I remember the one you're talking about, the meat one.
Yeah. But God, there's so many, like, I remember seeing a really good Twitter thread like a year and a half ago or so where it just showed a bunch of examples of when I can't remember his name. The voice actor who did Freakazoid did a fantastic job, and there were just there's all these bits where they let him sort of go nuts with a few lines and like improv some extra shit. And there's some, and then looking back on, I'm like, God, those are some of my favorite gags in the fucking series, and just seeing them animated with the context of like, yeah, he was just in a mic just spitting out words, and they thought it was hilarious, so they animated it. Some of them were even test ones where he was just like getting his voice going, and he just fucking runs with something, and they were like, that was great, like just use this. Fucking,
I met the guys
awesome.
that did the Animaniacs at a con. They
really?
I went to like a panel, and it was
the voice actors for Yakko Wacko and Dot. That's cool.
The Dot one wasn't there, but the two guys were there, and then it was just a bunch of voice actors there, just reading the Lord of the Rings script, but in their characters' voices. So it was like Yakko and Wacko, and then the guy that did the old Batman animated series voice was there. DC Washington, I think is his name, the guy that does Wesker.
Yeah, DC like DC Douglas. DC is that right? That sounds fine. That sounds right.
Christina V was there. What's her name? She does Bubbles, and Timmy Turner.
Oh, okay. I should know. Can't think of it.
Blonde. What the hell is her name? She's like one of the most famous. Like
I know, but that's why I can't think of it. That's why I can't think of it. If you're the more popular you are, the more I have trouble remembering your name.
Tara Strong.
Tara Strong. There you go.
Yeah, she was there, and they're all just doing different characters and like reading the Lord of the Rings script and like ad-libbing shit. It was pretty funny.
One of the funniest situations I've ever been in, where, and I still don't know exactly who, well, except for a couple, but I recognize a lot of the names. I don't know, or I recognize a lot of the voices. I don't know some of the names, but I was at one of those like after dark panels at a con, which I think it was Anime Boston. It was 2014, and they had a it was a hentai dubbing panel. And the idea of it, right? Because typically I've been to a couple of those, and typically what they do is that they have like they'll get people from the audience to come up and dub over what they're watching. There was one time where we just had a really good group, and the people that were going up there were really, really funny, except for one girl who was like super. I don't know why she volunteered to go up there in the mic, because she didn't really say. She just stood there awkwardly and like didn't know what to do. So I was like, all right, but the rest of them were fine. And there was another one where it was just people weren't nailing it. It wasn't funny. This one,
Trihex streamed that shit from Anime Expo 2 years ago. That was funny as fuck.
But there was one,
and he did the game show dating thing.
There was one where for a part of it, and it's actually maybe the first one I'm talking about, because I think that group was really, really funny. But they started it off with a special thing that they hadn't done before. And it's like this, I think the people who ran this panel had been doing a lot of the After Dark panels at this con for like years or whatever. And so they actually had like 4 different professional voice actors in the industry behind the curtain who they couldn't reveal themselves because that would have probably more than likely cause issues with people who you're working with or whatever. So they couldn't reveal themselves. Yeah. But they would talk into the mic to make it like as obvious as possible that you, the audience, would know who they are without knowing the names. Like one of them just does basically one of those fucking like he does. It's the guy who would do all of the intros and outros to Dragon Ball Z episodes. Is like, is Goku really gonna do it? Yeah, and he does a gag which basically just sounds like he's doing the outro of a Dragon Ball episode when he's introducing himself. And so everyone starts laughing in the room because we all know who it is, without knowing who it is. And so that happened for a few people, and I can't remember now like who it was. I remember that I knew at the time, but can't remember now. And they were. It was the funniest fucking thing because they were just dubbing this weird fucking hentai, and it was Kyle Herbert, yeah. Oh god, it was so fucking good, and just, oh man, I missed that. That was probably one of my favorite like things at a con I've been to just for that moment alone. That was fucking hysterical. But I was like the idea of like voice actors getting together and just reading random shit and like their characters' voices and whatnot.
It's funny as shit. It's the fucking Yakko and Wacko guys were fucking, and one of them did Brain as well, so they did some Pinky the Brain as well.
That's cool.
It was just funny as shit hearing them read all that shit.
Dude, there's a video I saw just the other day, and it's like this group that does like these really nice jazz covers, and they're dressed up in the full like classic just outfits and all sorts of shit. They had this like really nice room. It's this really professional looking thing, and in the background you had I thought I recognized one of them. It ended up being him, but like these 2 guys in the background who are like pretending to be, they're like bartender guys, and they're like washing glasses or whatever, and they're doing the whole thing. It's a rendition of the Pinky and the Brain theme, and it was like a jazz cover, and it was incredible. And then in the downtime, the singer, I forget what her name is, she walks off, and it just like camera doesn't move at all, and then you hear Pinky and the Brain start talking to one another, and it's those 2 guys in the back, and it's the original voice actors, and they're talking to one another. They're talking to one another, and they're doing this whole bit before she comes back and starts singing the rest of the song. It's really, really good.
I never watched that much 16. People talk about.
Oh, that was that Canadian like Flash show.
Yeah.
Right.
16 and what was the other Canadian one? Total Drama Island. That was
Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh. I never all those shows I never really got into.
I watched like the first season of Total Drama, but there's like 20 seasons of that shit, I think.
Yeah, I just didn't. It wasn't for me. A lot of it was just the animation too. It was just like, this show's kind of ugly. I don't want to watch it.
Total Drama was
apparently some people say that 16 was good, but I never got it. I was seeing like 5 episodes of that shit.
Well, I heard 16 was like when I was talking earlier with like, man, why doesn't like As Told by Ginger have characters that like sound like teenagers when they're supposed to be teenagers, or act like teenagers when they're supposed to be teenagers? Apparently 16 actually kind of did that. Like 16 was the more like, hey, we're going to be kind of risque with some shit, and be a lot more direct, and sort of apparently had a much better way, like kind of what Gog's saying, it had a much better way of sort of capturing what kids that age would be thinking. Like they're teenagers in a lot of the sense. So, because I think I remember seeing a clip from one episode where like one of the girls just finds out about like this other friend she's hanging out with is a lesbian, but it's not done in a very like pandering way. It's just like it was just interesting and very in character for the way they described it. And I could tell that with even just watching the clip. I was like, oh, this seems very like natural in kind of a weird way. So apparently like, the writing and a lot of the voice acting stuff just really nailed a lot of that shit. I just didn't like the way it looks, so I never gave it a shot. But
well, it got here super late. Those Canadian shows did.
Yeah.
Like 16 was like on Cartoon Network way after it had been airing for a long fucking time in Canada, and then by the time Total Drama came to Cartoon Network, it was already like 5 seasons deep in Canada television.
Yikes. Bionicles were the shit.
Did you watch the Bionicles?
What was Bionicle even on? What was that on? Was that Disney or something?
The DVD.
I think that was just straight to DVD.
I think they
probably showed him on Cartoon Network like after a while. Okay. I remember I watched one with my cousin because he was like way younger than me. He's like, let's watch the Bionicle movie. And it was the biggest fucking Chekhov's gun I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Let me talk to you.
The movie opens and it's like he's like playing some sport that's kind of like lacrosse or whatever the fuck. It's like he has like this thing and he scoops the ball up and they're like throwing it into the net. And they do that for like 15 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck was the point of that? Then literally at the end of the movie, the giant bad guy's here who's like a bunch of Bionicles combined. And he's like, the only way to defeat me is to pick up that stick and throw the ball into the hole behind me. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Is that what that point of that was?
It was so in, dude. They have Bionicles surfing on lava and shit. And that's just like how they get around in like the fire region of their universe. It's so sick.
I collected all of the first series of Bionicles, like the actual toys, but I had it was the fire guy who had the sword for the arm, the snow guy had some shield. There's the black one and the blue one and the green one. There's like 8 of them that I got, but then I stopped collecting them after the first series of the original run.
Let me tell y'all why I'm not bothered by Kingdom Hearts' storyline. Because I grew up on Bionicle lore.
Bro, I remember you could make 2 big ones. If you got all 8 of them, then you could take the certain parts from certain ones and make the 2 giant ones. They're like the fucking...
Oh, it was that big brain?
Yeah, it was like, you needed all 8 of them, and then you could combine certain parts from other ones. They all had instructions, but each one had like a couple of instructions on the back. So then if you got all 8 instruction booklets, it would tell you how to make the giant guy who was like a fucking gangbang of 3 different Bionicles in one. He had like all their powers.
That shit's so intelligent. That's the best use of that concept that I could have easily thought of. No memes. I wish I could have.
Want to get all of them? I was like, I gotta make the big guy, dude.
Weren't those golden pieces? You never got Bionicles, dog.
I never watched or played with any of that. I don't know a single thing about Bionicles.
Dude, Bionicles.
It's a real shame.
I was on that shit for a while, but yeah, I only they started making like. They made like the Droidica ones where they like roll up in balls and roll around and shit.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
Like some Phantom Menace shit? Is that...
That reminds me of what I wanted to bring up earlier, the fucking Powerpuff Girls episode with the Boogeyman, and it was literally just Star Wars.
What?
Like he literally makes the Death Star and it covers up the sun so that the that the Army of the Night can party forever.
And then they do the whole they can party forever and they do the whole parody bit. Yeah, it was safe because I remember
into the Death Star and then fucking Bubbles has to go. She has to conquer her fear. She has to go shoot the laser into the fucking exhaust pipe.
It was great.
And then they're all flying away and it fucking has the literal explosion from Star Wars in the background.
Dude, see, they did that, and then Dexter had a Star Trek parody episode when they go to the mall with the whole
they all had the shirts and shit too.
They all had the shirts, and they have the whole bit, the intro, where instead of the Enterprise, it's his mom's van, and it's doing the whole intro where it's flying back and forth. And they get there, they get there, and wasn't that the episode where they get
Picard? He's like sitting there like run the engines check and like all that shit.
Yeah, but wasn't that the episode where they go to the mall and then it ends up going to the whole? They end up in like that doll store, and I think something gets open, and everyone in there freaks out because there's some term in terms of like there's an in-box and out-of-box term for how you classify certain things, and certain things like are unopened, have never been opened, or like in our FB, never removed from box. Yeah, and they're all like someone opens something because they're like, I think it was Dexter, and he's like, this is stupid, who cares, it's just a doll. He opens it, and all the girls like in there just start in there, NRFB, NRFB, and like they're having to run from him and shit. I think that was the same episode. That shit was great.
And he had Action Hank, dude.
Action
For some
Hank.
reason, that reminds me of that one episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy when the boys like find the abandoned fucking van in the junkyard.
I don't remember.
Oh yeah.
They go on like this whole fucking quest where they just start throwing random pieces of bullshit together, and it's like they're in another world.
Dude, my
like
favorite.
they crash landed on an
Yeah,
alien
it was like
planet.
they acted like they crash landed on the alien planet.
Yeah, it was one of the
They were in the
sickest.
junkyard.
Easily one of the sickest fucking like reruns because it was always on.
Oh, I forgot about the Speed Racer episode of Dexter too.
The Speed Racer episode was great.
Dee Dee was Racer.
Yeah.
There's so many fucking Hanna-Barbera
what was great? Well, what was great about Speed Racer, the Speed Racer parody, was that like I was the only person I've like ever known to, when I was a little like, and from my like back when I was that age, when it was airing on Cartoon Network. I mean, I was about 5, and for some reason I would love in the mornings I would eat my cereal before school and watch Speed Racer. That went on for like a year. And I barely remember that, except I just remember watching a lot of Speed Racer. I remember just understanding it a lot. And so when I saw that Dexter episode, I was the only one I knew who understood the concept of like, yeah, that's how their mouths moved in Speed Racer. Because people watching and be like, why was the animation all weird? Like, why did the show look all? Why did this episode look all weird? I was like, oh well, Speed Racer. What's Speed Racer? I'm like, oh man, fuck. So I loved it because there was that bit near the end when they're approaching the finish line, and there's the turtle. There's the turtle on the road. And they're like freaking out about it because the camera's like going back and forth and just like, oh, and it's like, Dee Dee, watch out, Dee Dee, watch out, there's a turtle on the road. Aw, they're doing that whole bit. It was great.
Dial M for monkey.
Dial M for monkey. I still I think the Justice Friends was my favorite.
Justice Friends.
Like side gag. Okay. Because again, that was another thing they brought in from both to both shows, because they had in Powerpuff there was an episode where it's like, because they were like, it was more of a direct like.
They had Kronk in one of their episodes, didn't they?
Well, no, they had all of them, because in Dexter's the concept was that it was just a TV show. In Powerpuff, it was like they existed, and there's a superhero summit happening with like all these different superheroes who are all like parodies of other superheroes that exist, and then of course you had you had Justice Friends, which was you had Infraggable Kronk, you had Valhallen, and then you had Major Glory. So Major Glory, of course, shows up, and he's the leader, and they're watching it all TV. And of course, eventually, like once they all show up, the doors shut, and then they're like, "Okay, that's all we can report on because everything else is private." And of course, the girls are freaking out about it or whatever. And then they want to. Professor ends up motivating them to go and prove themselves, because he's like, "Well, you're superheroes too." He's like, "Oh, we're not like them." It's like, "Yeah, but you could be. Go prove them." And of course, they end up beating all their asses in the end of it, because at first they're like, "Oh, well, you're just a bunch of little girls or whatever." And I love that shit, because you had like all these very, very stereotypical superheroes. Because one was just a British guy, and he was just the most like just Brit bong whip-a-doo, just kind of fucking classic character. He had the whole thing. It's like he's a big strength guy, so he's lifting a mountain. He goes like chim cheerio, and lifts the fucking mountain. And he has a monocle and like a little hat or whatever. I'm pretty sure one of them was pretty racist to African people. There were a bunch in there, but man, it's like, oh, I love cartoons. I love
wanted to fuck the monkey, dial in for monkey. Dude.
She wanted to smash that fucking monkey.
Remember the one with the ape guy who started like walking on 2 legs, and he was like, he all ripped and wearing like no clothes. I was like, this is kind of weird, dude. Dude,
well, like Kraken and Tarkovsky cartoons, like when they had a really ripped character, they drew like it was fucking like, what's that like what's that one show, the anime people always talk about, the fighting one, where it's just like every character has like 100 million muscles and all sorts of weird freaky shit. It's like Baki or whatever. It was Baki. Like people talk about that, and it's like, yeah, like there was something before it. Because some of those characters, well, even the big in that episode of the Powerful Girls I was talking about, when they're doing the whole superhero summit, there's a big villain who comes down to beats all the other superheroes' ass, and then the Powerful Girls have to come and like save him or whatever. And that guy who comes from space, who's just like, I want the strongest, he has like 50 fucking thousand muscles on, and it's drawn in like this really disturbing sort of way. But no, shit was funny.
The channel change his movie from Fairly Odd Parents too, when it did all the different animation styles when he would go to the different channels and they had the different shows.
I don't remember that one actually.
Really?
Channel
he like went
chasers.
into like Scooby Doo world and like Dragon Ball Z, and it was like they
No,
would change animation
I don't
styles
remember
every
that.
time he'd go in.
I don't remember that. I remember the Codenames Next Door Dragon Ball parody, which is funny as shit.
Yo, shouts to Codename Kid Next Door.
I don't know if I remember that one.
It was great because they had number 2 who was like trying to become more powerful or whatever, and he's doing this whole bit.
Oh,
and by the end of it, he's just like gets stronger, but instead of him changing at all, it's just his hair is like a mile long or mile tall because he's trying to be bigger than the other guy, and then he just gets the shit beat out of him.
We're getting into it, didn't they?
Huh?
Him and number 4 both had like the Super Saiyan hair, didn't they?
Something like that. I can't remember.
Bro, I remember that overarching
because it was a Goku Frieza thing.
And that show was wacky too. Because it's like they always had some shit going on with Father for the longest time. Like, you know, they would do other shit, and then they had the movie where they like went into the alternate universe. And like, the delightful children of Father were the good guys.
And then the fucking they have to go into like the underground and help the adults or whatever who are all like old and shit, or like or used to be kids who were underground, so they're all old and shit. Something like that. It was weird.
Blew up their moon base, dude.
Yeah. Shit got wacky.
And there's that Scottish bitch.
Oh yeah, I don't know her name, but I know who you were talking about.
She was like number 86 or something. She had the pasta
yeah,
red hair and a Scottish accent.
Didn't she want to smash number 1?
I think so.
I think a lot of the girls in that show wanted to smash number 1.
Didn't he?
Yeah,
he had Lizzie.
Yeah, but he fucking hated her.
Yeah.
He hated the shit out of Lizzie. I think
number 3 and number 4 were a thing. The Asian girl and the little short white kid with the long hair.
Interesting, for some reason I always remember this mark where like number 1 goes into the future and he's like the president of the United States, and number 5's like in prison and shit, and like number 5 doesn't believe number 1 being like, oh yeah, I'm still a kid, just I'm the president. So I think the illusion was that number 1 wanted to get with number 4, because like she says or no, not number 4, yeah, number 3, because like what she says is that the Asian girl,
it was number
like,
4, right? Was that number 3 or number 4?
Number 3 was the Asian girl, and number 4 was the white kid with the blonde hair.
So what number 5 says is like, okay, who was the one who always had the crush on number 3? And I don't mean number 4. And number 1 just smiles, and then they just fucking cut away from it. I said, damn, it's like that, number 1.
Like that? Is that deep?
You getting it? You get it's that real to you?
Also, if anyone in chat didn't watch the show, the reason why we're saying number instead of number was that's how it's written.
There was no ERs.
Numbah. That's how it's done, and we're going to pronounce it as such.
Translators note Keikaku means plan.
Yeah.
And then they had all their fucking inventions that were all fucking anagrams for shit.
Yeah. 2x4 technology. So that's what it was called.
No hard ER.
No hard.
They spell it with an AH at the end, dude.
Thought you were holding a cigarette for a second, Shib. I was gonna be like, damn, you just casually fucking fucked me up for a second. Yeah, for a second.
What was the arc when they had that zombie type shit where you get touched, you turn into an old person? I don't even vaguely remember that. The only one that I remember is the one where number 2 was he was like a detective. Like he had his own like private investigation operating out of the broom closet of his elementary school.
There's one.
I remember
it was tight.
Those 2 weird guys who sat on the lifeguard post, but they had ice cream that I always thought looked really good, and I wanted to try the ice cream.
Oh yeah.
They seem pretty pedophile. Like those guys gave me some weird vibes. One of them had like the big ass hair with the horns coming out of it.
Yeah.
Oh
the
shit!
other one looked like a walrus.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now I just want to go back to those shows.
I know. Well, because I feel like it's one of those shows that there's a lot more that I remember than I realize, or that I would remember if I saw it. Because I feel like I had that show on a lot, but I can't really recall. Like one of the episodes I feel like I remember really well for some reason is one where number 2 gets like in this whole he builds a plane and he ends up just spending the whole episode fixing his plane more and more because he's dogfighting with some fucking asshole.
Yeah, with the Red Baron.
or some shit. It's just like he's just getting more and more pissed off, and I'm like, damn, dude.
That shit was
I can't remember how it ended, or if it was like, wasn't the surprise like it was a girl or something. It was one of those, or I can't remember. Or like he ended up becoming like friendly rivals with him or her.
The golden ice cream one, dude. That one was
no version of like the eventual friendly rival thing was ever more lit than Red Hood and Robin and Teen Titans.
Oh, that shit was great.
Or Red X, I should say.
Robin. Red X. The only shitty thing about it was that because the whole last season got like rushed to shit, like Red X, and he's like, all right guys, I'll see you later. I'm like, man, this is actually getting really neat when him and Robin actually team up to beat fucking Slade's ass at the one point. You just never see him again. Just never ever. Like that whole arc just ends, and there's still like plot holes with it. So it kind of sucks.
Robin was Red X.
He was, but then someone else stole the suit. Like later on, someone is, and it's actually pretty cool where he gets in. Of course, Robin is going through this whole dilemma of just like fucking, because he can't. What I liked about it is that they actually had a in-universe reason as to why you couldn't destroy the suit, because of what it was made of. It was made of this like really fucking volatile material that if you tried to destroy it, it would just cause like all these fucking problems or whatever. And so they had it locked up like a motherfucker, and some guy managed to get in and steal it. And so Robin's just beating himself up. He's like, I shouldn't have made the suit, whatever. And that whole arc happened, you know, like for a good couple episodes after the whole Red X dilemma happened, because there was a period where other plot points and episodes were occurring after, but still people in the team were kind of like, Robin, we're still kind of pissed off at you, dude. And so he's going back into that whole mode, and everyone's having to be like, dude, we've already been through this. It's fine. Like, don't worry about it. We'll just beat his ass. And I like that they just have all these little bits to acknowledge certain things like that without getting really hung up on it. It feels very natural, like, you know, characters being written like how they should be. But no, that shit was cool. And like the guy who took the suit, he was just this cocky motherfucker. Which is, at one point you're like, man, you just sound like some kind of fucking BK Randy just doing this shit. But at the same time, it's like, well, if you're able to break into that damn vault,
he's not a BK Randy. Like that, well,
yeah, like no, he's some serious. Like he's still a mystery in terms of you don't know who he is, but it's like he's a threat. So it was cool. It was really neat. And what I like though is that he's also just, there were points where he would fuck up because he didn't know how the suit worked. So he would make mistakes and like screw up and barely get away for a couple of points, and then of course he would figure out the suit better and come back. But like there's an initial bit where he's like, oh fuck, I don't know what I'm doing. It was really funny. I think it was, yeah, because he was getting it for that weird like Chinatown scientist guy who ends up like fucking him over. That's what it was. He ends up, because they were going to build like a giant like death beam cannon, and then he doesn't get like his end of the bargain. So the Red X replacement is like, all right, well, I'm just going to beat this fucking guy up.
Dude, fucking remember the movie in Tokyo.
I barely remember it. I saw it once when it premiered, and I don't remember anything about it other than there was some girl who was talking to Beast. That was the final, yeah. And there was some girl who was talking to Beast, and she's like, haha, otaku? And he's like, otaku, whoa, that means I'm cool, right? And that's all I remember from the whole movie.
Bro, I was waiting for Tara to come back that whole goddamn show.
Nope.
I was like, when's she gonna get unfrozen?
Nope.
Dude, shipping OTPs is so strong when it's reserved for the movie tie-in. Like, that was the whole, like, you could have all this bullshit go on where, like, Robin's just weaving out on motorcycles and shit, ripping off Akira or whatever the fuck, but nobody remembers shit. It's just the part where fucking Starfire and Robin are holding it. Yeah, just do it, because that's the confirmation. That's what you have a movie for. Dude, just be like, hey,
dude, there's a way better.
That's why you make a movie.
Dude, the best like Starfire Raven like whole dating dilemma episode is when they're on that fucking, like, they're in space and some shit happens where Robin's like, oh, you know, don't separate, but his transmission gets fucked up, so it sounds like he's saying separate. So they all split off from their ship and end up like crashing on a planet in different places. And before this all happened, there was some sort of issue where someone referred to Robin and Starfire as like being a couple, or like being as like, basically say like, oh, this must be your girlfriend. And so Robin's like, oh no, it's not my girlfriend. Of course, Starfire doesn't understand. So she's like, oh, I'm not your friend. What the fuck?
Oh,
so she spends the whole episode being fucking just really, really pissed off at Robin the whole time. And Robin is just trying so fucking hard to, like, he finally finds her on the planet. And of course she doesn't want anything to do with him. And he's trying so fucking hard to explain just like what the fuck this all means. And it straight up reminds me of any time like someone would come to Captain Picard in The Next Generation and like with like girl trouble. And he's just like, I don't know. Help. Can you talk to can you just go talk to Riker or anyone else on the fucking ship except for me? That shit was great. Yeah, Raven and Starfire swap bodies. That was cool. They have to figure their shit out.
Nothing is more lit.
If you want to fly, you have to think happy thoughts. What?
Nothing is ever going to be more lit than the moment Slade resurrected turns around with like his mask off and you just see the skull and you're just like, damn, Teen Titans, you did this?
And he's like, yeah, it was kind of, it cost a little bit more than you fucking think, Robin. It's like, shit. And they're fighting fucking like...
cool ass villain. Fucking Slade was a cool ass villain.
It was cool.
It was such good writing for a fucking Cartoon Network show.
I think we talked about this on a cast a while ago, actually, reminiscing on Titans a bit. And I was talking about the episode where like Slade's up in Robin's head because he left that final fucking thing that gave him that whatever, some sort of neurotoxin that like fucked his brain up. And so he just keeps seeing him everywhere. That shit was great. Like Robin's beat the fuck up. Like this man is trashed, going crazy.
I never watched Teen Titans a lot as a kid, so it wasn't for me, dude.
Gotta binge fix that shit.
You gotta watch that shit, dude.
I watched the entirety of it not long ago. It holds up well.
I would rewatch it or like watch it for the first time. That shit's really good. There are definitely some seasons that are like worse than others, but like it's worth a watch.
I'll think
it's
about it.
It's definitely high quality enough.
I'll think about it. Probably would. No, I'd probably catch like I'd be looking for Teen Titans and I'd see something else and be like, I'm gonna watch this instead, and I'd just end up watching that.
Yeah.
And I'm talking like all cartoons.
There's this one cool, actually it was one of the better episodes. It's the one where Robin like loses in like hand-to-hand combat to this one fucker, and so he basically has to like go on this quest to like find the master
up the
or whatever
mountain?
and have the master.
That one was a fun little side one they kind of did where it's like, let's just do some wacky shit. Robin's in like China.
And the best part too is like the side bit where everybody else that's just like chilling out at the tower is just like rummaging through Robin's shit, and they're like putting on his outfits and messing with his gadgets and shit and pretending to be Robin.
Even Raven gets in on it at the end. So they're like, come on, it's fun. And then Robin comes home, finds them all, and they're all freaking the fuck out. And he's Robin's so zen at this point because he overcame his shit. He's like, hey guys, what's up? What y'all want to watch? He's just big chilling, doesn't give a fuck. Because normally he would have been freaking the fuck out. Yeah, they're just going through his shit.
There was one cool part about that episode where he actually mentions that he already was trained by the best, and it's like a cool little like nod to Batman having trained him and how he was like the best martial artist. I thought that was cool. Like, just it's cool that Teen Titans doesn't have to like go super deep in on like the extra DC shit that's going on at the same time.
I was
thinking, still kind of make reference to it.
They do a few things like that.
I was thinking that if they were to do that show today, like what you were explaining about the suit with Red X, I was like, that would just been like whatever the super shit from Wakanda, Vibranium. That just would have been, or like whatever the fuck,
whatever
like
the DC equivalent it is.
Yeah, well, like her. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Of course, I mean, I can't remember what it was called. They used that term a few times because there was an episode where Slade, it was actually the one where Robin's going crazy and he thinks that Slade planted these bombs that are made of that material under it. Like they use that term a lot, and I can't remember what it was. I don't know if that's an extensive like DC thing, if that's like their whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I remember the alternate future one. Yeah, because he goes in the future where everything's fucked up and it's not Robin, it's Nightwing. That shit was sick.
Yeah,
that's pretty sick. That shit was sick. And Starfire's like, damn, Robin, you glow up. It's like, hey. It's like, take you back with me.
I played that Flash game too. Apparently Teen Titans supposed to come back too.
Supposedly, there's a thing, I think a lot of us probably had seen that before. There's a thing at the end of the Go movie that's a little like teaser for it, where Robin's basically like, hey, we're still here, blah, blah, blah. And it shows the whole cast or whatever. He gets this transmission thing going. And then it just kind of cuts away. So I'm like, well, it's got to mean something, I guess. But,
I don't know if
I mean, I would say like if they straight up try a thing where it's like, hey, like I don't know why else they would just acknowledge those characters in its own little teaser thing at the end of the movie, other than it being like either some sort of little like a one-off movie they want to do, like they did with that Hey Arnold movie not long ago, or if they were just going to do a whole new series. I'd be more inclined to believe it would be some sort of movie, but I don't know.
That's a good point.
Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans. Oh, so it's okay. Well, then I don't care.
That's not even a fucking issue. It's like the original Teen Titans just win. Like, what's the movie?
I don't give a fuck about a crossover. Give me a final season so I can see how the damn show's actually supposed to end.
Yeah, well, too bad.
Yeah.
So that's weird. So Teen Titans Go versus
I don't want those
Teen Titans.
gremlins in the same pictures the regular ones on.
I get worried when they try and because like I was all for an actual ending for Samurai Jack because I felt like it really needed it.
Yeah.
And then I kind of like saw how the last few episodes came out and it felt like kind of a rush job, and I was like, man, that's kind of like a bittersweet ending or to that memory of what Samurai Jack was. So whenever people, well, in this case, when it's like do like a send off to Teen Titans, I'm like, man, I'm not really sure if I want to do that because I'm always worried that they're gonna like fuck it up super hard and I'm just gonna be like, well, shit, that's just ruins everything. Well, maybe it wouldn't ruin everything, but it would.
I never even ended up thinking about it. I never ended up seeing the new Samurai Jack, because I remember I started watching it like a couple weeks late, because for some reason I just didn't know when it was coming out, and as I was going through, I just like it got to like the last like I think there was only like 3 or 4 episodes left, and I just like stopped watching. I don't know why. Probably. Is the ending good?
Yeah. It's pretty good. I think that it's pretty faithful to what.
Yeah.
It was pretty faithful, just like in artistic style and tone to the original Samurai Jack. A lot of it is kind of like darker. The places are in there.
Well, yeah, no, I saw the last like I saw through like the last few seasons. The last few episodes of Samurai Jack. I just want to know about like the last like 4 episodes. Good. General.
I think it's just kind of like depends on who you talk to, because I think a lot of people are gonna have different opinions on the whole thing.
What's your opinion?
Well, okay. Do you want me to spoil it or?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't care.
Okay. Well,
spoilers for Samurai Jack, the new season, if y'all ain't seen it.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen that,
it's a year and a half old. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The whole a lot of people have a lot of issue with the whole Ashi romance with Jack. But just kind of feeling like it was forced. Like, oh man, why does there have to be like this relationship between the two? Why can't they just like respect each other? And it's kind of what is it? I feel like it becomes more of a main focus than it needed to be in like the final episode. And I don't know. It's weird. It feels like some bits. It definitely feels like some bits, like the final battle or something like that, were like a little rushed, and maybe just Jack does eventually make it back to the past, but he loses Ashi in the end because Ashi came from from Aceuhh. So there's kind of like a bittersweet ending to that, which I appreciated. But I think a lot of it just kind of comes down to the last episode was rushed, and a lot of people didn't like the Ashi romance with Jack, which I think is just kind of up to personal preference, really.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
Is there a cool fight with Aceuhh?
I mean, that's what I mean by like it's a rush job. I feel like it could have been better if they gave them more time, but it wasn't nearly as cool as it could have been, or like as epic as it was maybe built up to be, because it was like that was the whole final thing.
Yeah, I got it.
It's no episode 26.
It's like they're what is it? He goes back and they replay the whole scene where Aceuhh actually sends him back in time, and then like literally 1 second later, Jack and Ashi come in from the future back to that timeline, and he's like, "Oh no, I just sent you away a second ago," and then he just kills him right there.
What the fuck? What are you doing here?
It's funny as shit, but it's also just like, dang, I kind of want an epic battle. It depends on what you want.
I still love the episode when they meet up at the end and Jack is running towards Aceuhh with a sword, and he's like, samurai, and he gives this whole thing. It's like, you don't know what's going to happen. you're going to swing your sword at me, and I'm going to turn into some sort of form and fly away as I curse you and tell you we're going to meet again. And then, of course, that's happening.
I remember
it's
that.
Like, I'll meet you again, samurai. Or they just the whole bit, and then Jack's just kind of like, okay. it's really fucking funny. I think about that one. I think about the one where I think about the one where Aku's trying to explain to all the children, like he's telling all these old stories, you know, the fucking Big Bad Wolf and all that kind of stuff, except it's from the perspective that, you know, little Aku is the, you know, Red Riding Hood, and then you have, you know, evil Jack who's, you know, eating the fucking woman and like laying in bed or whatever. It was great. Everyone, of course, all the kids are like, no, I heard Jack is a good guy, and Aku's getting fucking pissed.
I never watched Legend of Korra, but
same.
I got to what everyone usually gets to, which was like about most of the way through that second season into the third, when it was like just bad love triangles and MacGuffins out the fucking balls. And I was like, all right.
It's just damage.
I was like, all right, I just can't do it.
What kind of shows did you guys like as a kid?
Wait, was that Korra?
Korra.
Oh yeah.
We gotta fight. Yeah. We gotta fight this evil tapestry that's floating around, being evil. Hey, Korra, get really big and then beam.
No. That is.
It was just lame. Actually, like everything in that show was just really fucking lame.
When they do the thing where they go into like the whole like lore of the Avatar, and it's just like, oh, you know, who's like the light spirit that lives inside the Avatar and gives them like the ability to bend all four elements, like whatever that is. It's just like, oh, you were with me all along, and like she has a voice and everything, and she's
it's some Cage 3 Power of Awakening kind of bullshit. It's that kind of. I'm
just like, man, this is so. They didn't need to do this. Why would they do this? It's the same sort of shit where it's just like once you explain what makes something cool, then it's like, oh wow, it's not as cool anymore. Like,
but then they portray it in a really lame way, and then Korra learns nothing from it.
Korra's the sort of show where it would be like okay if it wasn't part of Avatar: Last Airbender. It's just that's the thing, because you can't. It's like actually impossible to think about Korra without comparing it to the original Avatar.
But thankfully, it's separate enough to where, especially in terms of timeline and things like that, where you can watch the first Avatar, and like, just like, all right, that's all I need.
Right. Yeah.
Don't have to watch. And even if you do watch Korra, it doesn't like. I don't feel like it taints things as much because it's just so. This feels like so separate.
Well, it's like the perfect example of it's trying to live up to its expectations and its predecessor, and it because it's trying so hard to live up to that name, it never actually becomes its own cool thing.
Yeah.
That's like it's always caught in between trying to do its own cool thing and just living up to what Avatar was. Just the predecessor to Boruto. Fuck yeah.
Kind of responses we got in chat.
I saw Cat Dog.
Cat Dog.
Yo,
Cat Dog. I fucked with Cat Dog. I always remember the episode where that fucking where Dog smelled the firefighter's dog's piss out in the hydrant, and he just stayed out there on post like, hey, I hope a motherfucker would come try and piss on this fucking hydrant again. And Cat's like, hey, come inside, dude. What you doing? And Dog's like, nah, he coming back. It's gangland now. Like,
it's on site.
I wish it was actually written that way. But
it's on site, firefighter Dog.
Real as fuck.
God, yeah, Ben Sam, we talked about that. Yeah, regular show. I like Chowder a lot. Regular show is okay.
I fucking love regular show and Chowder, dude. Fuck, what about Flapjack, dude?
Flapjack was a weird one. I liked it though, because that was the same person that made what was his name? He was a fucking weird guy.
Yeah, that shit was too weird for me.
I want to say he had a show before then, or maybe I'm mistaking it.
Arthur's a big.
You know, a lot of the like. Did y'all real quick? Like, because I was very limited in terms of like what kind of shows.
Ward?
It was Pendleton Ward. Well, no. Pendleton Ward made Adventure Time.
Adventure Time.
You know, he made Adventure Time. But not like because every time I think of like Arthur and other shows, it's kind of like it's one of those Power Ranger things where people are like everyone around me growing up, they all watched that shit. They always watched Arthur when they were growing up. That's like I never watched it because it wasn't on what I was watching.
I didn't watch PBS, so yeah, I never fucked with Arthur.
Yeah, like I didn't have a lot of that. Like a lot of the kids shows I remember watching were shows that I would watch with my little cousin Christopher because he was like 2 or 3 years old, little dumb baby. And he'd come over and they would put on shows and I would need to watch them when I was like 8 or 9 or however old. Yeah. So like fucking Franklin and all those other shows would come on. So I would watch that a lot because I'd just be with him about, you know, just sitting in the same room. Yeah.
That like Dora the Explorer and shit.
God, Dora. Franklin was a little shit. Franklin was a little fucker. Stupid kid. He cheated on a test. He wrote pencil on the brim of his hat because he couldn't understand the difference between an S and a C. And I was like, bitch, you better not be cheating. He did. And he got caught. Dumbass. Little fucker. Hamtaro was
Arthur and like Jimmy Neutron now I associate with memes so much. Like there's so many good just dumbass memes that have come out of that show. Like that's all I see him now. Miss Fritz, I'm about to head out. I'm done with this.
The most Arthur I've seen have been in the form of like YouTube poops back in 2006. There were some good ones. There were some really good ones, some really obscene ones. Like some of the most disgusting, disturbing ones were using Arthur.
See, every time Arthur was on, like Franklin the Turtle was after that shit. So I was watching Franklin the Turtle.
It's Franklin coming in.
That and your boy would be watching Barney when he was a little boy. So
see, Barney I watched Barney a lot when I was like little.
Yeah, it was Barney and Power Rangers for me when I was when I was a kid, a wee lad.
So we had like Barney on tape, but then on Nick Jr. they had like Gullah Gullah Island. That show was the shit.
Gullah Gullah Island.
You can be a polywog. That show was sick.
Fucking, I used to watch Guts and
Wild
and Crazy Kids.
Wild and Crazy Kids when they would race on those fucking little tricycle things through the mall. Whatever at the end, like they have the races and stuff. That was sick. Nick Arcade.
You like, dude, you can be in the video game.
Those kids were. That shit was so sad because these little kids are struggling in front of that green screen. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Just get hit by random shit. And that shit looked like there was some Castlevania 2 level shit in there. That's like there's no even if I had a controller, I would still get bobbed. That shit was cheating, and they would never fucking. I never saw anyone get the grand prize.
Deadass lived 10 minutes from there, and my parents never took me to be on the TV shows, dude.
Dang.
What the hell?
I want to go in the goddamn temple, dude. I want to get groped by some fucking guy in a random room in the temple, dude.
That shit, yo.
Do you think
I love that shit.
Do you think any of the guys in those suits accidentally like copped a feel on one of those kids just by blind accident? Probably. Oh man,
hope they didn't get sued. And grab him, dude.
What do we got?
Yeah. I mean, Gravity Falls, I wasn't a kid, but that was a good-ass cartoon.
That's a very good cartoon. That one took me by surprise. Shit.
Bro, I'm not even... You know what's sad? I just looked it up. My favorite Ranger... Guess who my favorite Ranger was in Power Rangers? Johnny Young Bosch.
I had a Power Ranger shirt. And when I was little, and my dad told me I couldn't wear it because I was going to be turned into a fag if I had pink on my shirt.
Oh. Not bad. Yeah, dude, the Black Ranger was my favorite. It was Johnny Young Bosch.
What the fuck? The dick.
That's like the only thing I remember from my childhood was my dad saying that shit. I was like, that was out of pocket. I'm 3 years old and I know that's out of pocket, dude.
Golly.
Damn.
Simpsons,
that's some shit that my dad would say, but only like now.
Well, I think salary like Simpsons was on Fox, so I didn't watch it.
I didn't.
I had friends that were like, "That's live and die by the Simpsons." Yeah. And I was just like, I don't.
I went to see the movie when it came out with a friend, and that's the only Simpsons media I've ingested ever, except for Simpsons Hit and Run, which is an excellent game. That's literally it.
I watched some Simpsons every once in a while when it was on, but most of the time it was just like I was watching whatever the folks were, and they weren't really into the Simpsons.
I had the Red Power Ranger pajamas. It was like you were wearing the red Power Ranger suit, and I wore them to school for pajama day one day.
Nice, dude. What they say, man, you're cool.
Yeah. Man,
yeah.
cool, dude.
Hell yeah.
I just want to watch Zoids. We gotta talk about Zoids.
Dude,
Now I want to watch about
shit.
Zoids. I want to see Liger fuck shit up.
Johnny Young Bosch.
Dude, Johnny Young Bosch was my favorite Ranger, the Black Ranger. He was so
I thought
sick.
the Black Ranger was black.
What? It's season 2. Season 2.
Remember the Green Ranger turned into the White Ranger?
Yeah, that was sick. Like when the Green Ranger showed up, I was like, this dude is sick. And then he turned into the White Ranger. I was like, I don't like him anymore. I don't like this dude. And
the
then,
fucking movie with Ivan Von Ooze, dude.
Yeah.
Bro, I wanted to eat that shit so bad. Autism
the
flared
purple,
in my
the
head.
purple
Yeah,
ooze.
I was like, I want to eat the goo, dude. Let me eat the goo.
I bet you were one of those kids like watching Nickelodeon back in the day. You've been like, I want to try out some of that slime like Danny Tamborelli.
Hell yeah! Okay, here's the thing. I was curious about it for a long time, and then I found out what it was made of because we went to a thing when we went to Universal Studios one year as a kid when I was a kid. And we went to the Nickelodeon Studios, and I was kind of pissed though, because I thought we were gonna like watch a filming of a show. We didn't, but we got to taste what slime tasted like, and it's like berries and shit. It's like this little mixture. It's like fruit and stuff. It was mad tasty.
See, no wonder Danny Tamborelli be sitting there.
Yeah, it's super tasty.
It's slimed like 20 times.
Yeah, it's really good. It was really tasty, dude. It was super tasty.
Hey, we gotta film an episode of Figure It Out. Dump slime on Danny Tamborelli for half an hour.
Oh my god!
That was with Summer Sanders, right? Figure It Out. The chick,
that was the one where the little trains would come by and they would give.
Yeah, but you had it was Figure Out with the big brain thing, the noggin logo looking thing. Yeah, and Summer Sanders.
They guessed some weird fucking shit that no one would ever guess. Like some bitch ate cereal out of her brother's chest cavity.
Yeah, no, it was the belly button. There was another one where a girl would she would just lay on the floor and her dog would come up and just start like licking the inside of her mouth a bunch. And they're just like, yep, that's a talent. I'm like, no. There was some gross shit. One girl comes out and she's like, oh, I have the longest last name ever. And she's just saying a bunch of fucking letters. I'm like, that's bullshit.
All I would remember every time, because I watched that show every time it was fucking on. And I used to get so pumped every time Danny Tamborelli was on the show. Because I'm like, this dude is gonna get destroyed. Everyone else is not gonna get touched by slime. Maybe once or twice they're gonna hit. But all the most slime they're gonna be getting is the residue splashing off of Danny. They would just literally dump
What
it on
happens if they guessed it?
They got points or something like that.
Yeah,
oh,
well,
like no, the final
the
thing. I can't remember when they guessed the final thing.
Did the kid like not get a vacation if they guessed their thing?
I don't know. I think about that. It's like, oh shit. Oh, sorry. Anywhere. You ain't going to space camp. They always advertise space camp.
Yeah.
Bro, I want to go in the fucking temple, dude. I still want to go.
I know.
Bro, I'd be so down.
Didn't they bring that back for like a year?
Did they?
I think they did. I think they did like a special thing.
Let me in the damn temple. I don't care if I'm 24. Let me in the temple.
They be escorting you. Let me in.
You're gonna be looking like.
Trying to grab me, dude. I'm going all the way through the temple.
You're gonna be
knocking them out.
Nah, you're gonna be looking like Schwarzenegger in that part of what was that movie he was in, the Christmas movie?
Jingle All the Way.
Jingle All the Way, when he's trying to climb in after that one kid, and all the moms start beating his ass with purses because they think he's a pedophile, and he's like, I'm not a pedophile. I'm just looking for turbo mental.
God, it's that and like Gut. Like, those two shows weren't on all the time.
You gotta climb the aggro crag.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude.
You get a piece of it if you win, dude.
I mean, nowadays, like, we watch that, we're like, oh my god, look at this trivial shit. This is shit baby. The hoops are 2 feet off the ground, right? When I was a kid, I was like, this is so fucking hard. Like, I don't know how the fuck I'm ever gonna
There's always, like, some girl and then some retard kid and then some guy that just smokes everybody by, like, 20 minutes in every event.
Some actual athlete, some Olympic athlete, they'd get on the show and
then he gets a head start.
I mean, you could tell from Challenge 1 after they go through like the 7 teams or however, once you saw that one kid just sprint back and forth, didn't matter what the fuck you're like, all right, we know where this is going. Just get to just fast forward to the end and fucking let's see
him just actually just
but
drop
here's the thing.
these dudes off the aggro.
Well, that's the thing is that you would have these
they would
people
dump slime on him, so he'd slip and slide all over the aggro crag.
Well, you would have this shit where it's like on like Hidden Temple where you'd figure out just immediately like, okay, there's one kid who's just gonna body everyone, and then he gets to the part where he has to arrange the 3 pieces of the statue, and that shit's like fucking just college calculus to these fucking kids. Like they're just shuffling, they can't get it, and of course people like whoever the host was commentating, he's like, oh yeah, you got he's almost got nope. All right, and then some dude just comes out, grabs him. It's like, well, all right.
Yeah. What's the room? Oh god, that shit was fucking man, I wanted to climb that fucking aggro crag so bad. That place, like, for some reason I was like, this shit is so fucking cool. Like, I'm gonna fall down the aggro crag and just die somehow.
Fucking break my neck on the aggro.
You'd be the first one to do that. You'd be able to have Reddit stories for years to come.
That'd be great.
Dude.
It's like broke my arm when I was 9. Whoa, what happened? I was on the aggro crag.
I was there.
It's
I
like,
was.
Whoa, that sounds fucking intense.
There I was in Orlando, Florida, climbing the aggro crag.
They started doing Slime Time Live, dude.
Slime Time Live.
Bro, I'm not even kidding.
Every day.
Bro, I'm not even kidding you though. You'd climb up that shit and they'd hit the buzzer and just fucking loud confetti popping sounds. Like, what the fuck?
It's literally American Ninja Warrior.
It's just Ninja Warrior, yeah.
Dude, but American Ninja Warrior is pretty lit though.
It is. Ninja Warrior period is
imagine
lit.
how lit it was if you're 9 and retarded, dude. You don't even have to train for it. You don't have to waste years of your life getting ready for it. You just go and climb the aggro crag.
That shit was tight. I always like it's so funny to watch it now because you're like, get the fuck out of here, you're garbage. You don't even know what the fuck you're doing.
Idiots, bro, I remember when they tore down all the Nickelodeon shit and it just turned into regular office buildings. It was so depressing. Because I used to drive past that shit all the time when I was have to go anywhere.
They've moved that fucking time capsule like 8 times. It's still sitting somewhere. I don't know. I think it is. They may have just fucked it.
When do they opening it?
I think it's a 50-year capsule. So if that was like 99 or some shit, or I think they did that in 2000. I think that was a 2000 thing.
Wait, what the hell?
There was a time capsule, just like a bunch of random like old Nickelodeon shit, and they put it into the ground that you could look at the Nickelodeon studio where they filmed Slime Time Live, right outside of the fountain. But then when that shit got demolished, they moved it, and then they moved it again and again and again. I don't know where it is now, but I think at one point they moved it to the Nickelodeon Resort when that was the thing, but then that went under after like a year, and then they moved it again. I don't even know if it's a thing now. They may have just dumped out the idea and said fuck it, but I hope not. That'd be shitty. Because that was a big deal. I remember seeing that live on TV. That was a big thing.
Yeah, I remember that now actually.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look it up.
I don't know, like. There's a lot like those game shows, like those I'm home sick, and it's like, oh shit, Legend of the Hidden Temple's on. I'm gonna watch this all day, or fucking oh shit.
Oh, I couldn't have watched it because this. I couldn't have watched it because this was apparently 1992. I was born in 91.
When they run through.
Well, it's supposed to be open. Wait, hold on.
Well, I mean, they also played that.
Open until...
They also, and Nickelodeon's also like the kings of playing shit over and over again. So you probably have seen it.
Maybe.
They're bringing back all that.
Okay, well, there's a February 2016 article that says Nickelodeon Time Capsule will be moved to new Nick Studios in California. So I guess where it's at. Yeah, so sealed April 30th, 1992. Open April 30th, 2042. And I can tell you what's in it. We got movies. We got Back to the Future, Home Alone on VHS. We got some CDs. We got Please Hammer, Don't Hurt Him by Izzy Hammer and Michael Jackson's Dangerous album. A Nintendo game.
You know what? Let's just take that out now.
We got a Nintendo Game Boy. We got rollerblades, Reebok pump sneakers, a jar of GAC. If y'all remember GAC. One of Joey Lawrence's Woe 92 hats. Which apparently he stopped by to present. Some news reports, girls standing atop a Soviet tank in Red Square during the communist hardliners coup attempt in August 1991. coverage of the AIDS crisis, Desert Storm, and the end of the Soviet Union. We got some TV guide books, Book of Endangered Species, an issue of the Nickelodeon magazine with Chevy Chase on the cover. T-shirt featuring Ren and Stimpy, a piece of the Berlin Walls in there, a Barbie doll, pencils, pencils, skateboard, a baseball, Twinkies.
How big is this capsule? What the fuck?
Photos of things too big or alive to fit inside, including bicycles, planes, trains, cars, politicians, and celebrities. A video. I thought this was just Nickelodeon shit. It's just a time capsule. Just everything. A videotape, which is a recording of a live ceremony shot by a girl named Vicky who stood on stage to operate the kid cam. And a camera recording.
They better have some Saved by the Bell in there, dude.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Kelly Kapowski's bra in there, dude.
God damn. So much shit.
Holy moly.
It's hard.
Bro, when I was a kid, Saved by the Bell was so like Zach was my hero, dude.
I never got into it until I was older.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
It was
like
good.
I watched it like the reruns on like MTV and shit when they used to do that.
Oh, got you. No, I watched a lot of Saved by the Bell when I was a kid.
90s porn in that.
90s porn. Wacky.
Oh god. They just put everything in there.
Did I ever tell you guys the story about when I borrowed one of my dad's porn tapes when I was a kid?
Borrowed or stole?
Well, I borrowed it because I never intended to keep it. Here's the thing, right?
Okay.
So I remember they were gone for like a weekend or some shit, or like they were going to be gone for a while, and I was alone. It was a very rare case back when I was like that young. I had to have been like between 9 and 11. And I remember I was just being a shitty kid. And so I was like, I'm just going to go through the room and like look at stuff, right? And so I found, as you do, and I found a briefcase. Or no, I found a box. It was a box or something like that. I feel like there was a lock on it, but it wasn't locked. So I was like, all right. And open it up, and there's just a bunch of videotapes. And thank God it wasn't some homemade shit. I swear to fuck. I lucked out. That would have been, man. I'm just thinking about that. It's like I really lucked out actually. But no, it was just some fucking random like late 80s, like it was just some random just VHS porn, just vintage shit. You can tell it was 80s too because they had hair out to like here. Yeah. And so I'm watching it and I'm like, all right, this is pretty good. Didn't jack off or anything. I was like, all right, well, this is neat, I guess. That's wild.
Wow.
All right, cool. Man, they put this on film? Like, whoa. What the fuck? That's crazy. And I remember, I think what was it? I borrowed 2 tapes. I put one back, and I think I accidentally forgot the other one like under my bed where I kept it. And so like a week and a half later, my dad comes upstairs, and I know he's mad about something because I hear like is he Mr. X? Speaking of it, yeah, he was Mr. Xing the fuck out of like when he's coming up the stairs and you hear him, and like there's no son. It's just door open. Like fuck what you're doing, door open. He's like, Dax. And like, and he closes the door behind him. That's when you really like. That's like, oh god,
you're in trouble.
And he comes over and he sits down on the bed. He's like, son,
no interruption.
Like, here's the thing. There was a scale, right? If he stomps up the stairs and then opens the door, it's like, okay, he's probably like, there's something I forgot to do or something. I left a bowl of food upstairs or something, right? That's whatever. If he stomps up, just opens the door, it's like, okay, like he's probably mad that I didn't turn something in for school. He closes the door behind him. All right, I fucked up something bad. He comes and sits on the bed and says son instead of Dax.
No interruptions.
If he sits on the bed and he goes son instead of Dax, like it's over. Like it's all like my soul is out of my body at that point. I'm running. I'm booking it. Like I'm trying to figure out like how I can get him to look the opposite way so I can either do boom 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 or I can fucking dive out the window or something. And so fucking he comes up and he's so fucking pissed, and he's like, been in my closet. It's like, of course, I tried to lie my way out of everything, so it's like, what? No. It's like, Dax, I know you have something in mind. I know you've been going through some tapes. Like, what? And of course, like it gets to the point where eventually I'm like, okay, and it's like, because I think at this point I realized after a while, like I went out of my bed and I was like, oh fuck, and I found the tape, but like I just didn't think to go put it up. And so when he realized something was gone, he came up, he was talking to me, and I was like, yeah. And so I went out of the bed and I gave it to him, and I was like, I was gonna put it back. I don't know. And he was giving all this shit. And he's like, and he was like, where's the rest of them? Dad, I just have the one. I know you took more. I have several missing in there. I know exactly my account. And he's putting my finger in my face, and I'm just like, Dad, I took just the one. It was just the one. Dad, what do you mean? And so it just became this whole nother thing where on one hand, I'm freaking out because I got caught and I feel bad, but at the same time, I'm like, you're full of shit. I didn't take more than one. What the fuck? And there were a few times where stuff like that would happen, where I would get caught on something or he would call me out on something, but it would elevate to a degree that like it was not called for. So I'm in this position where I'm like, nah, this is bullshit, but I am in trouble. I acknowledge that, but this is also bullshit. And you can't be in a position where you can talk back to your fucking parent like that. So I just take that shit and I'm just like, I don't know where it is. I don't know. Like I'm freaking the fuck out.
I love how he hit you with the. I love how he hit you with, where's the other ones? And you just got Mr. Like, Krabs this fuck.
It's like, what? You need other ones. I didn't take it, but who took the other ones?
Everything in your life.
Ones? They were all back.
Said, where are the other ones? All you heard. Everything went so
fucking like I got like everything in my room just went through the fucking sound effect when like Dio stops time, just like everything just inverts real quick.
Dude, we did that. Well, I was at my friend's house though. It was me and my other friend. We were at this kid's house, and then his parents would always just leave, and we would just do whatever the fuck we want. And then one day we were just fucking around, going through their fucking
going through their shit.
We just went in their room and go through their shit. There's just like drawers and drawers and drawers of VHSs and DVDs. We were just like, holy fuck, dude. And so we like took one. We were like, all right, well, we won't take the DVD because my friend had like one of those old TVs that had like a VHS player built into the bottom of it.
Ooh,
like, right,
yeah. That's why I had.
We're like, wow, these are all fucking porn. What the hell? Your parents are fucking weird, dude. And then we like, started going through their closet. And there's just boxes and boxes of magazines too, and I'm just like, holy shit, what is wrong with your parents? And then we found one box. We were like, all right, let's open this box. And we shouldn't open the box, dude. But there's so many toys in there, dude.
Oh,
yeah. God damn it! And then my friend, this is his parents' stuff, and he picked up a fucking dildo and just started like waving it at us. We're like, dude, you're fucking nasty. Get the fuck away from us, dude. They're like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I remember.
I think his parents found out that we were watching some shit somehow. I don't remember. They're just like, you guys go through our shit again. You're never coming over here. We're just like, all right. And it's like, now it's weird because they know that they're fucking freaks, dude.
I remember when I found my dad's. Dude, I never snooped or anything like that. I just didn't realize how like nonchalant my dad was. He had like Playboy magazines just on a shelf out where I could see them. I just never looked, and like one day I remember seeing them, and I was like, "What the fuck is it?" I'm young as shit. I'm like 7 or something like that. I remember just putting them up and going through, and I'm just like, whoa,
dude.
Fuck. This is fucking tight. And then my dad found out that I had them, and he was like, "You touch my shit again, I'll fucking kill you." I was like, "All right, bet."
Dude, his dad, the same kid's dad just didn't give a fuck. Like when the internet came out, they had a computer in their living room. And then he just like, well, we were all just staying the night one night. We just walked out in the fucking, I guess he thought we were asleep, and we just walked out in the living room, and he was just like smashing his fucking dick, like looking at shit on the computer in the living room. And I was just like, what the fuck is wrong with your dad, dude? I want to go home, dude. I want to call my mom.
See, that was me, because I was sneaking wanks, like, because we had a computer off to the side, like in this little brick floor area underneath where the stairs would wrap around. And so it was kind of tucked away, but not really. It was still out in the open. But I would try to find moments, not necessarily to jack off or anything, just like look at something on the internet. Because I was like, fuck, I want to like just go on Google boobies and see what's there. And like there were a couple points where I tried to sneak
literally
one.
Googling like Playboy once, and I was just like, oh.
There were a couple points where I thought
this is it.
There were a couple points though where I did think no one was home, and I tried to sneak a few winks, and I would look over, and my dad would be looking at me, and that was not a fun conversation. But you know, when you're a little kid and you're just horny and on the internet all the time, it's like, well, fuck, what's gonna happen? So,
what you eating, BB?
What you got?
You ain't allowed
Sorry,
to.
I was hearing Dax talking about being horny on Maine.
So my
girl flies to this very day.
Some mashed potatoes right here, and some I don't know what sauce she put on this chicken, but it's fucking dope. She had me taste it like a second ago, so I got some nice chicken and mashed potatoes.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah,
good shit, Chesh.
Hell yeah.
Hey, when she come back, tell her I said good shit.
Ace to say good shit.
Smart ass. I fucking hope so.
His parents got way more mad at that.
Oh wait, are these pork chops? I'm dumb. These are pork chops. There you go.
Like us finding their porn was way more offensive to them than when we like took the bow and arrow they had above their couch and just started shooting holes in the wall.
What the?
I fucking wonder. Just fucking Florida people just need to calm the fuck down.
This is the house that we could do anything at. Like there was no rules.
Like
this is when we just got knives, and we were just throwing knives in the door. And then his sister literally opened the door right as the knife hit the door. We were like, it was that house. This is the house when we went to the flea market, and we were like 10 years old. We were like, hey, can we buy this crossbow? And the flea market people were like, sure, we don't give a shit.
What did you guys do when you were like really bored? Did you just
bought
see
a
how
crossbow.
close?
We couldn't pull the thing back to shoot the crossbow because we were too weak. We were little children. And then there's some guy there like spraying for bugs. He worked for the Orkin company. And we're just like, hey, can you pull this back for us? And he was like, sure, kids. And he just like pulled the crossbow back and gave it back to us. Like, why did no one ever try to stop us, dude?
Because it was Florida. It's Florida. They didn't
we
give
got
a
the
fuck.
crossbow, we loaded the bolts in, just started shooting holes in the fucking wall.
I'm secretly convinced that just for like when he's really bored, Shib would just try to see how close he could get a steel knife into a fucking electrical socket. You know, just to see what would happen.
Like the bolt was like thick, like it was like a thick ass crossbow bolt. And he just shot a giant hole in his wall. And we were just like, oh fuck, we didn't know that was gonna happen. I don't know what we thought was happening, but not that. What the fuck do you mean? We're like, we gotta hide this hole. So he just put a poster over the hole. And then his sister was the biggest fucking rat ever. Like she told on us for fucking everything. She's literally Randall from Recess. And she just came in, and I was just me sitting there. The other people were like out doing some shit, like hiding the crossbow. And she just came in and like lifted the poster instantly. She's like, that wasn't there before, and lifted it and saw the hole. It's like, I'm telling mom, and I was just like, oh, I guess he's getting in trouble now. Like, we never got yelled at because his parents had the philosophy of like, they're your guests, so if they fuck something up, it's your fault. So he would get in trouble. They wouldn't give a shit about what we did.
That's mad powerful.
Jesus Christ.
I just love the idea of, hey, can you pull this crossbow back for us, please?
Sure, kids.
Sure, kids. Have a good time.
All right. Big strong man has helped you guys. Have a good day.
Fucking God.
Anything else happen at this fucking house?
Oh yeah, like I can't remember anything else. I remember once there's 4 of us. And then me and someone else we locked ourselves inside the room. There's 2 other people on the outside. And I forget why, but like we were doing some kind of game. I don't remember what the game was, but one of them kept sticking their fingers underneath the door, trying to look at my fingers or whatever fuck. And then when he stuck his fingers under the door one time, we just lit a bunch of firecrackers and threw them at his hand. And they just fucking exploded all over his head. He's like, oh, what the fuck are you guys doing? And he fucking dropped, and that wasn't like his friends get mad about that. We only got in trouble because when we did that, he dropped his black cherry soda and it stained the carpet. So then the mom came home and was like, "Oh, you stained my carpet, you little shit! So why'd you do that?" We're like, "Oh, he threw fucking firecrackers at his hand and he got hurt and dropped it." She's like, "Don't drop soda on my carpet."
Not don't throw firecrackers at people. Don't spill soda on my carpet.
Oh shit.
Difference is minute, but it speaks volumes.
I need more Florida stories. I feel like you.
Bro, his sister, we got her back good though one time, dude. She was always ratting on us. So one time there was like it was like his front door was like right here, and then there was like a roof on this side of the front door and a roof on that side, and then like a little gap for where the front door was.
Yeah.
And so we had one of our friends get on the roof, and he just stood up there, and then we called his sister outside. We're like, "Hey, we need you quick!" And then when she came outside, we had this condom full of water that was like this fucking big, and he just dropped it on her fucking head, and it just fucking exploded all over.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Like, I'm a little amazed that the man is still here to sit before us now. Like,
I feel like you.
Well, when we figured out how to get onto the fence and onto the roof, it was done, dude. I remember falling off the roof like every day, dude.
I'm amazed.
My friend was like, "I'm gonna skateboard it." He tried to jump like caveman onto his board from the roof and just snapped his ankle. I was like, I don't know what he thought was gonna happen.
Like,
I wouldn't even do that shit. I'm not even that stupid.
The more I look at his room, the more confused I am. Like, how the fuck did he hang those Christmas lights without just eating them? Like,
like even in terms of just like doing pranks and shit, or just doing fuckery, just like the most I ever did with my siblings, like I would go to my sister when she would be in the room with her friends, and I would knock on the door and she opened up and I would just flash my asshole at her, and like because that's all I could come up with. I think one time I flashed it was like fucking 7. And I'm just like, "Hey, look my wiener," and she's like, "Oh, it's gross," and she would slam the door, and that'd be the end of it. And that's just, you know. You didn't really do a whole lot else. Like, none of this fucking, we just shot through fucking firecrackers at each other's nuts for an hour. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, one time his parents were like, "We need you to chop this branch off the tree. So here's a hatchet. That's all we can. Oh, we just want you to chop this one branch off. You guys have all day to do it." And we were like, "Okay."
All right, go.
So we went and got home and got our own machetes and stuff on top of the hatchet, and then we just sat there and just hit the tree all day, not even the branch. So the tree was like, the whole tree was ready to come down by the time they got home from work. They were just like, "What the fuck is actually wrong with you people?"
Well, to be fair, they trusted kids with a hatchet to fuck with a tree. I don't know what else would have happened.
Anything productive with any tools you've given us. Why would you expect this to be different?
Well, here's the thing.
The first 3 hours were the hatchet throwing contest, and we had a competition to see who could throw the hatchet the farthest and get it to stick in the tree. Then we started getting to work on the tree.
The problem is that they made the fatal mistake of saying, "Here, take this dangerous object and go complete this task. You have all day to do it." You don't say that to a kid and say, "You have this one thing. Let me give you something to accomplish a task that you can do a lot of things with dangerously. You have all day to do it." My first inclination is like, "Oh, well, let me just go ahead and get that task knocked out of the way." I'm a procrastinator to fucking everything. Hell no, I wouldn't fucking go do that. I would just go I'm just gonna go hit things with this. I'm gonna go break something. I'm gonna do whatever. No, you say, "Okay, yeah, I need this done in like next 20 minutes." It's like, well, fuck, I don't have time to do anything. I don't have time to do anything, or else I'm gonna get in trouble.
The more time goes by, the less confident I am in this whole like GDQ in Orlando thing. Because fucking anything could happen. Like, you could fucking just flip a car over. While just being out, just fuck it, why not? Just do it, kid.
We tried to flip a car once, but it was too heavy.
I'm not even surprised.
It was too heavy. But it was too heavy.
There wasn't enough manpower to flip the car.
You mean you were on the side trying to Hulkbuster the shit?
Yeah, we were all pushing it back and forth, trying to get it.
Whose car?
Whose car?
Was it some random car?
Some car that was parked on the road.
Not even like a junkyard or something. Just we found some dude's car. Let's flip it. What the fuck?
It's not a coincidence that his camera angle never changes. This isn't a bedroom. It's actually just prison. Shib's just
he kept having to step away. Like the last fucking week we were together, he was just getting hounded by the guard, being like, "Hey, you're almost done." And he's like, "I know, just give me a minute."
I only got a little bit more time on the internet. Stop.
Jesus.
Either that or he's on death row, and that's literally all he's left to do. He just has to play, just gets the speed run all day.
Just a speed run.
Oh, that's why he only eats like an object with one piece of seasoning because it's prison food. He tries to play it off, but like no.
He was 2. He's fabricated all of these events in his mind.
That's why he wanted us to come pick him up from GDQ because we have to bail him out. He can't come to us. We got to come to him.
Yeah, we gotta complete the fucking Payday 2 mission.
Now. It all makes sense now, really.
I don't even know how you got out so we could go to fucking hang out in Orlando last year, dude.
Let's just say they got a new guard recently.
Oh shit.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was fucking.
How much? Okay, be honest, Shib, and this is no memes. How much Elmer's glue did you or your friends eat growing up?
I didn't like to eat it, but I would just pour it all over my hands and then I would peel it off.
Well, okay, my sister and I would do that because it was because you would dry it. Well, you would do that and hold it together for like 10 minutes and then pull it back.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I remember in kindergarten because they were always like, "Don't eat the glue," and then I was like, well, "That makes me want to eat the glue." Why do they tell me that? But I never ate it.
Bro,
like I wasn't even thinking about eating the glue. Why'd you have to tell me not to eat the glue?
Okay, so when we all grew up, like all of us here, like we all grew up with Elmer's. So when I got into high school, right, they got, I found like in my art class they had like the actual like old style glue that they used to use. Bro, that shit smells delicious.
The rubber glue?
Yeah.
Yeah, we use that.
Smells delicious.
It's
like,
amazing.
Are you kidding me? Like, no wonder kids were eating this shit. This shit smelled great.
Well, it looked like maple syrup.
Yeah. And it smelled like maraschino cherries.
The blue Elmer's glue. It was like a see-through bottle of blue glue, and I was like, this is the shit. I always like glue sticks better. Because I was like, I'm actually like the most autistic when it comes to arts and crafts. I cannot fucking draw a straight line. I could not cut, like, I would like solve every math problem for the next week in first grade in like 5 minutes, and they're like, okay, cut this fucking piece of paper in half in a straight line. I was like, what the fuck? How do I do this shit? Like, every time my arts and crafts had to be turned in, it looked like a fucking like actual like
Dude,
idiot.
It probably wasn't worse than the time when I tried to cut out a stick figure, but I cut along the line, so I ended up with a circle, and I just started to cry because people were making fun of me. That was pretty whack.
Like, they would tell me, okay, here, color this picture for your free time, and I would just color it all one color. I was like, I just want to be done, so I would just take like yellow and just scribble the whole thing yellow. I was like, okay, I'm done now. And they're like, it's not about being done fast; it's about coloring it. I was like, I don't understand what you're fucking saying to me. I finished my work. Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah.
I was like a fucking robot.
Dude.
Yeah, Shib was a speedrunner even back in the day.
The fucking when you talk about like, you know, they say, oh, don't eat glue, and then you're like, I want to do it more. I always think of that. Well, Aceuhh, you remember? I always think you remember this. You remember this? I was thinking of the episode of Home Movies where they make the song, the early episode where they make a song about not putting marbles in your nose.
Oh yeah.
So you have that, don't put marbles in your nose, put them in there, do not put them in there. And it gets the whole, by the end of the because he submits it as a report instead of a written report. And by the end of it, the whole class has marbles in their nose.
Yeah.
And so they all have to go to the hospital.
God. Like I'm scared that you didn't have a guard on you at all times, Shib, just being like, hey, don't fucking touch that, buddy. Hey,
no,
whoa.
This is the problem with Florida.
Were left too unsupervised all the time.
Yeah, but how could you supervise them? They're fucking everywhere, and all of them just do shit like that. Shib's not even the worst one because he's still free.
I don't know
like
what
when summer would get there, and we were just like, we can do fucking crazy shit all day to night, sunrise, sunset, dude. Like, no one's gonna stop us, dude. Like, we're free to roam the streets and just wreak havoc along the neighborhood. Start fires in the middle of the fucking street, dude. No one's gonna stop us.
Like, all I fucking did was I would just
fires in the middle of the street and no one stopped.
Yeah, I told that one already, didn't I? When we had the cup of gasoline and we just dumped it on the road and lit it on fire.
Yeah.
And then we had our friend covered in fake blood, and he was just lying in the street. We would wait for people to come by and stop and be like, "What the hell are you? Are you all right?" And then he would just get up and run.
Like, who would like this is some Breath of the Wild shit. Where you just like, we have an infinite state system where, you know, elements can interact with each other. They just run over to fucking McDonald's and are like, here, kid, we're gonna set this fucking street on fire, make a scene, and they do it. Like you. I went through what your fucking Minecraft world looks like, Shib. Because when you have the power to do anything, you can just do everything.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, like, well, I mean, it's not like we didn't have outside influence. Like, we did some dumb shit, but then our friend's older brother would come, and he's like, let's do even stupider shit. And we're like, all right, yeah, let's throw rocks through the elementary school's windows and shit like that.
That's not stupid shit, that's just violence.
We went to some church. I don't remember what. There's like some, like, I don't remember what we did at the fucking church, but I know that there was a church and we got inside of it somehow. We weren't supposed to be there. I don't remember what happened inside though. It's all a bit blurry.
It's all a bit blurry.
Hopefully I remember touched by a priest.
I remember I did like that same scenario where you said like friend would wears fake blood in the middle of the road or whatever until someone would stop. Basically, what me and my friends would do. It'd be like 5 of them at all times. It'd be a group of 4 of my friends, me, and what would we do? We'd set it up perfectly to where I'm in front of them, and all 4 of them are grouped up kind of behind me. So when people drive forward, it just looks like they jumped my ass, and they're just doing the motion like, and the second anyone would stop, hey, what the fuck are you doing? They would all pick me up and just run away. Look like right into like the woods or some shit. And I'm sitting there getting scraped. I was like, oh shit, you guys got him, dude. Oh shit. That shit was funny as fuck. Oh my god. People would be like, get the fuck back here. They just stole a black kid or some shit like that. Like they just beat up some kid and just hauled him into the woods.
I was never on that kind of level. I would just go over to my friend fucking like Ben's house or whatever the fucking name, like during the summer I'd like go over there and we'd ride bikes and play Melee or some shit. And then like when I got in trouble, it was my parents coming home and be like, hey, why the fuck didn't you submit your assignment? I was like, I don't want to do it. And I would get in trouble. It didn't come home and find me shooting fucking crossbows into a wall. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, I don't know.
Like, if we were at another friend's house, then it would just like sit there and play video games. But if we went to that kid's house, it was like, all right, it's time to fucking fuck shit up, dude.
Good time for us
to kid's house.
Well, it's because his parents didn't give a shit. We're like, we're here to fuck shit up. You know why we're here.
So I had like, I mean, in terms of like going to other people's houses, I mean, it was always like the goal was just always do that. So that thing never really came up. The only time it was like I had awkward experiences at other people's house was like, I think it was a time where I went over to I was just out and about, and they invited me in to have lunch with them like while we were playing outside and shit. I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, because I would have just some random family. I don't know, like, so like I just knew friends. Well, that would happen sometimes where you would just be like with friends, and it'd be like, hey, I gotta go back to my house soon. And like, if I was, or like, say we're riding bikes or whatever, and I'm stopping halfway to my house in like the neighborhood or whatever. So they stop there or whatever, and so he's going up, and the parents are like, oh, you're with your friend, like, you want to come in, like, get lunch or something like that. Happens sometimes. Because I had some nice people in the neighborhood.
Oh, I thought you were talking random stranger on
No. I'm talking about like, we would go to like the parents of one of the kids we were with if they're going away, or if they would, if they're just going to go get something to eat at their house or something. And yeah, they invited me in, and I'm eating lunch with them, and they have this big fucking like chicken leg also. It felt like a dinner. It was a big meal. And they all, they had to sit down. It was like dad and like his two sisters or whatever. They all sat down. It was a nice family. And first thing I do, I sit there and I'm like, all right, cool. And I grab this leg, and and then I see them all just put their heads down and shut their eyes. I'm just like, what? I didn't know any concept of like grace or anything like that. And I had never like seen it before, except maybe in a movie, but I didn't know the context of it, so I didn't remember. And so they just all start saying that, and they're just like, Lord, we got whatever. I just stop, and I'm trying to figure out like, okay, what the fuck? And then they say something about God, and I'm like, okay, there's some shit I don't know about. I'm just gonna put this down until they're done.
What's the picture?
And I just sit there, and I just kind of back up, just
done yet?
And I just close my eyes, and so then they get done, and they go, and none of them like look at me, and I think when I think back on it now, because none of them acknowledged it, none of them say anything to me. They probably wouldn't have given a fuck because they didn't assume I was anything. But even still, I was just like, what the fuck? That was a little weird. That's the most I had in terms of like weird interactions.
We
always say pray at or grace at like Christmas or Thanksgiving dinner.
Mm.
And like any other time, I was like, "That's a fucking chicken sandwich, dude. I'm not about to bless this meal, dude. Fucking eat."
I'm eating up. Fuck this chicken sandwich. This could be the devil's spawn.
That's actually a good point. Did anybody in school ever see somebody just bless up over a bag of Takis?
No.
I'm trying to decipher.
No. Not where I live. There ain't no one.
Thank the Lord
like
for these corn nuts.
No. I'm trying to think like that kind of situation with like different families and stuff like that. Not really. There was one family, like this dude was like super cool. His name was Roman, and I remember we used to go over to his house. He had a trampoline. That's why we went over to his house, essentially, because he was the one with the trampoline and we could do backflips and shit off. We had like a deck and we could do flips on it. It was cool. His family was actually pretty cool. His a biological mom and a stepdad. Mom was like kind of strict, but she was pretty cool with what we did because she was like, yeah, Roman's a good kid. These guys are good. Like they can use our ramp. They can use our trampoline. They're good kids. And then like stepdad was cool at first, and then he found God. And, whoa, holy, I've never been called a sinner so many times in my life.
What the fuck?
A spawn of Satan. Yeah, I don't know. Because we used to say fuck around in his house, and whenever we did that, and then, hey, we can't use his ramps anymore. We can't use his trampolines anymore because the spawn of Satan is here, and we cannot. They shouldn't be using our items. And yeah, yikers. He didn't find God before. He was actually like super good. He was super good with He was super good at BMX. He could do like a lot of fucking like stand tricks with a bike, and we're like, man, this guy is so fucking cool. Wasn't cool anymore.
Wish we were skateboarders so we could exclusively do Christ airs.
Well, I got invited in 5th grade to my friend's birthday party at a skate park. And I was like, okay, I kind of skate, and I have a skateboard. Yeah, I'll go. And then I went home, and I was like, I can't find my skateboard. I don't know what I'm going to do. I think my brother sold it, and he still hasn't admitted to it to this day, but I'm pretty sure he sold it. So I was like, oh, all I have is these fucking rollerblades, dude. I guess I got to go with rollerblades. And then I went to his house, and I knocked on the door, and his mom answered it, and I was holding my rollerblades, and she was like, oh, you're that kind of skater. And I was like, well, I just got fucking roasted by his mom.
You're that kind of skater. I like rollerblades. Damn.
Fruit border, dude.
Rollerblading was the best. Fuck you, dude.
Oh, God.
Some shit.
Dude, I skated. Like, I actually could skate pretty well, but I never brought that shit to the park. Hell no. I brought my skateboard exclusive. I ain't going to the park in no fucking fruit boot. Not me, dude.
Well, these stupid fucks that down the street from me were like, we got this cool club, dude. You want to be a part of it? It's called the 360 Club. You got to be able to do a 360 over this little bump in the sidewalk. I was like, okay. What did you do it on? And he's like, I did it on my rollerblades. So I was like, oh, okay. And the kid's like, yeah, me too. And I was like, I only have a skateboard. I can't 360 that. That's fucking hard. They're like, I guess you can't be in the club. I'm like, fuck these guys. Fuck you, you stupid club. You know how much harder it is a 360 on a goddamn skateboard than these stupid fucking rollerblades? Get out of here, you fairy.
Well, I guess you can't be in the club, dude.
Damn.
Anyone wear Helix shoes back in the day? Hell no.
Helix?
I was always too heavy.
Was the Heelys?
Heelys?
Yeah, the Heelys.
I wanted no. My mom saved my ass from that fad because I wanted some so bad, and she was like, "Nah." She was like, "You're gonna have," because they were expensive too, and she was like, "You're gonna wear them for a day, and then be bored of them." I was like, "You don't understand though. I can pop out the wheel and they turn the regular shoe. I don't give a fuck. You ain't getting them." And then like 2 weeks later, I was like, "These shit's lame."
I was done with anything extreme sports related after I snapped my arm in half in 7th grade.
Oh wow, you did that? Jeez.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what a broken bone feels like.
I was at the skate park. It was the Van skate park, dude.
Oh.
It's at a mall here. And I was having a jolly old time just doing little ramp rolling, not drop-ins. I don't know how to drop in. It's just like the roll-ins.
Yeah.
And then my friends are like, "Hey, dude, do the big one." And I was like, "I don't think I'm gonna do the big one." And then they did the big one. They're like, "Do the big one, dude. It's fun." And I was like, "I really don't want to do the big one, dude. I think it's gonna end badly." They're like, "What are you, fucking homosexual, dude?" And I was like, "Okay, I guess I'll do the big one, dude."
Possibility.
So I rolled down the big one, and I was like, "Boy, I sure cannot control this skateboard right now. I am literally just going. And there's no way to stop. And there's a big pole in the middle of the fucking thing." And I was like, it had cushion around it. And I was like, okay, well, there's a big pole. I guess I'm just going to smash into this pole. I don't want to hit my face. So I just put my arm up and just snapped my arm.
Oh, God.
I hit it and I was like, oh, it's broken. It's broken.
Yeah.
My friend was like, it's not broken, dude. You're being a little pansy. And I was just like, and then he looked at it and he was like, oh, shit. Like, I'm going to go call somebody. And there's some other kid who's like, just like, sitting there, like he wasn't like even skating, he was just like rolling around the entire time we were there, and every time someone would fall he would just like run and pick up their board and bring it back to him, and he fucking like ran over and brought me my board, and I was like, not now, dude, like I got fucking problems on my hand. They're just like, yeah, it's broken, and I just like went and sat in the hospital for fucking like 6 hours before they even got me back to look at it. Thanks healthcare in America.
Fuck.
Holy shit.
It didn't hurt at first. Like I was in so much shock that I didn't
Oh no, I'm
anything,
sure.
But like a couple days later, after I had my cast and shit, that shit hurted.
You just sitting there. It's shit ache.
There was like 3 other people in the hospital that day from the Van skate park too. I was just like, maybe the skate park thing is just a good idea. Like, I was just like, I'm done skateboarding, dude. Fuck y'all. I was in a cast for like fucking 6 months. I was like, I don't want to skateboard anymore, guys. Living in Florida, I had to walk to school with it, so it was hot as shit, and I would just sweat up a fucking storm every day. And it gets fucking itchy as shit. And I had to like stick like pencils and like try and scratch my arm and shit.
Oh shit.
Like, it was from here all the way up to fucking here.
Oh god.
That was my entire arm. I was just like stuck like this for fucking 6 months.
I think of that imagery a lot because every time like there were a handful of cartoons I remember seeing where a character would break their arm, and the thing they would always see them doing is like they would have a pencil and they're just trying to fucking scratch it. Yeah. I was like, God, that'd be infuriating.
I got like and then I had like just a wrist one from like here down for like a month afterwards.
Damn.
God.
That one was
6 months though. This sucks.
Because my uncle was like, "Hey, I'll give you $50 if you get a pink cast," and I was like, "You idiot! Pink is the cool thing right now with skateboarders, dude." I was like, "Hell yeah, I'll get a pink cast."
Fucking in.
I was like, "Oh, look at me! I got a pink cast, uncle, dude. I'm an idiot. Give me my $50." $50.
Man, I am so homosexual. Give me my $50.
Did you get it signed, dude? You got your friends to sign your shit?
Yeah, people. I didn't like ask people. People were like, dude, I want to sign your cast. I was like,
that's what I figured. Yeah, they'd be like, oh shit, dude, this guy broke his arm. I gotta sign this shit.
The first thing I did when I got that shit chopped off, I just scratched up a storm, dude.
Oh, I bet.
Thank God, dude.
Was your whole? I'd imagine your whole arm was like way more pale. Just like fucking, you got like fucking
dead skin.
Yeah.
It was weak as shit. Like I can't even like lift like a jug of milk with my left arm because it was so weak.
See, I don't even think about those kind of things. It's like, yeah. Oh man, that'd be wild. Oh shit.
$50.
I'm not gay, but $50 is $50.
True.
I had one kid came up to me and he called me a poser in school because I had a pink cast, and I was like, who even gives a shit, dude? Like,
who the
fuck fucking soccer.
Yeah, but I also have $50. So what the fuck do you have, bitch?
What do you have? You've probably never seen this much money in your life, you idiot.
You're not even fucking gay, dude. Shut up.
Well, all you had to do was look at his fucking shoes. He probably was rocking DCs or some shit. Be like, the fuck out of here, dude. What the fuck are you doing?
I had the fucking Heartogram audios from Bam.
Oh, dude, you were no way a poser if that was the case, dude.
Yeah, it was the real shit, dude.
You were that dude. At my school, if you had the Heartogram audios, whoa. You're best friends with fucking Bam Margera. Holy shit. That's a classic though, but like the skate lifestyle for like a middle to high schooler to high schooler was like, you knew who was a poser, and you had to abide by your role. All right, you knew what brands you were not allowed to get, or you're a poser. You knew what you had to skate, and you knew where you had to be. And if you weren't there, hey, you're a poser, dude. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid poser, dude.
Get out of here,
World
poser.
industry looking ass. Who knows? Vash,
Life is wacky, dude.
who'd you hang out with, dude, when you were?
No, dude, nobody. I was fucking morbidly obese as a kid. Nobody wanted to hang out with my fucking ass. The fuck you mean? Oh,
Would you
my
come up? Hey
God.
guys, you want to play Magic? Just Hulk it.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't have magic cards at the time. Shit, who was it?
Bro,
In elementary
every group had
school.
a fat guy though, dude.
Well, yeah, but it won't me.
Oh, okay, all right.
Elementary school was I was hanging with the wrong crowd. I was just chilling with a bunch of fuck ups.
That early?
That was quick.
Oh,
Like you are easy to determine. All these people are going to fail high school.
110%. I knew immediately. I was like, man, these people are just fucking. They are just asking to be in a low tax bracket in the next 30 years. It's just something about it. Just didn't seem right.
Oh, I mean, honestly, a lot of the people that lived in the area that we all referred to as like the shitty area, they're in the lower tax bracket right about now, dude.
Yeah, and now like moving on up to up into middle school. Middle school was rough. I got stabbed on a bus.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
I got because okay, I was in band and I had a fucking locker that
You were in band and you weren't plowing, dude? Everybody plowed in band.
Fuck no, dude. I was in the
The
saxophone.
band kids at my high school were fucking freaks, dude.
I know. No, it was the same. Well, no, this is middle school at the time, so
Okay,
this is
okay.
before sex was even invented. Like fucking I had this
Holding
locker.
hands was. Oh,
Dude, oh my god, if you advanced to that level, it was so OD.
Bro, I was legit afraid to hold my girlfriend's hand in middle school. I was like, oh, dude, I'm too nervous, dude. I can't hold her hand, dude.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
I would like run to class. I was like, I don't want to see her, dude. Everyone's gonna think I'm an idiot for not holding her hand, but I'm too scared.
For some weird reason, oh yeah, but like fucking trying to get trying to get this padlock out when you're fucking an idiot and you have no idea how that shit works consistently, and the bus is leaving, you're like, fuck it. So I would be running in late, and there'd be like nowhere to sit, and fucking nobody would want me to sit next to him. I eventually just had to sit somewhere. This one bitch fucking this one chick just spit in my face, and when I went up to move, she stabbed me. With the fucking I laugh about it now, but at the time it was OT. It was some rough shit. I violated street protocol.
Dude, like,
so that shit happened.
what the fuck?
Jesus Christ.
It was around. How fuck it? I think this was the big Chungus era though. This is like when this is when I was on approach of like 330 pounds. This was a grip ago. High school started out that same way. It was just like big fuck up. Like nobody wanted to chill, but like through choir and just like crossing over and just getting more socialized by junior year, I was pretty much cool with everybody. Like my situation turned around like that.
Mm-hmm.
To where, like, because I always attempted to be a class clown. But eventually the shit started landing, and everybody's like, "Oh, this." At
some point, whoa, this dude funny. This guy funny.
Hey, I'm really killing it out here.
And then so fuck. It was like obviously I was cool with like the fucking like the quiet nerds. Like that's the group that I hang out with. Like most in the city is just a bunch of neets who played League and shit at the time. But you know. I was in all the honors and AP classes, so like all the fucking like the preppy jocks and shit were up in that bitch. I was cool with them. The thoughts were in the room. I was cool with the thoughts. The theater kids, just because I was in the performing arts wing already and I was already up in that shit. So when I left, the situation had reversed completely. But no, I definitely didn't. What's the most whack shit I ever did? Oh fuck! It wasn't even anything that cool. Like, I think like the most OD it ever was like trespassing on like school property. That's it.
Damn.
Like
that ain't no thing.
Exactly. That
smoking weed.
I threw a rock through the school's window while trespassing.
Well, the number, so to get home, I imagine a lot of people had to do this shit too. I had to go through like one of those, like the parks, but like it was a park trail combo to get back to my house. Always tell the people, and every time like just random adults be like, "Hey man, you guys want some weed?" And I'm like, and they wouldn't say it was weed. It'd be like, "Hey, you want some of this?" And I'm like, no, sir, it's all right. Thank you very much. You have a good day. And I just get the fuck out of there, real lickety split like.
I remember in high school, like when I first got there, like I hung out with the people that I was hanging out with before, but a lot of the people that I hung out with before, they were a grade under me. Because the way it worked, it was basically like in middle school, it was the cool tables were the skate prep table essentially, and then you had your preppy girl table, and then the rest nerds, dweebs, no one fucking cares essentially. Yeah. And I was in the skate prep table, but it was like the grades intermingled. So 8th and 7th grade, I mean, if you were cool, hey, you were at the table. You already know you welcome aboard. Only 8th and 7th grade. 6th grades, they ain't allowed in yet, essentially. But when we went over, like I started hanging out with some of the people from my shit because, dude, when your first week of high school, you're a freshman. Ooh, you're just looking for your people. That's essentially it. Where is everybody? Hey guys, what's going on? And then you eventually start meeting new people, and then I ended up in like the scene crowd somehow. Even though I never fucking participated in it really. It'd be like that. Like I never really participated. I got me my skinny pants, I got me some grungy ass hoodies, and I was good. I was set. All right. I was still wearing my skate shoes.
I'm seen now. What's up, guys?
I'm looking good. I still have my skate shoes. I was looking all right. And then like I started getting real lazy with that shit. I was like, man, I ain't trying to put on these skinny ass jeans today. I'm keeping on these pajama pants. And then eventually it would
got up and straightened my hair and put on my skinny jeans every day in high school, dude.
Then maybe you, but not me. After a while, I was like, man, this is too goddamn much. So I started like, after the time, like I just started hanging out with fucking potheads and shit like that. And because some of those scene kids turned into potheads, but you know, all the scene kids were like, we smoke cigarettes and we skip class sometimes. Whoa. That was basically it back in the day. So you meet some potheads, you start hanging out with them a lot more. Then I spent my entire sophomore year just smoking and getting completely just wasted high. Like I barely remember that year. Shit. And then junior year came around, I was just kind of like, weed boring. I kind of don't want to do it anymore. So I basically stopped smoking weed from that point on, and I just met like after a while, like you start meeting new people like through that time, like in classes and stuff like that. And all my friends came from like different sides. Like I have one of my best friends was just like turned into a mega fucking pothead. Another one of my friends was like best friends was like a football player. Another one of my friends was like still one of the old skaters. Like I don't know. And then eventually, like over time, I ended up in your situation where you know I was cool with everybody, dude. I wore pajama pants every day. No one fucking cared. Like I said that one time where I was walking through, the principal stopped me because I had a cigarette out sticking out from my ear, and he goes, "Dude, you can't have that out, man." I'm just like, "Oh shit, sorry, Mr. Winters, my bad." But I mean, over time, like I never did any buck wild shit. I almost got caught smoking weed once. We were about to, and then the police officer went behind the fucking driving school we were behind, and it was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" Nothing at all. He's like, "Oh yeah? You guys picking the fucking blackberries back here? What the fuck are you guys doing, huh? Get the hell out of here. Stop it. Knock it the fuck off." And we were like, okay. Meanwhile, my friend Pinky's holding in a drag of weed. When we turned the corner, he was like, that shit was fucking, oh man, that was ridiculous. But that was even before a time of like league and stuff like that. Vash, like,
oh dude,
at that time I was playing, I would literally go to school, come home and play Halo. That was it. That was my life at that point. So I mean, and then it was fucking after I graduated, it was like a year after that. It was like, ooh, man, League of Legends really be hitting this competitive side of me right now.
Yeah, that shit like swallowed up. Like
I was already graduated before I played any of that shit.
Yeah, that shit was like a generation back for me. Like COD 4 and shit was all that in middle school.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing COD 4 in high school.
Yeah.
That wasn't until after me and my friends got separated, so I had to make new friends, and they all just played Xbox. So I just started playing Xbox all the time.
Oh my god.
I played Xbox all day, every day. That was my shit.
The one benefit of being a PS3 owner was that nobody else had a PS3. Everybody else was on Xbox except for the fucking 3 just absolute degens in this geography class. And when I say degens, I mean like these people were just, oh my god, they were headed nowhere so goddamn fast. And for some reason, like, I gravitated towards them. I don't fucking know. Middle school was weird. Middle school was hella weird. But once you get those motherfuckers on your PSN friends list, you have to make up the most weird story to get them off of that bitch. Be like, hey, Sony just removed you. I can't add you back, man. It's weird. Just don't talk.
My high school was weird as fuck, and they opened up a tech school across the street from it, but they were just using it as a freshman campus because it wasn't open as a tech school yet.
Yeah.
So when I was a freshman, we would just have all of our classes in a building across from the high school.
Yeah.
And then we would do half the day there and then half the day at the high school. But they did this weird shit where everybody was in the same classes. Like you would rotate classes, but it was all the same kids still. So I knew other kids in all my classes, and I would play Xbox with a couple of them. And one of them was just a class clown, and he would just fuck with all the teachers, and everyone would just fucking laugh at him all the fucking time. And he was in all 6 of my classes, so he was just all day, every day. It was just him fucking with the teachers.
This dude just won't stop. He won't knock it the fuck off. At some point, I just slap him upside the head, be like, "Knock the fuck off, dude. Quit. Sick of your shit."
Never really had any class clowns. We just had people who just beat the shit out of each other. Just the classes would just come to a halt because someone fucking got mad in the back. Either that or they would just be doing beats on the tables and shit, and the teacher would tell them to stop, and they wouldn't. That was all we really had. It was just people being annoying.
Doing spinneroonies.
Just doing beats. Just beats with their pencils and shit.
Yeah, I remember that.
But we had a teacher who we would just sit there and play tech decks in middle school, and he was just like, "I don't want to hear those things anymore. Go play with them in the library." We were like, "What about our work?" He's like, "I don't care. Go play with the tech decks in the library." We're like, "Okay." We all just got our backpacks and left and just went to the library and played with tech decks. They're like, "What are you doing here?" We're like, "We're playing with the tech decks. Teacher told us to come here and play with them."
Damn, wild. There was a big thing with paper footballs when we were in my school.
Oh, word.
Hey, people be
do that goal shit. You gotta hit it through.
Do them goal shit, and there'd be people getting hit in the eye by that shit all the fucking time.
I would get mad because I couldn't do it.
That and old quarters. I still got scars on my goddamn knuckles from that shit, dude.
Oh, what was it? How do you do that again? It was
bend the quarter, and if you knocked it over, you had to fucking take a fucking quarter shot to your fucking knuckle.
That's what it was.
Yeah, dude.
I could never flick it very hard, so I was like, I don't want to play this game because I'm gonna get fucked, and I'm not gonna fuck anybody in return.
I didn't give a shit about this world. I was just like, let's fucking go. I was a quarters boy.
Well, there was always one guy who just he wanted to play all the fucking time. He was the hardest motherfucker on the block, but he had scars for you would look at his knuckles and be like, all right, well that's good. That's there for the rest of your life.
Well,
that shit was
mine
fun.
have finally faded away. Literally, I haven't played it since 8th grade, but mine are starting to finally fade off. They were pretty brutal for my high school years, though. Oh shit! Thinking back on it, I was like, God damn, why? Why did I do this to myself? Because people were like, oh my god, Aceuhh again, and I would be like, line it up, come on, fuck me up.
Play that shit in school, BB. Playing quarters, football, weed.
Cool.
What did I do?
Yeah, dude.
I didn't
tell me about your high school life, dude.
Dude, I didn't really fucking do shit.
What, you didn't play Yu-Gi-Oh? Come on, dude.
No, I did play Yu-Gi-Oh. I did.
I'll go hard
but
in the back.
But nobody fucking played Yu-Gi-Oh in school. Like if you got caught playing Yu-Gi-Oh in school, you were like, that was it. Your life was over.
Your social life was fucking done.
Yeah, that's it. It's done. So like
there was kids that always played Yu-Gi-Oh at my school, and no one fucked with them. No one wanted to go over there and be like, haha, nice Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you fucking losers. Nobody wanted to do that shit. Occasionally you'd see somebody that like a prep dude be like, hey, yo, load it up. Let's fuck. It's time to duel, bitch. Like you're just like, is Marshall over there fucking dueling? What the fuck?
He sure fucking is, dude.
Yeah.
But like it was more or less the same story as Vash. I didn't really have anybody to chill with in high school.
You got stabbed on the bus.
I didn't get stabbed on the bus. No.
Shit changes.
You got spit on. Just
Shit changes you.
Man. But like when I what is it? When I joined choir, and probably like once I hit like sophomore, junior year. Hey, stop. Hey, Turbo.
were they fucking?
Well, that's when I suddenly like had friends and shit. People were just like, "Oh, dude, this is like fucking cool as shit, and he can sing and shit. It's like awesome." So I kind of I was able to make a lot of choir friends, and by extension, a lot of theater friends through that. And I mean, the only thing that I ever did. Hey, stop. The only thing that I ever really did was I'm trying to think. It was like, oh, okay.
Turbo.
Poor Turbo. He's all right. Let's see. It was more or less just like fucking shit when I was like in my senior year. So like when it was funny. Like when I got my first goal, probably when I was actually out booling and doing like shit that I probably shouldn't have been fucking doing, just like hanging out with people that were fucking total degens and people that were just fucking smoking reefers, like
smoking the weed,
smoking
they couldn't fucking stop. And then God, there's
choke it up, BB.
Well, there's this one thing that it was like she was like friends with some person, and like it was like this party or something like that, but it wasn't really a party. It was just like everybody going to the fucking lake or something, and there was this one dude, like this big buff muscly dude, who was just going way too far in. Like he was drinking anything that this dude was offered, he would drink. Anything that
I'm going in. Gasoline.
And it was literally just like, yo, dude, I'll pay you like $50 if you drink this like fucking concoction that I made you. And it was this big, gigantic, just thing of alcohol in general. And like once he started doing that, and like once he started just like fucking swaying, and like we pretty much, he was like half gone. That's when I was like, you want to leave? And she was like, yeah. And we just fucking got the fuck out of there, because I know that that dude like either caused property damage or like drowned or some other shit that like would have alerted the authorities, and I did not want to be anywhere near that shit.
So hear the siren blaring
as you're driving away.
As I'm driving away, just an ambulance goes by. Oh man, I wonder who that's for.
Fuck.
Just keep going home.
And then I blasted
the people that I would call degens that I used to hang out with are probably most of them are fucking dead now.
Yeah.
They all OD'd.
Oh yeah.
Like actual like made some bad life choices.
There's a few people like that in my school, like not a lot, like because a lot of kids out of my school actually ended up doing well. I'm probably the biggest degen of them all, and I don't fucking leave my house. But I don't know. I mean, like there's some people that OD and stuff.
Like, hey, I didn't OD yet, so
yeah, you're doing good. You're doing all right. No, there's like been like 2 or 3 ODs. Other than that, not too much for my.
Dude, we've had like at least like 6 or 7. I want to say for just that I know of.
Damn.
I haven't kept up with hardly anybody from my school. I'm sure there have been plenty. I'm sure less OD stuff and more of just like you're in jail. Considerable amount of you not on the streets anymore.
So funny part about that kid Roman that we used to hang with, and his dad and his godly stepfather. He ended up like he's like in prison now. That kid, that like kid, that 5th grader when I was in 8th grade. He was cool. He's got a fucking trampoline, dude. We're gonna do shit on. Yeah, I don't like. He did like a B&E and like just like robbed a place like completely. Now he's in jail. This is like 4th offense or some shit. I don't know. Oh. That's fucking wild.
Damn.
The streets is rough, dude.
Out here in Washington somehow. I don't know how, but hey.
Hey, man, there's a lot of places you can go.
Oh, dude, trust me, I understand that completely.
Money.
There is literally like where I live. It's right by my high school, but you go down the road all the way past the high school, take a left. There's like a three-way essentially. Go right and go across the bridge. This small little bridge onto what they call the KP. Once you go out in the KP, hey, that's meth city. That's meth territory. Then at any point, any place, any time, you're gonna have a meth head coming out and be like, "Hey, man, you got like $10, man?" And then most of the time, you just tell, "Hey, Walter, fucked off, dude. We don't even try to fucking talk to you today." But sometimes, like, some people just get into it and they be about it. There's a trailer park there called Lake of the Woods. And that place is very notorious for lots of meth explosions, meth busts, meth deals, anything. And I know a lot of people that went to my high school that used to go there, so they're probably doing well off than now. But I mean, it's called Lake of the goddamn Woods. What do you expect, dude? That place was definitely cursed. I've been there once or twice, and it was definitely, as I drove in, it was just constant. Little deep ride.
Oh man,
shit's wilding out.
That would be, but it just be like that, dude. You never know how people are gonna end up, because there is somebody from your high school right now that you, or like some dude that you used to talk to, that's just famous out of their fucking mind, more than they need to be. And you're just, hey, well, that could have been me, but it's not, you know. Because I've got friends from high school who are just absolute Instagram models now that have like 1 million+ followers, and it's like, she was way hotter in high school, dude. Now she just looks jank as fuck.
Yeah, one of the kids that went to my high school is like a makeup artist.
Yeah.
He's like 4 million followers or some shit on Instagram.
One of the kids I went to the high school is now a trans porn star.
Interesting.
That's neat. Just get up in that.
No, I'm good. No, thank you. I'm all right.
Hey, that's always good.
Yeah, the porn industry is crazy.
Yeah, you never know. Well, dude, I remember a couple of kids from my high school. They were like,
Lars is asking.
Fucking Lars is out here. Don't know about that one, Lars. Anyways, but Lars, fuck you, Lars. Fuck off. Anyways, there was a couple of kids from my high school. I remember they didn't want to go to school anymore, and they said they were going to become porn stars. So, you don't know, if you want to be a porn star, a male porn star in these ropes, you got to start out in some gay porn. Hey, there's a couple shoots that came out. Hey, there's a few pictures on the internet that get spread around real fucking quick. Hey, there's a few videos on the internet.
Dude. You gotta take your lumps before you get in the business, dude.
Yeah, and they didn't know that. So they got in, and then a couple videos got spread around. It was like, whoa, dude, you want to check out this video for Ryan? Whoa, wasn't that dude that wanted to be a porn star? And they're like, yeah, dude, he's doing gay porn. You're just like, don't load it up, dude. Come on. I'm not trying to watch this right now. I'm good, dude.
Fuck.
That's funny. We'll just make fun of him when he comes back.
Bro, we had this girl in 9th grade convinced that our teacher had a porn with one of the students in our class.
What?
Like, we just kept saying it to her every day. Because the teacher was super weird, and it was just like preppy blonde girl. We're like, yeah, dude, they have a porn video online if you look it up. And he would always talk about how much he loved bacon. We're like, it's called Bacon's Delight, and he just like fucks her raw while he's eating a bunch of bacon. The girl's like, you guys are fucking lying. We're like, no, dude, we're serious. We're like, it's on RedTube. Go look it up. And so she went home and she typed in RedTube, and then it came up as like an actual website. And then I guess that was all the proof she needed, because the next day she just came back to school. She's like, it's real. I can't believe you guys are serious. And we're like, what are you talking about? She's like, I looked at RedTube, and it was a real website. We're like, yeah, of course it is. Like, she's like, the videos must be real then. And I was like, God, this girl's fucking stupid.
Oh, God.
Fuck.
No.
Oh,
I mean, there's a couple. What's up?
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What are you saying?
Wait,
go ahead, Deck.
No, dude. You were talking first.
No, I was literally just gonna make a comment. I was literally gonna make a comment saying it'd be like that sometimes.
Oh, there you go. Well, I was also gonna say, I'm tired.
It is 12:38.
Yeah, I'm working on 4 hours.
Yeah,
sleep.
we've been at it for a minute. I was kind of looking over and be like, damn, it do be like that.
Hey, we've been talking. Look, I already took a shower. I shaved. I'm looking good. All right, we're good to go.
Be chilling. It's a pretty comfy couch.
I legitimately did.
Don't you have to work?
We don't.
I do.
That's
What
right.
time?
I gotta leave in an hour.
You ain't leaving
That's
anywhere.
yikes.
What?
Goofing.
Shut up, dude.
What a fool,
Whatever.
I'm booling.
Fucking sign us out, dude.
Whatever, dude. What do you mean, Shib? You did the intro. You got to do the outro.
Motherfucker.
You know how. Get it set up. There you go.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for another week of Dinner with the Boys number 17 with mieDAX and Aceuhh and Bloody Biscuits and me and VashTSB joined us for a little bit too. The same time next week we'll be here. Follow us on social media. The links are underneath. Thanks.
Good job. You nailed it, dude. You did it. All right, guys. We're gonna peace out of here. Thanks for watching.
See you guys next week. Bye.
Bye bye.
DMC will be out. We'll be able to talk about a lot of stuff.